Chapter 13:13. Yan Zhaoge consecutively struck out 4 times. The 4 swords looked simple, but they contained many exquisite principles, other than the jade clear lineages, later Heaven 6 scriptures, and the prime clear lineages, numinous treasure 4 swords. There were also 4 other supreme martial arts. Apart from the azure dragon sleeve sword technique that he had created in the past, which he had continuously integrated with other ultimate arts, eliminating the impurities and retaining the essence, there were also 3 ultimate arts recorded in the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's library. Jinwu Fist Scripture, Hill Light Flying Immortal Book, 7 Kill Scripture. In the first sword, he used the jade, clear life creation, Heavenly Scripture to nourish the coiling dragon in the sleeve. Then, he used the prime clear immortal slaughtering sword to slay the coiling dragon. The boundless life force instantly reversed into boundless killing intent and the chi of death and destruction. The second sword used the jade clear yin-yang Heavenly Scripture to nourish the Xuanwu Fist Scripture's image of the Xuanwu tortoise and the Xuanwu tortoise. Afterwards, the prime clear immortal exterminating sword slashed at the Xuanwu, collapsing yin and yang, breaking through various principles. The third sword used the jade, clear, void, Heavenly Scripture, and the Aeon Light, Heavenly Scripture to nourish the phenomenon of the vermilion bird, formed by the Hill Light, flying immortal Scripture. Then the prime clear immortal trapping sword slashed the vermilion bird, destroying space and shattering the void. For the fourth sword, he used the clear jade myriad phenomena Heavenly Scripture and the hearts will Heavenly Scripture to nourish the image of a white tiger formed by the 7 slaughter extermination Scripture. Then he slashed it with the prime clear immortal sword of extinguishing extermination. The tangible manifestation and the intangible spirit were both present, changing at will to reveal the true, austere, and fierce white tiger. He stopped the killing with killing, and the world returned to silence, for swords were unleashed at the same time. The power of each sword had already existed in the universe for a long time, not dissipating for a long time. Their sword wills intersected and the brutal and destructive aura dissipated, fusing into a profound and profound aura. In the universe, there was no such thing as up or down. However, at this moment, the group of immortal court experts felt that the universe in front of them had been divided into different levels. At this moment, Yan Zhaoge seemed to be standing on an even higher vantage point, overlooking them from above. One was a martial sage, and the other was a human immortal. Even though they had the word immortal in their names, they were still not true experts of the immortal realm. They had not passed the immortal mortal tribulation and were still mortals. As for the immortal realm experts who had pushed open the immortal gate and were no longer human, they lived high in the sky above the mortal world, smiling at all the joys and sorrows of the mortal world. That should have been the case, but now the positions of the 2 sides seemed to have been reversed. The perfected immortal great emperors like them were below in space-time. Another person was looking down at them from the sky. Something unimaginable, something that completely exceeded one's understanding, was actually happening at this moment. Not only were the people of the immortal court surprised, but the people of the world beyond worlds were also slightly dazed. He was a peerless genius who could fight against a true immortal with his mortal body. In recent years, Chen Qianhua had fought against the Sunluo Emperor, and Ye Jingxin had fought against the Heaven Emperor. Yan Zhaoge possessed supreme strength as he had been able to forcibly clash head-on against the combined forces of the black-clothed Brocade Emperor and the Earth Exalt Wang Zhengqing, who possessed an immortal artifact at the 9th level of the martial saint realm, shocking everyone to the point that their eyes almost exploded. But in the end, that was a confrontation of strength. It had never given people the feeling of being on such a different level. But today, everyone felt it. At this moment, the world and history they knew in the past seemed to have become illusory and unreal. After Yan Zhaoge's sword light fused into one, it drifted and stayed at a high place together with him. Now, it resembled a heavenly river flowing in reverse, pouring down towards the Rutten Shoes Taoist and the others. This sword of mine is called Banishing Immortals. Yan Zhaoge's voice seemed to have come from beyond the 9 heavens. The seemingly formless sword light poured down like a river and landed on the Rutten Shoes Taoist's body. The Rutten Shoes Taoist instinctively felt that something was amiss. Although Yan Zhaoge didn't have an immortal artifact with him, he still subconsciously circulated his martial arts to block the attack. He didn't ignore it like how he did when facing human martial art practitioners' attacks in the past. However, when Yan Zhaoge's banishing immortal sword's sword light brushed past him, the Rutten Shoes Taoist instantly felt a change happening to his body. Although the immortal qi that he had painstakingly cultivated was still abundant, it didn't belong to him anymore. It seemed like it was only temporarily stored within his body. At this moment, the true immortal's body seemed to have reverted back to a human's mortal body. It was just like a shell filled with immortal qi. The Rutten Shoes Taoist was stunned. He was stunned for a moment. Ever since he had pushed open the immortal door, he had never experienced such a strange thing. Even if Yan Zhaoge unleashed the immortal exterminating 4 swords and recreated the long-lost immortal exterminating formation that allowed martial saints to join hands and slay a true immortal without relying on external forces, the Rutten Shoes Taoist wouldn't have been so surprised. However, let alone the immortal exterminating formation, Yan Zhaoge's sword wasn't even a prime, clear sword art. There wasn't any killing intent or ruthlessness. It was profound and profound, yet it was almost formless. The sword light descended from the sky as if the heavens were sending down a punishment, striking the Rutten Shoes Taoist down from the immortal realm to the mortal realm. At that instant, many scenes appeared in the Rutten Shoes Taoist's mind, flashing past like a flashing lantern. It was engraved within the depths of his mind. It was one of the most beautiful memories of his life. It was engraved within the depths of his memories. It was one of the most beautiful memories of his life. Now he was reliving his past. However, what shocked him was that the scenes were replayed in reverse. Everything was reversed. The Rutten Shoes Taoist could only watch as he was pushed out of the immortal door. The illusory door closed right before his eyes. However, this feeling didn't last long. It only lasted for an instant. However, the Rutten Shoes Taoist didn't even have the time to let out a sigh of relief. At this moment, another sword descended from the sky and arrived in front of him. Yan Zhaoge's left hand's index and middle fingers were placed together. Then, his fingertip pierced through the Rutten Shoes Taoist's forehead. His action was very casual, and it didn't carry any trace of worldly aura. As he retracted his finger, the Rutten Shoes Taoist was still blankly standing on the spot. His expression was still changing, and his gaze was still flickering. In the next instant, the Rutten Shoes Taoist's immortal qi surged, and he seemed to have returned to his original state. A true immortal was flawless. However, the bloody hole between his brows was still there, and it was still bleeding profusely. A true immortal's body was like a mortal's flesh and blood. Although he seemed to have returned to his original state, it was really just an empty shell. The vitality within had already dissipated. As the vitality dissipated, the shell started rotting at a rapid pace. At this moment, no matter if it was the immortal heretics or the people of the world beyond worlds, they were all silent. Everyone's mind went blank for a moment. Only a single voice resounded. Dead. Dead. He's really dead. A martial saint killed a true immortal emperor with his bare fists, without the help of a favorable geographical situation or an immortal weapon or a treasure. Everyone looked at Yan Zhaoge in a daze. Fallen deity? In the past, this title was used to describe Yan Zhaoge's peerless genius. He was like an immortal who had descended to the mortal realm. One day, he would definitely return to the immortal realm. Now, everyone recalled the other meaning of this word. The first meaning was extremely ancient, but it was the original meaning. A deity was banished to the mortal realm. The fallen deity sword, Yan Zhaoge's sword, the sword that banished a true immortal to the mortal realm. Chapter 1314. After personally witnessing the Rutten Shu's Taoist demise, the other immortal court experts' minds went blank. Everything that was happening before their eyes wasn't just unheard of, it was unprecedented, and it completely defied their understanding and common sense of the world. At this moment, the sound of something shattering resounded within their hearts. The three clear lineages, successors' average strength was higher than the immortal court's martial art practitioners in the same realm. They knew this deep within their hearts. However, just like what the vast Yang exalt, Pei Hua, whom Yan Zhaoge met in the past, had said, even if he couldn't defeat the orthodox Taoism's human exalt, the immortal court's true immortal emperors would be able to subdue him. The three clear lineages' true immortal emperors would be dealt with by the immortal court sovereigns. So on and so forth. This was Pei Hua's and the Rutten Shu's Taoist confidence. It was their ambition and hope. At the same time, it was also one of the reasons why they felt safe. However, this sense of security was crumbling now. The immortal court's experts with a deeper foundation already knew a lot of secrets and rumors. They had also heard of the legendary Immortal Extermination Formation. However, the Immortal Extermination Formation had been lost for a long time. It became a faintly discernible myth, and no one felt that it was real. However, today there was someone who didn't rely on the Immortal Extermination Formation to cross the chasm between immortal and mortal. When Yan Zhaoge stepped on this doorstep, he also stepped on the heretic immortal's pride and perseverance. Everyone was at a loss for a short period of time. The seed of doubt started to sprout from the depths of their hearts. As a result, the treasured lights imbued with faith power around the immortal court's experts started to become unstable. Yan Zhaoge's expression was calm as he strode forward. The immortal court's martial art practitioners were all shocked. Then, they couldn't help but retreat. However, they were within the pill hall's cosmos. Space was like a cage to them, and they couldn't escape even if they wanted to. They could only reorganize their attacks and launch a suicidal attack towards Yan Zhaoge. This time, their attacks were even more violent than before. However, they were also more impatient. It was filled with the feeling of being cornered. Purple, Thunderbolt Aura Scripture, Blood Hell Battle Chi, Heavenly Rainbow Treasured Body, Long Spring 3 Saint's Hammer. Yan Zhaoge looked around and identified his opponent's martial arts. The supreme martial arts before him were all profound martial arts that had been passed down during the flourishing era of the martial Tao before the Great Calamity. All of them had their own uniqueness and weren't necessarily inferior to some supreme martial arts of the three clear lineage. Although it was executed by the martial artists of the Immortal Court, it was still extremely powerful. The people of the world beyond worlds, who were separated by the Sea of Radiance, could only vaguely hear Yan Zhaoge's voice. They were unable to communicate with the group of heretics. However, now that the experts of the Immortal Court had attacked together, the attack that seemed like it could destroy the heavens and extinguish the earth was still vivid in everyone's eyes, causing the people of the world beyond worlds to be shocked. However, from Yan Zhaoge's perspective, the people of the Immortal Court, who had already neglected something to begin with, were currently feeling restless and rash, which made them even more disadvantaged. He smiled and shook his head, using his fingers as a sword. Rays of sword light flew out. The purple Thunderbolt astral scripture refined numerous streaks of purple thunder, the light of thunder condensing into form, transforming into numerous long spears of thunder, crisscrossing as they emanated a sharp, domineering power as they shot towards Yan Zhaoge like a tempestuous storm. There was a secret to this. The sharpness of the spear would first penetrate the opponent's various defenses, and then the destructive power of the lightning would be fully displayed. If someone were to be hit by it, they would first be riddled with holes, and then the lightning would explode from the wound, turning them into ashes. The blood hell battle Chi was already close to the devilish path. When the Immortal Court Emperor's immortal Chi spread out, It was like a blood fog, instantly turning the surrounding world into a bloody hell. Dense death intent and killing intent permeated the air, intimidating one's spirit and corroding one's chi and blood, burying one's enemies within the blood hell. When the heavenly rainbow treasured form was activated, his body was like a rainbow, instantly traversing thousands of miles. His silhouette flickered as if he was everywhere. When being attacked, his body was like a rainbow, seemingly illusory and hard to grasp. His opponent's attack would directly pass through the rainbow, unable to cause any damage. The long spring Three Saints hammer was a martial art that focused on nourishing one's health. It would nourish one's body and nurture a vigorous life force. However, when fighting against others, it wouldn't be soft. Instead, it would transform the vigorous life force into a majestic strength, crushing the opponent as easily as crushing dry weeds. Other than that, many other martial arts were also displayed at this moment, attacking Yan Zhaoge. However, in the next instant, the black tortoise started bleeding, and rays of sharp radiance shot out, forcefully slashing yin and yang, destroying the purple lightning. After destroying the sea of lightning, the slaying black tortoise sword's momentum didn't stop and forcefully broke through the shocking rainbow. Although the rainbow radiance was illusory and unpredictable, it lost its miraculousness in front of the slaying black tortoise sword. It turned from illusory to solid and was instantly slashed apart. Almost at the same time, the azure dragon started bleeding, and the sharp sword radiance, filled with killing intent, slaughtered the long spring Three Saints hammer's boundless life force. The vigorous life force also transformed into killing intent and death intent, nourishing the azure dragon slaying sword, making it even more ruthless and resolute. As for the bloody hell filled with the bloody chi, it was slain together with the white tiger. It returned to silence, and the bloody chi dissipated. One after another, supreme martial arts were dispelled by Yan Zhaoge. As the rays of sword lights intersected, they transformed into the waters of the heavenly river that seemed capable of sending immortals into the mortal realm, and surged downwards. Yan Zhaoge seemed to be riding on a boat, bobbing up and down on the reversed heavenly river and sliding downwards. Along the way, blood splattered everywhere. One after another, the heretic true immortals perished. After witnessing such a scene, the world beyond worlds people within the sea of radiance were still in a daze. Yan Zhaoge didn't just kill the Rutten Shu's Taoist alone. From the looks of it, Yan Zhaoge seemed like he was going to slay all the true immortal emperors here. The Rutten Shu's Taoist's death was already shocking enough. Now, they were even more horrified. This should be the first martial saint in history to single-handedly kill a true immortal barehandedly, right? The wind, thunder, manners, manner, Lord Hung, Xianda muttered to himself. There doesn't seem to have been anyone like this before the great calamity either. And he didn't just kill one. Wang Pu's expression was also in a daze. Hung Xianda tried asking, could we have seen wrongly and that wasn't a true immortal? It should be. As Wang Pu spoke, he looked towards the few human exalts present. Chao, Jia, Lu Jinggu, and the others were also in a daze. However, after feeling Wang Pu's and Hung Xianda's gazes, they immediately snapped back to reality. That was a genuine leakless true immortal who had already pushed open the door to immortality, no doubt about it. The northeastern exalt, Lu Jinggu sighed, leakless true immortals are hard to injure in the mortal realm. That is the case for others. Hearing this, Hung Xiandao and the others were even more speechless. Junior apprentice brother Yan's sword art doesn't look like the numinous treasure four swords, Wang Pu said softly. It doesn't look like a formation either. Does that mean that it has nothing to do with the prime, clear, immortal, exterminating formation? Lu Jinggu said emotionally, after the immortal exterminating formation, a second method of defeating true immortals has finally appeared in this world. He looked at Yan Zhaoge. In front of the fallen deity Yan, that barrier between immortal and mortal is practically non-existent. Han Xianda's expression was strange, as he did not know whether to laugh or cry. Previously, it was still rumored in the world beyond worlds that the fallen deity would definitely be the undisputed upper exalt after ascending to the human exalt realm. Even if that previous upper exalt was still in the mortal realm, he would still have to give way to the fallen deity. Still, from the looks of it now, why does it feel like the title of the upper exalt completely doesn't suit the fallen deity at all, the southeastern exalt? Chao Jia suddenly exclaimed, "Supreme exalt!" Everyone else was shocked as they all looked towards Chao Jia. "Supreme exalt Yan Zhaoga!" Chao Jia slowly repeated every word. Chapter 13:15. Supreme exalt! Everyone was silently reminiscing about it. For a moment they were in a daze. Without a doubt, the strongest martial saint in history, the strongest existence in the human world. Even those from the 9 heavens immortal realms would have to look at him differently. The northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu seemed to be praising and sighing Supreme Exalt. It's a fitting title. Wang Pu sighed and said, "An existence like junior apprentice brother Yin is unprecedented. I'm afraid there won't be anyone like him in the future, right? Ever since the primordial wilderness was established, a few epochs had passed, and there's only one." Lu Jinggu said with a serious expression, "It's not easy to produce another one." Qiu Jiahai muttered to himself. He was half praising and half mocking himself. "We're witnessing history." Hearing this, everyone else nodded silently. The southeastern swords mistress and the others who were born in the southeastern Yang heaven territory had a deeper feeling about this. In the past, Yan Zhaoga had risen up right under their noses. At that time, including Yan Zhaoga and his father, no one knew about their origins. However, they had already started creating one legend after another, until they became a living legend like this. Although Yan Zhaoga had yet to push open the immortal door, he was already destined to leave his mark in history. It's too late for me to experience the opening of the world beyond worlds. Today, I'm witnessing the exalted fire ascending to the grand heavenly immortal realm. I'm witnessing the scene of the world beyond worlds separating. I'm also witnessing a historical event. Lu Jinggu stroked his long beard. "I never thought that everything is far from over. Today I'm witnessing Yan Wushang's shocking feat," the tall old man sighed and said, "There's hope for our Taoism to rise again. I have no regrets in this life." When everyone heard this, they all had a sorrowful expression in their hearts. Only the Broad Creed Mountain's old chief, Yuan Zhengfeng, had a calm expression. If someone were to say that he had personally witnessed Yan Zhaoga's rise, he was far more qualified to speak than the people of the southeastern Yang heaven territory. The old chief wasn't as surprised and praising as the others. Instead, he was filled with joy. He firmly believed that Yan Zhaoga would shine with unparalleled brilliance. What happened today was merely verifying this point. The Pill Hall's cosmos finally regained its peace. All the immortal court martial practitioners who were caught within were slain by Yan Zhaoga. Yan Zhaoga acted as if he had done something insignificant. His figure disappeared from the cosmos and reappeared within the Pill Hall's core hub, the purple divine pavilion. He formed a seal with both hands and pressed them together on the profound sky purple golden furnace. As the mysterious sky purple gold furnace trembled, the ritual operated. With the purple divine pavilion as the center, halos expanded in the universe of the hall. At this moment, the entire Pill Hall shook violently and started exerting more force. The purple aura surrounding the main hall of the white jade immortal palace turned into a sea of clouds that expanded in all directions. When the immortal court experts who were fighting against Feng Yunsheng and Yu Jinbei saw this, their hearts sank. They actually failed! The billowing purple clouds in front of them were obviously hostile towards the experts of the immortal court. Streaks of golden light descended, making it even harder for the heretic experts, who were already having a hard time dealing with their opponents, to defend themselves. The situation, which was barely maintained, was instantly reversed. Feng Yunsheng and Yu Jinbei switched from defense to offense. Yu Jinbei's sword light surged and slashed an immortal court, profound immortal sovereign in front of him into two. At the same time, the immortal court heavenly monarch frowned when he felt that Feng Yunsheng's previously restrained, ruthless saber intent was about to surge again. Let's leave first. We won't fight when the odds are against us. We'll settle the score with them later. As he thought about this, he helped the immortal court profound immortal sovereigns to temporarily block the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei's attack. Then he evaded Feng Yunsheng and the pill hall's attacks and broke out of the encirclement. Yan Zhaoge controlled the pill hall. Streaks of golden lights swept out and entangled the opponent like chains. Feng Yunsheng immediately slashed her saber. As the immortal court heavenly monarch groaned in pain, he took the attack head-on, and the brilliance around his body became chaotic. He didn't think about counterattacking, and he didn't stay any longer. He quickly brought the others and escaped. In just an instant, another immortal court sovereign died under Yu Jinbei's sword. After the group of heretic immortals left the world beyond worlds, they didn't even dare to stay in the Dao universe. They retreated into the void's outskirts. Yan Zhaoge didn't continue chasing after them. Instead, he placed his attention back on the connection between his ritual and the world beyond worlds. While he was distracted, the exalted earth luminary, Jiangxin had gained a lot of rewards. Not only did he stabilize the remaining territories of the world beyond worlds, he even tried to bring back the world beyond worlds territories that were swept away by the pill hall. Yan Zhaoge had limited time to plan. He could only make his arrangements in the world beyond worlds and couldn't clear up the traces left behind by other bigwig experts. Although the Western Exalt, Langqing wasn't in the Western Turtle Heaven territory, Yan Zhaoge didn't have enough time to completely alter that place. The Northern Profound Heaven territory was connected to the outskirts, land of tranquil streams. He couldn't bring it away, even if he wanted to. Jiangxin was currently relying on the Northwest, North, and West territories to fight against Yan Zhaoge in the Central June Heaven territory. As long as Yan Zhaoge's ritual failed this time, Jiangxin would be considered to have succeeded. If he wanted to rearrange the ritual again, the amount of time, effort, and resources required would be too much. When that time came, not to mention the immortal court, the North Star Emperor might even shift his attention back to the world beyond worlds. Although Feng Yunsheng and Yu Jinbei were in front of him, Jiangxin still wanted to take the risk. Unfortunately, Yan Zhaoge didn't give him the chance. Within the Purple Divine Pavilion, Yan Zhaoge walked around the profound sky purple golden furnace. He used the aura steps and stepped on the 9 palaces River Luo position. He consecutively struck 9 palms in the air, and all of them landed on the profound sky purple golden furnace. Rays of radiance flickered on the surface of the profound sky purple golden furnace and formed 9 chains of light. Then they seeped into every part of the pavilion. Then the 9 chains of light spun and twitched simultaneously. The white jade divine palace's main hall emitted an unprecedented radiance, which shone through the void surrounding the world beyond worlds. Rays of dimensional power twisted and overlapped with each other. They were like clues that appeared within the cosmos and connected to different worlds within the world beyond worlds. Those were the wounds of the sky that connected the world beyond worlds and the various lower realms. Now, these dimensional passageways were all transferred to the White Jade Palace. The White Jade Palace emitted a great Tao roar, which directly forced Yu Jinbei to retreat. Then the magnificent Celestial Palace dragged the lower realms one after another into the gate of the Celestial Palace with beams of light. 8 Extremities World, Vast Ocean World, Floating Life World, Floating Gate World one after another. Thousands of lower realms flowed into the purple sea of clouds and into the white jade divine palace like rivers flowing into the ocean. Jiangxin could only watch this scene unfold in the world beyond worlds and was powerless to do anything. There's always someone stronger than you out there. Huh. The encompassing emperor and the others stood by the Kunlun Mountains horizon and looked at the void. Their emotions were complicated, and they couldn't be described with words. Feng Yunsheng and Yu Jinbei also entered the pill hall. As the white jade divine palace trembled, its door closed and transformed into a ray of light. It pierced through the vast universe's space, rushed out of the Tao universe, and entered the void's outskirts. After this, they would no longer be part of the world beyond worlds, and would be exploring a new world by themselves. Chapter 1316. Not only the realms of the world beyond worlds that were pulled away, but many lower realms that were related to the world beyond worlds were also accommodated by the pill hall's cosmos. Compared to the realms of the world beyond worlds that were pulled away, the boundaries of other worlds were still intact. Hence, they were much more stable, although their boundaries were very weak compared to the world beyond worlds. It wasn't a problem under Yen Zhaoga's careful management. However, this teleportation still caused a huge commotion in the lower realms. The spiritual chi flow of various worlds was currently in a mess. Within the floating life world, within the Jade Ridge Snowy Mountains, within the Snow Crane sect, Su Yin, Xin Nua, and Shanrong's family of 3 were all present. Everyone raised their heads and looked towards the horizon. The sky was originally clear and boundless. However, it was currently filled with all sorts of colors. Rays of brilliance were circulating and flashing within the void, making it hard to forget. Beside them, the group of floating life world experts, led by Green Dragon Mountain's chief Luo Jinghao, were all gathered here. They didn't dare to make a sound as they looked at the apocalyptic phenomenon. For so many years, even though the Snow Crane sect had maintained a low profile in the floating life world, everyone here already knew that this seemingly unconventional sect of martial practitioners that specialized in the way of chi cultivation was the true ruler of this world where demonic bloodline cultivators were the mainstream. No matter how strong the other sects were, they couldn't withstand the Snow Crane sect's higher-ups. Due to her uncertain fate, in order to reduce her involvement with Su Yan's family as much as possible, while Xue Chuqing had been able to move about openly in the world beyond worlds previously, she had still not descended into the floating life world to visit Su Yan's family. However, the broad Creed Mountain had already helped to spread the news. Su Yan already knew that Xue Chuqing was safe. Mother. Shinrong looked at Su Yun worriedly. Su Yun smiled slightly. Don't be impatient. Just wait for the results. Even if the floating life world is destroyed, we can't do anything about it. Why not face it peacefully? Although he wasn't clear about Yen Zhaoga and Xue Chuqing's plans for the world beyond worlds, and he didn't know what kind of shocking changes were happening in the Tao universe and the world beyond worlds outside of the floating life world, he knew that such a shocking change in the floating life world wasn't something that anyone in the floating life world could do. It could only be a change from above, triggered by a higher level of heaven and earth. However, I believe that young lady, young master, as well as young master and the others, will all be blessed by heaven, Su Yun said calmly. The hearts of the others in the surroundings calmed down greatly when they heard this. Even if they were still uneasy, they weren't so anxious anymore. Everyone looked at the sky, quietly, waiting for the final result. In the vast ocean world, everyone was similarly uneasy, having once experienced many catastrophes due to the influence of the Dragon Tomb. The vast ocean world was both mentally prepared and exceptionally sensitive towards the intense natural disasters of the heavens and earth. The Dragon Tomb was already history, but the catastrophe that engulfed the entire world seemed to have yet to end. Still, having experienced Yen Zhaoga's ascension after secluded cultivation that year and the terror of virtually destroying the world, the martial practitioners of the vast ocean world were far clearer than those of the lower worlds about the fact that there was always someone more powerful than they were. At this moment, regardless of whether their relationship had been good or bad in the past, most of the people of the other sects were gathering towards Changli Mountain. Everyone knew that there were people of Broad Creed Mountain residing on Changli Mountain. It was also precisely because of their interaction with Broad Creed Mountain in the world beyond worlds that Changli Mountain had become the current hegemon of the vast ocean world. The eternal legend of the vast ocean world, the fallen deity Yen Zhaoge, was precisely someone of Broad Creed Mountain. The current changes in the heavenly phenomena of the vast ocean world are indeed related to our sex actions in the higher worlds. Let's just wait for the dust to settle. A young man who appeared to be in his 20s or 30s said calmly, "We hope that everyone will be able to bear with some of these unusual movements." The former chief of Changli Mountain, the current #1 expert of the vast ocean world, Gao Tianzhong, said on behalf of the vast ocean martial practitioners, "You are polite, Mr. Lan. With our low cultivation bases, we are powerless to help. We can only hope that Broad Creed Mountain will be successful in all its endeavors and achieve victory." While he was at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm and the man before him was a martial grandmaster, Gao Tianzhong's etiquette was not lacking in the least. Currently, the older generation of Broad Creed Mountain had already headed to the world beyond worlds, where the spiritual qi was more abundant and the environment was better. The new generation had long since risen, shouldering the burden that had originally been on the shoulders of the older generation. Currently, the elder representing Broad Creed Mountain in the vast ocean world was Yen Zhaoge's junior apprentice brother Lan Wenyan. "Thank you, Senior Gao, for your auspicious words." Lan Wenyan smiled. "Senior apprentice brother Yen and Chief will definitely handle this appropriately." The other Broad Creed Mountain disciples seated beside him all had calm expressions on their faces, having confidence in their clan as well as a stable mental state as they remained unflustered despite the changes. 8 Extremities World, Chasing Wave Pavilion. With Qing Lin at their head, the others of Chasing Wave Pavilion behind her all looked towards the sky above their heads. As compared to the other lower worlds, the circulation of spiritual qi here was much more stable than that of other lower worlds, after being specially regulated by Broad Creed Mountain. Still, due to the influence of the outside world now, the circulation of spiritual qi in the 8 Extremities world had similarly undergone a drastic change. News from Broad Creed Mountain is indeed that a huge change has occurred in the higher worlds, someone said softly, and Qing Lin nodded. "There is no point in thinking too much. Let us wait patiently." Similar situations were occurring in the headquarters of the other peak powers of the 8 Extremities world. All the disciples of Broad Creed Mountain in the Heaven Domain had returned to their headquarters as well, cultivating peacefully as they waited for the dust to settle. Similar things were happening unceasingly in every lower world. Only some people knew about it while most people didn't. As a result, everyone was panicking. Within the cosmos within the pill hall, there seemed to be a huge bubble floating in the air. Surrounded by these bubbles was a sea of light formed of the world beyond worlds, space-time being drawn away. Everything gushed into the pill hall, causing the originally vast and boundless cosmos within the hall to become a little crowded. Within the purple divine pavilion, Yen Zhaoge smiled slightly. Everyone, welcome to a new world. With all these, the white jade hall finally left the world beyond worlds, broke through the invisible wall, and completely left the Tao universe. After entering the void's boundless outskirts, Yen Zhaoge didn't relax. Instead, he continued activating the ritual within the purple divine pavilion, causing the pill hall itself to slowly undergo changes. The golden radiance gradually dimmed, and the purple sea of clouds retracted. The white, jade-like hall gradually became transparent and blended within the dark void, as if it had disappeared. Although we've left the Tao universe and entered the void's outskirts, we might still expose our tracks. We still have to be careful. Yen Zhaoge let out a long sigh. He turned his head and looked at Feng Yunsheng and Yu Jinbei, who entered the purple divine pavilion under his guidance. However, the first step of the plan has finally succeeded. Then Yen Zhaoge smiled. "Wife, I finally waited for you to return." Before he finished speaking, Feng Yunsheng had already leaped into his embrace. Chapter 1317. Yan Zhaoge hugged Feng Yunxing and smiled. I'm about to become a wife-gazing rock. Halfway through his sentence, his mouth was already sealed by 2 warm lips. Feeling her trembling, Yan Zhaoge hugged Feng Yunxing and allowed her to feel his embrace. He absorbed the energy that calmed her down. Over the years, he had gone through many shocking experiences. He had just completed a challenge that was inconceivable to many people. However, the woman in his embrace had gone through much more dangerous experiences. 9 out of 10 deaths wasn't enough to describe how dangerous it was. Her opponents weren't only the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, but also the devilish intent that was constantly corroding her will and the 9 underworld's great devils that were chasing after her in reality. Through the North Ocean clone's conversation, Yan Zhaoge already knew that she almost encountered the grand, heavenly, immortal shadow devil in the 9 underworlds. Connecting the shadow devil's actions of infiltrating the world beyond worlds and occupying the northern profound heaven territory, Yan Zhaoge suspected that the shadow devil was here to stop Feng Yunxing. The woman in his embrace had a tenacious will that Yan Zhaoge rarely saw. Perhaps she would only reveal this side of her in front of him. Moreover, she might only be like this at this moment. At other times, she would still be that determined, bright, and elegant woman. As such, Yan Zhaoge didn't say anything or do anything else. He only hugged her. Amidst the silence, the two seemed to have exchanged thousands of words. They felt each other's longing for him and experienced the emotions accumulated in their hearts after separating. After a long while, their lips parted. After the two looked at each other, they smiled at the same time. Yan Zhaoge extended his finger and lightly scratched Feng Yunxing's nose bridge. Feng Yunxing snorted and opened her mouth. She was about to bite him. Then, the usually bright woman showed a rare shyness. However, it wasn't towards Yan Zhaoge. Instead, it was towards the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei. I'm sorry for my rudeness. Please forgive me, sword sovereign. Although it was her first time seeing him in person, she had seen the projection of the world beyond worlds 3 sovereigns before. After communicating with Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone, she had a general understanding of the current situation and the relationship between her and her enemies. It's normal to be unable to control one's emotions after suffering. A gentle smile appeared on Yu Jinbei's stern face. I'm the one who's obstructing your reunion. Yan Zhaoge chuckled. I've let senior apprentice uncle see a joke. The redness on Feng Yunxing's face disappeared. However, she still retreated and separated from Yan Zhaoge. She respectfully bowed towards Yu Jinbei, Broad Creed Mountain's disciple. Feng Yunxing greets the sword sovereign. Dispense with the formalities. There's no need to be so courteous. If we're really going by etiquette, I should be the one addressing you with honorifics. Yu Jinbei raised his hand into the air. I was just lucky. I'm like a rootless duckweed. How would I dare to be arrogant in front of you? Feng Yunxing smiled and said, Then how about I call you martial uncle like Zhaoge? Of course. Yu Jinbei looked at her from top to bottom. I shouldn't have disturbed your reunion. However, since we're talking about this, please forgive me for asking. What's the current situation between you and the exalted Rahu luminary? Yan Zhaoge similarly looked towards Feng Yunxing. Due to the general situation of the Tao universe, previously, the North Ocean clone's conversation with Feng Yunxing was mainly about the situation and changes in the world beyond worlds, after confirming that Feng Yunxing wasn't possessed by Jian Shanhua. They didn't talk much about Feng Yunxing's personal situation, while Yan Zhaoge wanted to talk about the feelings of parting with Feng Yunxing. There were some matters that were more urgent and important. Previously in the 9 underworlds, due to stealing a portion of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil's authority, an accident seemed to have happened during the ritual. After that, the exalted Rahu luminary never appeared again. Feng Yunxing said with a serious expression, However, I'm not sure if she had completely disappeared and ceased to exist. If Feng Yunsheng had to name the toughest opponent she had ever faced, it would undoubtedly be the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua. The others might be stronger, but it was mostly related to the disparity in cultivation. As for the battle against Jian Shanhua, it had nothing to do with cultivation. Instead, it was purely a battle of willpower. Feng Yunsheng had never experienced such a battle before. While it was a new experience, it was also exceptionally difficult. She was known for her strong willpower, and her opponent this time was the same. If it wasn't for the interference of external forces during the ritual, the two might still be fighting against each other. For Jian Shanhua, perhaps it was the same feeling. If her opponent wasn't Feng Yunsheng, she might have already returned to the mortal realm. The Wood Devil should be here to look for me. At the very least, his main goal is to look for me. His secondary goal is to take advantage of the chaos in the world beyond worlds, to see if he can fish in troubled waters, said Feng Yunsheng in a deep voice. Yan Zhaoge asked. The Astro Sovereign and little June and his mother were both affected by the Shadow Devil's devilish intent. What would happen if you ran into him? I won't. Feng Yunsheng shook her head. Only the existence of the 6 ancestral devils like the Doomsday Heavenly Devil would trigger my devilish intent. Otherwise, even the Wood Devil wouldn't be able to affect me. However, as long as I borrow the power of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil when I fight with others, I would still have to be careful even if there aren't any other devils around. She said, Of course, even if the Wood Devil didn't trigger my devilish intent, I wouldn't be his opponent if he blocked my way. After all, he's an ancient devil equivalent to our Taoism's grand, heavenly immortal level. That's right, Yan Zhaoge nodded. The Shadow Devil's infiltration was out of everyone's expectation. However, the exalted fire breaking through the origin, heavenly tribulation, was also out of his expectation. Otherwise, he might have succeeded. When Yan Zhaoge thought about Feng Yunsheng, he felt like he had just survived a calamity. Feng Yunsheng frowned. The Wood Devil infiltrated the world beyond worlds and hid in the northern profound heaven territory. He was waiting for me to come to him. He's proficient in transformation. Then the northern exalt should have died. Yan Zhaoge nodded silently. Feng Yunsheng pursed her lips tightly. Yan Zhaoge said, Don't blame yourself. If the exalted Rahu luminary's arrangements didn't fall into the enemy's hands, the Shadow Devil wouldn't have been able to infiltrate the northern profound heaven territory without a trace. Feng Yunsheng forced a smile and shook her head. She looked at Yan Zhaoge. I saw the northern profound heaven territory still in the world beyond worlds. The space there is unique. It's directly connected to the Tao universe, and is connected to the outskirts of the void's land of tranquil streams. It can't be separated. Yan Zhaoge knew what she was thinking and answered. However, through the Heavenly Mysteries Pavilion's token plate and the formation I laid down, the profound remnant locale's Cloud Pavilion Mountain was brought here along with many other forces of the central June Heaven territory. Feng Yunsheng nodded and said softly, I want to see Yulua. Her expression was a little gloomy, as if she didn't know how to face her old friend. However, after a while, her expression gradually became firm and peaceful. She had to face whatever she had to face. Chapter 1318. Yan Zhaoge looked at Feng Yunsheng and said softly, Other than a few of us, no one knows why the Shadow Devil is here. Of course, the Shadow Devil knows about it. However, everyone knows that devils are good at bewitching others, and their words cannot be trusted. Moreover, even without you, the 9 underworlds would still take advantage of the world beyond worlds chaos. Hearing this, Feng Yunsheng smiled and shook her head gently. All right, Yan Zhaoge sighed. I'll send you over. He clapped his palm, and rays of golden lights flashed within the purple divine pavilion. They surrounded Feng Yunsheng, and her figure slowly disappeared. Looking at her disappearing figure, the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei's gaze was filled with worry. Fortune lies within misfortune. It's hard to tell if it's fortune or misfortune, Yan Zhaoga nodded silently. From another perspective, it's the same as what happened in the world beyond worlds. It's another battlefield for the higher-level bigwigs. However, it's still in the initial stage, and it hasn't erupted yet. His gaze turned cold. It's not like we don't have a chance. Yu Jinbei looked at Yan Zhaoga. After a long while, he smiled and praised. It's great that you have such a mindset. We'll just do our best and leave it to fate. We have to try our best first. Yan Zhaoga smiled calmly and said, although our first step of the plan succeeded, we still have to be cautious. Otherwise, we might still lose everything. Yu Jinbei looked around the purple divine pavilion. You want to release the pill hall's inner cosmos outside and turn it into an independent cosmos that can exist stably by the void's outskirts like the Tao universe. How's the preparation going? The extracted world beyond world's territories would be combined with the pill hall's core, forming a brand new world. Then the 8 extremities worlds and other lower realms would establish a stable connection with this new world, just like how they established a connection with the world beyond worlds. The pill hall's outer boundary would be blurred, and the inner cosmos would expand outwards, forming a formless wall that separated it from the void's outskirts. With that, the pill hall would become a brand new cosmos. Although the domain size wasn't as huge as the 9 underworlds, Astro Mountain Starry Seas, Blessed Lands, Immortal Court, and Tao Universe, it was still an independent space. Many worlds within were orderly and formed their own system. Some of the original functions of the pill hall might be weakened, but most of them would still be retained. Hence, they would be able to play an important role. By then, the new world that Yan Zhaoga had created for the 3 clear lineage's successors with the help of the pill hall would be truly stabilized. Of course, one of the prerequisites was to avoid the eyes and ears of the Immortal Court and other major forces. Because the pill hall was the foundation, the position of this cosmos in the void's outskirts wasn't fixed. It was drifting in the endless void, and it was hard to lock onto its position. However, he still needed to be careful lest the peak almighties found him by following the clues. When the accumulated medicinal aura in the pill hall dissipates, it should be fine. However, the more sparse the remnant is, the longer it will take for it to disperse. Yan Zhaoga smiled. One's heart will naturally be settled as soon as possible. Still, it cannot be rushed. The inner universe of the hall expanded outwards. If there were any remnants of pill chi or medicinal chi, they would also disperse and reveal their whereabouts. This was the remnant of the pill hall's accumulation of countless years. It was even tainted with a formless aura of obsolescence. It was like the traces that were engraved in history and space. Naturally, the only way to disperse them was to take it slow. However, the people within the pill hall's cosmos were constantly inhaling and exhaling the pill chi and medicinal chi. While this was speeding up the dispersal of the remnant pill chi, it was also greatly beneficial to them. The various realms of the world beyond worlds were successfully extracted by Yan Zhaoga and could be restored to its original state within a short period of time. However, it was only a temporary patchwork. It hadn't truly created a new world, and the spirit chi circulation wasn't stable yet. It wouldn't affect the commoners much. However, it would greatly affect the martial art practitioners. By inhaling and exhaling the remnant pill chi and medicinal chi within the pill hall, it would aid their cultivation and allow them to pass through the period before the new world was truly established. Both sides were taking what they needed, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Where's junior apprentice brother Yan and Jingshin? Asked Yu Jinbei. Yan Di and Nye Jingshin were currently within the pill hall's cosmos. They were inhaling and exhaling pill chi as they cultivated in seclusion. Previously, the boundary dividing hall's spirit, Awakened Sky, had used various treasures to create the fake body. They had also benefited from it. In order to digest these benefits, they had to be diligently nurtured and refined. While the 2 of them are still in seclusion, their preparations are quite stable. They can come out anytime. Yan Zhaoga answered, Previously, they didn't need to come out of seclusion. That's why I didn't alarm them. Although they were already in a relatively stable state, they would be even more prepared if they continued to nurture them. Yu Jinbei nodded. Are there any lower realms that have similar situations as the northern profound heaven territory? There are some. That's why I can only leave them behind, answered Yan Zhaoge. There were also situations like the 8 extremities world. Although they were directly connected to the 9 underworlds, the connection could be temporarily severed after being sealed. As for the northern profound heaven territory that was connected to the land of Tranquil Stream, it would be difficult to seal it completely. Due to the chaotic space, it couldn't be brought away. Let's not talk about Nongli Mountain's Langqing. Unfortunately, Northwest Lian still chose to stay in the world beyond worlds. Otherwise, I would have brought the northwestern dim heaven territory away as well, said Yan Zhaoge regretfully. Wanting to bring away a huge territory like the eastern vast heaven territory or the northwestern dim heaven territory wasn't something that could be achieved in a short period of time. The southeast, southwest, and northeast territories were all helped by Chao, Jia, and the others. As for the eastern vast heaven territory and the southern blazing heaven territory, the broad Creed Mountain had already cleared away the traces of exalts of the first realm. That was why Yan Zhaoge was able to draw as he wished. This cleansing process required time and energy. As such, although the western exalt Langqing had temporarily left, time didn't allow Yan Zhaoge to sweep away the western turtle heaven territory as well. The northwestern exalt Lianzolin was still in the world beyond worlds. The treasure that Xue Chuqing had obtained from the northwestern Red Sea had already been returned through the jade capital crag. With the sword sovereign Yu Jinbei's face, the grudge between the two sides was considered resolved. However, Lianzolin and the Red Sea's lineage still decided to stay in the world beyond worlds. The northwestern Red Sea's lineage has been greatly indebted to old Jiang for many years. Little friend Lian's decision is within my expectations, said Yu Jinbei plainly. Although he was indebted to Lianzolin, Lianzolin still had to consider the others of her lineage and her ancestors. As such, no matter what choice she made, Yu Jinbei could understand it. He turned around and asked Yan Zhaoge regarding the ingenious flying peaks little friend Fu and little friend he from the Red Lotus Cliff. Do you have any other plans, Zhaoge? Following the separation of the world beyond worlds, the Grand Clear lineage's ingenious flying peaks lineage had also split up. Perhaps it wasn't accurate to say that they split up. Perhaps it was for the sake of the lineage's lineage, and they didn't want to place all their eggs in one basket. As such, a portion of the ingenious Flying Peaks Cave Manor's descendants chose to stay in the world beyond worlds. A portion of people led by the Red Lotus Cliff entered the Pill Hall, left the world beyond worlds, and left the Tao universe. Fu Ting and He Shixing were among them. Chapter 1319. In their original plans, Fu Ting and He Shixing had actually intended to remain in the world beyond worlds. It was not that they were unwilling to come. Of ingenious Flying Peaks lineage, Red Lotus Cliff was virtually the cave manor that was closest to Broad Creed Mountain. Even the white-clothed Brocade Emperor was rather friendly with Broad Creed Mountain. The Grand Clear lineage had to stay behind in the world beyond worlds. They naturally had other cave manors. The Red Lotus Cliff left the Tao universe together with the Broad Creed Mountain. However, Fu Ting and He Shixing's situation was rather special. The reason for this was none other than the fact that the two of them had known of the existence of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord before their cultivation bases had reached the 10th level of the martial saint realm, the human exalts. As a result, a formless seed had been planted deep within their hearts. Even though He Shixing had advanced from the 9th level of the martial saint realm to the 10th level of the martial saint realm afterwards, the effects from earlier still existed. The hidden danger was not only limited to them, but could also affect the people around them. Even if it didn't affect others, it might become a clue for the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the immortal court to search for Yan Zhaoge and the Pill Hall. Therefore, The two had originally planned to stay in the world beyond worlds. Not only would it not affect the pill hall, it would also be safer for them. In the world beyond worlds, the possibility of the immortal court dealing with them would undoubtedly be much lower. Because there was no need for them to do so, there was no value in doing so. Still, Yen Zhaoge sent a sincere invitation to the two, hoping that they could travel together. I do have some ideas. After hearing Yu Jinbei's question, Yen Zhaoge nodded and answered, there are risks involved. However, some problems have to be faced. Yu Jinbei asked, do you have a way to resolve the hidden danger of the immeasurable heavenly lord's wish curse? Not yet. Yen Zhaoge lightly tapped his temple. However, I want to try looking at this problem from another angle. I'm thinking about a problem. I've tried all conventional methods, but I still can't find the answer. I'm used to trying to go back to the beginning and re-examine the matter, Yen Zhaoge explained. Although the immeasurable heavenly lord was transformed from a grand heavenly immortal of our orthodox Taoism, it's way too easy for him to illuminate our Taoism successors. How did he do it? Yen Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples as he pondered. Hearing this, Yu Jinbei's eyes focused, and a look of realization appeared on his face. Heavenly Essence Stone. Yes, I guess that one of the immeasurable heavenly lord's trump cards is the heavenly Yuan Stone. Yen Zhaoge nodded. The dim, radiant emperor only wrested away a fragment of the heavenly essence stone that year. The remainder of the heavenly essence stone should be in the immortal court. There's the heavenly essence stone or something else. In addition to the fact that the immeasurable heavenly lord is a grand heavenly immortal of our orthodox Taoism, he was able to use such a domineering method of purification. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips. It's a pity that the heavenly essence stone's fragments were scattered, and most of them ended up benefiting the exalted solar luminary. Back when Xue Chuqing had obtained the heavenly essence stone fragment, she had intended to scatter it and hide it within the myriad of worlds. But things took a turn that she didn't expect. The Sikong Qings that were reincarnated after the fragments separated once more were not only extremely outstanding in terms of appearance, their martial arts talents were also exceptionally outstanding. This made it so that although the Sikong Qings were scattered among a sea of people, gold would always shine. Although some died prematurely, most of them could still mature. With such a large number of people who had outstanding physical conditions, looked exactly the same, and had outstanding martial arts talent and cultivation base appearing at the same time, it would be difficult not to attract the attention of the big shots. Leaves were naturally the most secretive in the forest. However, a golden leaf wouldn't be so secretive in the green forest. If it was a large number of golden leaves, it wouldn't be secretive at all. As for Xue Chuqing, out of cautiousness, in order to prevent others from divining, she had avoided contact with the Sikong Qings and the others. Only after she had reunited with Yen Zhaoge and Yen Di did she realize the problem. As a result, she had the feeling of doing a stupid thing in the past. However, in the end, the truth was that Xue Chuqing's seemingly unintentional mistake didn't lead to the expected outcome. Previously, the higher-ups of the world beyond worlds, like the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, didn't notice anything special about the Sikong Qings. The reason for this was that someone had secretly collected these golden leaves a step ahead of them. Previously, when Yen Zhaoge wasn't clear about the concealed sovereign's background and only knew that he had something to hide from the earthly sovereign, Jiangxin, he had guessed that the concealed sovereign might have secretly collected most of the people who resembled Sikong Qing. Now that he knew that the exalted concealed luminary, Yang Su, was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han's clone, Yen Zhaoge was almost certain about this. The final destination of those people that were similar to Sikong Qing was most likely sent into Gao Han's pockets in batches. According to Xue Chuqing, the idea of splitting the heavenly essence stone fragments wasn't her idea. Instead, it was an idea that her master had once mentioned. As for whether this idea originated from Xue Chuqing's master or Gao Han, it was hard to say. In the past, Xue Chuqing's Grand Master, Huyueshin's information regarding the heavenly essence stone fragments might have originated from the southern extremity longevity emperor and Gaohan. He deceived everyone and obtained a huge benefit. However, my mother was being chased by the entire world. Yan Zhaoge gritted his teeth. However, nothing is perfect in this world. He's dreaming if he wants to gather everyone and recreate the heavenly essence stone fragments. Yan Zhaoge smiled. We have a share and they have a share. Isn't this a wise choice of not putting all of our eggs in one basket? In case the immortal court takes us all in one go. Yu Jinbei, who had always been serious, couldn't help but smile when he heard this. He shook his head lightly, although I vaguely felt that Elder Yang's actions weren't known to others. I didn't expect him to be a clone of the exalted solar luminary. I originally guessed that he was the exalted solar luminary's accomplice. However, I didn't expect their relationship to be so close. What's yours is mine, and what's mine is yours. Yan Zhaoge curled his lips. Previously, when the earthly sovereign and the sword sovereign had yet to return from the void's outskirts, the broad Creed Mountain and the Qilin Cliff had completely fallen out with each other. The Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengqing, was killed by Yan Zhaoge, which signified that the two sides had completely fallen out. At that time, the concealed sovereign had secluded himself within the restful immortal valley and didn't care about the outside world's matters. After the incident, it was proven that he wasn't really in seclusion and couldn't care less about the outside world's matters. He had always been paying close attention to the world beyond world's happenings. By doing so, it was obvious that he hoped for the conflict between the two sides to escalate. Otherwise, if he really wished for the world beyond worlds to be stable, the most suitable thing to do would be to immediately express his support for one side. With that, the other side's disadvantage would be too obvious. Instead, it might cause the situation to calm down. Comparing the situation with the other forces, the more the concealed sovereign tried to smooth things over, the more unfathomable his intentions were. The earthly sovereign, Jiangxin, might have known about the concealed sovereign's abnormality, but he had also mistaken the concealed sovereign as a double agent. As a result, he became the biggest loser. Even if he didn't lose to Yan Zhaoge and Sua Mingzhang, he would still fall into Gao Han's trap. Chapter 1320. Speaking of the exalted solar luminary and the concealed sovereign, Yu Jinbei looked at Yan Zhaoge. Fu Jinxiu suffered a tribulation because of the concealed sovereign, who is also the exalted solar luminary. I remember you mentioning that if Fu Jinxiu were to walk the path of sentiment, the exalted solar luminary might know of a way for him to continue improving. With the black-clothed brocade emperor having perished beneath the sharpness of Mars' halberd, of the two brocade emperors, only the white-clothed brocade emperor remained. Therefore, there was no longer any distinction between black and white, as there was only a single brocade emperor, Fu Yunqi, in this world once more. A portion of Ingenious Flying Peak's cave manor left the world beyond worlds and left the Tao universe along with Yan Zhaoge and the others. With Red Lotus Cliff as their leader, the attitude of the brocade emperor Fu Yunqi was needless to say. While it was Yan Zhaoge's handiwork to split it into two, Fu Yunqi still expressed his gratitude towards Yan Zhaoge for being able to reunite as one. He remembered this favor as it had directly influenced his choice, ultimately leading to him leaving the world beyond worlds. However, there was still a problem in front of him. That was after experiencing the calamity of Qi deviation. How is he going to get back on the right track and continue advancing on the path of martial arts? If he switched to the heartless path, the path was very clear. Erase the existence of Fu Ting and Meng Wan, obtain the Tai Fist, and refine the Tai Splendor Cloud. Therefore, he and Yan Zhaoge and his son were natural enemies. On the other hand, if he were to walk the emotional path, his future would be uncertain. However, as the instigator of all this, the concealed sovereign, who is also the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han, would most likely have a way to deal with the aftermath of this situation. After all, his original intention was to sever the immortal court's infiltration into the world beyond worlds and the orthodox Taoism. It wasn't because of his personal enmity with Fu Yanqi that he wanted to obstruct his path of advancement. Meanwhile, his method of dealing with the aftermath was likely to be a preparation for the Brocade Emperor to walk the path of emotion. After all, when he had schemed against the Brocade Emperor, the grand simplicity splendor cloud had yet to appear. Also, he had not been able to confirm when it would appear. With Gao Han's personality, he would most likely not make a choice with too many variables. Therefore, for the current Brocade Emperor, Gao Han was likely to have a solution to this problem. After understanding the situation, the Brocade Emperor also had a general understanding of this. He still chose to leave together with Yan Zhaoge and the others in the end. He was a little impulsive, but it was also related to his current temperament. Speaking of which, it could be said that fate was playing tricks on people. According to my speculation, that should be the case. Yan Zhaoge pondered and said, "Moreover, even if I didn't have any ideas in the past, now that I know that the exalted concealed luminary is actually the exalted solar luminary's clone, I have some guesses." Oh, Yu Jinbei looked towards Yan Zhaoge. Yan Zhaoge said, "When I was adventuring outside, I once obtained an incomplete copy of the Taiji Yin Yang Palm. You know this, senior apprentice uncle. Other than the incomplete version of the Taiji Yin Yang Palm, there are also some scattered ancient texts that originate from before the Great Calamity. They are not supreme martial arts, just some random writings of predecessors." Yu Jinbei nodded slightly and did not say anything. Yan Zhaoge continued. A few of his casual remarks mentioned a martial art of the grand, clear, direct lineage known as severing emotions parasitism. I didn't pay much attention to it then. Now that I think about it, this might be the method of the exalted solar luminary. Severing emotions and parasitism? Yu Jinbei repeated. Yan Zhaoge nodded. That is indeed the name. This art of severing emotions and parasitism was a unique secret art created by a grand, clear, direct lineage expert before the Great Calamity. The Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's martial repository didn't record the details of this art. It was only mentioned in the scriptures. Generally speaking, it was a method for a person to refine a clone. Gao Han's method of refining the exalted concealed luminary's clone was still the jade, clear, direct lineage's method. However, it was strange for him to be able to hide it from so many people. Yan Zhaoge suspected that Gao Han might have obtained this grand, clear secret art due to a fortuitous encounter. When he was refining his doppelganger, he more or less made some references. That was why he was so confident when he tricked the Brocade Emperor. He believed that he had a way to deal with the aftermath. If there's really such a secret art, it might be able to help Fu Jinxiu open up his path again. Yu Jinbei pondered for a while and said slowly, "Severing emotions and parasitism is equivalent to successfully obtaining emotions and forgetting them. If that's the case, the Brocade Emperor would return to the supreme forgetting emotions realm. It could be considered as a righteous path. Compared to the black-clothed Brocade Emperor's improvement with the grand simplicity splendor cloud, it might be even more superior." Yan Zhaoge nodded. "That's what I thought as well." Yu Jinbei pondered. Fu Jinxiu's choice this time was quite a huge sacrifice. "After I push open the immortal door, I'll try something. Perhaps there might be a chance for things to turn around." Yan Zhaoge faced Yu Jinbei's gaze and said calmly, "I've already gathered all of the grand, clear, earlier heaven 5 manifestations, supreme martial arts. However, due to my limited time, I haven't started cultivating some of them yet. After I gain a deeper understanding of the grand, clear, supreme martial arts, I might be able to derive that severing emotions and parasitism technique together with the Brocade Emperor. After all, I already know the general principles behind it. What I'm lacking is the details." Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "Speaking of which, senior apprentice Uncle Yu, please don't scold me for being unfilial. I feel that cultivating the grand, clear, supreme martial arts is much easier than cultivating our jade, clear, supreme martial arts." When Yu Jinbei heard this, his usually upright expression turned slightly weird. He looked at Yan Zhaoga and didn't know whether to laugh or scold him. In the end, he could only shake his head helplessly. Most of the people who walked the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages are aiming too high. Fortunately, you didn't waste your talents. You're overpraising me, senior apprentice uncle. Yan Zhaoga smiled shamelessly. After chatting with Yu Jinbei for a while, the two left the Purple Divine Pavilion together. They strolled within the Pill Hall's cosmos and walked towards the Sea of Light. The Sea of Light was slowly expanding. However, the boundaries were still blurry and unstable. Within the Sea of Light, the various territories of the world beyond worlds that were pulled out were slowly recovering. However, the boundaries of the territories couldn't be defined as well. They were separated into a few independent pieces that weren't connected to each other. The people from the world beyond worlds that were gathered together had also separated and returned to the space where their sect was located. The mortals still didn't sense anything. As for the martial art practitioners with lower cultivation, most of them were starting to regain their senses from high to low. As the current controller of the Pill Hall, Yan Zhaoga could naturally pass through any space. Previously, he was the one who sent Feng Yunxing to the Cloud Pavilion Mountain's profound remnant locale. He also woke up Guan Yulua in advance. Currently, Yu Jinbei was heading towards the Jade Capital Crags space by himself. After Yan Zhaoga picked up Feng Yunxing, they headed towards the Red Lotus Cliff together. Yan Zhaoga was prepared to talk to Fu Ting and He Shixing. After Feng Yunxing met Guan Yutu, other than her fellow disciples from the Broad Creed Mountain, she naturally wanted to meet Mengwan as well. Mr. Zhang and the others are taking care of Yulua. After meeting with Yan Zhaoga, Feng Yunxing's emotions were still rather stable. She said simply. Seeing this, Yan Zhaoga did not mention it further, as he instead brought up other things to distract her. Right. I saw the very first message you left in the 9 underworlds that year. Chapter 1321. Hearing Yan Zhaoga's words, Feng Yunxing smiled. Did you see that? God, I didn't have much hope at that time, but some words were stuck in my throat, and I had to say them. Originally, I planned to enter the land of Tranquil Stream to gain experience. I didn't want to enter the 9 underworlds at first. Everything was just a coincidence. And this trip triggered the change of the exalted Raho luminary, which even I didn't expect. Naturally, you wouldn't have expected it either. I think if I didn't return, you would look for me. But the news had been delayed for so many years, and the 9 underworlds was so vast. It wouldn't be easy to find any clues. Feng Yunxing sighed. However, the person who wanted to see the most still saw my message. That's great. She looked at Yan Zhaoga with gentle eyes. What's better is that I succeeded. I came back successfully, and I can see you and my master again. So, can we fulfill our unfinished agreement? Yan Zhaoga teased her. You didn't forget the content of your message, did you? Well, this time we. Feng Yunxing laughed. Why do you always become so naughty all of a sudden? She squinted at Yan Zhaoga. I'm fine. You're the one who has a problem. Yan Zhaoga looked down at himself. What's wrong with me? I remember someone said that I was weak and couldn't stand criticism. Feng Yunxing said with a smile. Now the situation seems to be reversed. Yan Zhaoga blinked his eyes. Feng Yunxing's eyes curved. Wouldn't it be too boring if I kept calm and self-control? But if I immerse myself in it, you might really be manipulated into the Tai character. Yan Zhaoga's face turned as black as the bottom of a pot when they were joking about the difference between the Tai character and the Mu character. Hey, that's too much. He glared at Feng Yunxing with bulging eyes. Feng Yunxing couldn't stop giggling. Yan Zhaoga looked at her and suddenly laughed with evil intentions. Actually, it's not necessary. There are other ways. Only by being calm and self-control can you have details and interest. Seeing his smile, Feng Yunxing had a bad premonition. Paying attention to where Yan Zhaoga was looking at, she instantly understood what he meant. She felt both annoyed and amused. She was neither embarrassed nor annoyed. Instead, she put her hands on her waist. "You're having fun, but I'm half hanging. How can that be?" Seeing that Yan Zhaoge wanted to say something, Feng Yunsheng glared at him, her gaze falling on Yan Zhaoge. "Don't talk about relying on your fifth, Lady Ah. It's like I don't have one myself. Moreover, we've just entered the bridal chamber. Don't you think it'll be a pity if we settle the score like this?" Yan Zhaoge chuckled. "Actually, it's still all right. Look, not only did it leave a deep impression, I also have sufficient anticipation for it to improve." Feng Yunxing did not know whether to laugh or to cry as she looked at him. "When I left the world beyond worlds, you were already a famed fallen deity. Why do you still look so mischievous? If others were to see this, everyone would probably immediately flee and return to the world beyond worlds." "Of course, I won't let others see it," Yan Zhaoge said nonchalantly. Feng Yunsheng had no choice but to point at him. "You," although her tone was a little reproachful, her heart was exceptionally soft. "This is my man. It was in order to return and see him again that I was able to persevere all this time, able to defeat that terrifyingly powerful, exalted Rahu luminary, right? Speaking of letting others see it." Yan Zhaoge suddenly thought of something as the corners of his mouth arched upwards. "It is rather regrettable that I was not the only one who saw your words back then." Feng Yunsheng was taken aback. Yan Zhaoge extended his hand, placing it before her as he first curled up his thumb. "Brocade Emperor! Brocade Emperor! Feng Yunsheng, huh?" Yan Zhaoge then retracted his index finger, encompassing Emperor, encompassing Emperor. "Feng Yunsheng, ugh!" Yan Zhaoge finally retracted his middle finger, "and your close friend, the Sacred Sun Clan's Meng Wan, junior sister Meng." Feng Yunsheng was rendered completely speechless this time. She who had bickered with Yan Zhaoge to the point of not losing out to men was currently blushing red from embarrassment. It had been because of her struggle with the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, that she had been forced to the brink of death. With her future uncertain, she had still been unable to restrain herself from writing that message despite knowing that it might be seen by others. It could be said that Feng Yunsheng had left that message with the intention of leaving behind her last words. Now that the sky had cleared up and she was no longer in danger, Feng Yunsheng naturally felt rather embarrassed as she thought about it, hearing that it was none other than Yan Zhaoge himself who had seen it. Feng Yunsheng heaved a sigh of relief even as she rejoiced. Who would have thought that while Yan Zhaoge had indeed seen the message immediately, he had not been the only one present at the time? Thinking of how her good sister Meng Wan had seen the message that day, even though she had always been generous, she instantly felt so ashamed that she could not show her face. At the end of the day, she was still a virgin girl, especially when the two of them were now preparing to meet Meng Wan. Thinking of this, Feng Yunsheng instantly looked at Yan Zhaoge with a pitiful expression on her face. "Don't look at me like that. That's really against the rules." Yan Zhaoge rarely saw her like this. He could not help but smile as he stroked her head. "You're so different from how you usually are. You're exceptionally cute." Feng Yunsheng pushed his hand away in annoyance. "Don't look like you're teasing Meaty Meaty or Pan Pan. Also, what does cute mean? I'll tell you slowly." The two chatted as they arrived at the space-time where Red Lotus Cliff was. Feng Yunsheng was naturally overjoyed to see Meng Wan after a long time, not counting the difference in the flow of time in different space-time, just based on the time in the world beyond worlds. The two of them, who were like sisters, had not seen each other for almost 20 years. Ever since Meng Wan had been taken away by Zhuang Chaohui in the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Sea, the two of them had not seen each other again. After that, Meng Wan had regained her freedom, while Feng Yunsheng's whereabouts were unknown. Only until today did they finally reunite. As the four of them held hands, Feng Yunsheng and Meng Wan both felt as if a lifetime had passed. After being separated for so long, they were a little unfamiliar with each other when they first met. However, as soon as they started chatting, there seemed to be endless things to talk about and endless longing between them. Feng Yunxing chatted with Meng Wan while Yan Zhaoge chatted with Fu Ting and He Shixing. Then he also met the Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi at Red Lotus Cliff. Previously, Fu Yunqi had not gone out as he had been quietly staying by himself. He did not even communicate with the southeastern exalt, Chao Jie and the others. Chao Jie and the others did not disturb him either. However, now that everything had been settled, the Brocade Emperor would naturally not ignore Yan Zhaoge's visit. After the two had greeted each other, the Brocade Emperor was not concerned about his own situation or whether the concealed sovereign had any guidance on his cultivation. Instead, he asked, "How confident is the exalted fire of passing through this tribulation safely this time?" Chapter 13:22. It won't be easy for Senior Su'a to pass this round. Yan Zhaoge's expression turned serious, and he answered honestly, "This time when we're fighting against the immortal court, the blessed lands of Buddhism would take advantage of the situation and attack the immortal court. However, the future Buddha wouldn't be happy to see such a destructive, grand, heavenly immortal like Senior Su'a appear. Compared to the southern extremity longevity emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the incongruence Divine Mother, Su'a Mingzhang's aggressiveness and sharpness were much stronger. In the eyes of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, it was only natural that the blessed lands of Buddhism would take advantage of the situation. The immortal court had suffered huge losses this time, and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord's attention was attracted by Su'a Mingzhang. The blessed lands of Buddhism would definitely take advantage of the situation. However, when would they take action? The future Buddha might give the immeasurable Heavenly Lord more time. The blessed lands would benefit from it, but Su'a Mingzhang would also perish in the hands of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. This might be the outcome that the blessed lands would be happy to see. Of course, the blessed lands wouldn't give the immortal court too much time. Otherwise, if the immeasurable Heavenly Lord were to return to the immortal court, even if the blessed lands had any benefits, it would be much lesser than expected. If they could survive this period of time, the immeasurable Heavenly Lord would be forced to return to the immortal court and temporarily give up his attention on Su'a Mingzhang and Yan Zhaoge. When Su'a Mingzhang entered the void's outskirts and became one with the boundless space, it wouldn't be that easy for the immeasurable Heavenly Lord to lock onto his position anymore. However, it wouldn't be easy to survive this period of time. I hope the exalted fire is blessed by the heavens. The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, nodded slowly. Yan Zhaoge also nodded, indeed. Fu Yunqi then asked, "How many heretics did they lose this time?" "Only 4 grand heavenly immortals," Yan Zhaoge said. "Including those that were killed by Senior Su'a, there should be around 20 virtual immortals." Fu Yunqi let out a sigh, as expected of the martial god. Even the heretic Tao would be pained by such a loss, and it would be difficult to make up for it in a short period of time. This is especially true for the 4 grand heavenly immortals. Without any special circumstances, even 100 or 1,000 years might not be enough to fill this gap. Fu Yunqi pondered and said, "The balance of power between the immortal court and the Pure Land is about to be unbalanced. The war between them will be brought forward." That's right. If the blessed lands didn't seize this chance, they wouldn't be the blessed lands. Yan Zhaoge agreed. The immortal court and the Pure Land were fighting for the population and the power of faith. Every battle would last from a few years to a dozen years. Sometimes it might even last for a few decades. After a great war subsided, under normal circumstances, it would usually erupt again about 100 years later. Occasionally, there were exceptions which would cause the interval between wars to be less than 100 years, or even more than 100 years. Currently, it had only been a few years since the last war between the two sides ended. It was still in the period of truce. But this time, because of Exalted Fire Luminaries massacre, the strength of the immortal court was obviously damaged. The Blessed Land took advantage of the situation and started the war ahead of schedule. Objectively speaking, this had bought time for Yan Zhaoge and the others. After being attacked by the Blessed Lands, the Immortal Court couldn't even fend for themselves. It would be hard for them to send more experts to chase after Yan Zhaoga's group. Sua Mingzhang had ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm despite knowing about the immeasurable heavenly lord's threat. It wasn't only because of the current situation. It was also because of Yan Zhaoga and the others' long-term considerations. He took the risk to break the balance of the situation, thus buying more time and vitality for the others. Sua Mingzhang's contribution wasn't just at that time. The Immortal Court was obviously damaged, facing the aggressive Blessed Land. Even if they were to shrink their defense, it would still be difficult. The Immortal Court might look for allies, but the Blessed Land could also ask for help. However, that was related to the battle between the experts of the higher realm. Yan Zhaoga didn't have enough information to make an accurate judgment. Because of this, although the war between the two sides would start ahead of schedule, it was hard to predict the final result of this war. Yan Zhaoga and the others still couldn't let their guard down. After talking about the current situation with Fu Yunqi, the topic of their conversation gradually shifted to the art of severing emotions and parasitism. Maybe this is the way. Fu Yunqi's expression was solemn. I've also seen similar words in the ancient records. My intuition tells me that this art of severing emotions and parasitism is the key to solve the current problem. Unfortunately, I don't have the specific cultivation method. Even after studying it, I didn't gain much. In front of the Brocade Emperor, Yan Zhaoga didn't mention his exact thoughts. He just said simply, "At least it's a train of thought, and it's already a beginning. Moreover, there might be other ways to turn the situation around. It's fine. I'm not in a hurry." Fu Yunqi's expression was calm. I was greedy for a moment of luck and opened the immortal door. Now I'm just repaying my debt. Although I was plotted against by the concealed sovereign, I'm also the one who planted the seeds of trouble. If I don't fall into the concealed sovereign's plot, I'll be plotted against by the Immortal Court's heretics one day. Fu Yunqi shook his head. The current situation isn't bad. It's better than falling into the hands of the heretics in the future. Through the previous communication, Yan Zhaoga already knew that when Wang Zhengqing and the others besieged Shui Chuqing, the white-clothed Brocade Emperor didn't show up. Actually, he was held back by the Immortal Court's people in the Void's outskirts. As a result, he couldn't return to the world beyond worlds for a long time. This was related to Wang Zhengqing and the black-clothed Brocade Emperor. Facing the conflict between the Broad Creed Mountain and the Qilin Cliff, the Brocade Emperor chose to leave the world beyond worlds with Yan Zhaoga and the others without any hesitation. Even if he knew that the concealed sovereign might have a method to help him return to the right path of cultivation. I'm more worried about Hong Lian, Wan and Xixing. Fu Yunqi didn't hide anything and looked at Yan Zhaoga. Fu Yunqi was the one who caused Meng Wan and He Xixing to know about the existence of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Although the Fu Yunqi who hadn't split, yet was on the brink of sanity and insanity, he still couldn't forget about the severe consequences caused by the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Still, the unexpressed meaning in his words was actually also that he was worried about Yan Zhaoga's situation. I have some immature ideas. However, they still need to be perfected. Yan Zhaoga answered with a smile. Fu Yunqi looked at Yan Zhaoga deeply and nodded. He didn't say anything else. On the other side, Meng Wan was looking at Feng Yunsheng worriedly. If that's the case, it's still not the time for Gao Chen to be worry-free. She didn't make fun of Feng Yunsheng's previous message. Instead, she kept asking about Feng Yunsheng's experiences over the years. Naturally, it's still far from being worry-free. Feng Yunsheng sighed and said, "We can't be sure whether the exalted Rahu luminary has perished or not. Also, I possess the authority of the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. It's hard to predict what will happen in the future." She smiled bitterly, not to mention my internal problems. Just the external enemies such as the great devils of the 9 underworlds are already eyeing me. If not for the 2 Taoism, heavenly lords being present, the wood devil might have really intercepted me. Chapter 13:23. In the past, Meng Wan had entered the 9 underworlds with Yan Zhaoge and Fu Yunqi to search for Feng Yinsheng. She even came into contact with the traces left behind after the battle between the Sword Devil, Yin Shiyang, and Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, the Sword God, Yan Xintong. As for the Wood Devil, I remember my father mentioning it before. Amongst the 6 supreme devils, he was one of the few that never reincarnated. He was a top-notch great devil that existed since ancient times. After hearing Yan Zhaoge and the others' explanation about the 12 devilish gods, Meng Wan had a deep impression of them. Fu Yunqi said, that's right, the devil of fire, the devil of aged metal, the water devil, and the earth devil had reincarnated many times after their deaths. Only the heart devil and the shadow devil had existed ever since their birth. Despite experiencing many setbacks, the 9 underworld's great devils that were equivalent to our Taoism's grand heavenly immortal weren't limited to just the 6 supreme devils due to their reincarnation. However, the 6 supreme devils' strength had always been above the other great devils. They were only inferior to the 6 ancestral devils. Fu Yunqi shook his head. Not long after the devil of aged metal had reincarnated into the Sword Devil, Yin Shiyang, he fought against the exalted gold luminary. In the end, he perished before he could recover from his weakened state. If he was given more time, he would be able to recreate the devil of aged metal's terrifying strength. Although the Brocade Emperor didn't wish for the devil of aged metal to reappear, he still acknowledged his strength. Meng Wan looked at Feng Yinsheng. The devil of aged metal was so strong, and he had perished more than once. Then the wood devil that had existed for so long, Yan Zhaoge continued, the shadow devil or the wood devil. His situation was rather unique, and the fluctuations of his strength were rather large. After thinking for a while, he said, if you want to describe the shadow devil's strength, these words might be the most suitable. Strong against the strong, weak against the weak. Fu Yunqi nodded, that's right. Although she did not inherit the memories of the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, with her experiences in the 9 underworlds, Feng Yinsheng had a deeper understanding of the devils. She nodded as well. However, this is only for opponents of the same level. For those below the heavenly immortal realm, he only needs to suppress them with his cultivation base. Yan Zhaoge smiled and said, those beneath the heavenly immortal realm wouldn't be able to see through his transformation at all. They wouldn't be able to differentiate the real from the fake, and they would lose without even fighting. The shadow demon was the first wood demon among the 12 devilish gods. It had existed since ancient times until now. His special ability was to transform into someone else's appearance. Not only was there no flaw in the appearance, more importantly, even the cultivation and martial arts of the other party could be imitated. It was completely the same. That was why there was a saying that one would become stronger when encountering the strong and weaker when encountering the weak. Within the same realm, the upper limit of one's combat prowess in a fight might be frighteningly high, or it might be extraordinarily low. However, the shadow devil transformation seemed to only be possible in front of the opponent, like a shadow following the body. Since ancient times, until now, there had never been a shadow demon who had transformed into the same person after not meeting for many years. Of course, this didn't mean that he couldn't do it. The shadow demon was cunning, and it was hard for outsiders to know his exact details. The main reason why the shadow devil had been active since its birth and was as difficult to kill as the inner demons was because of its unique authority. There was almost no one that he couldn't transform into. According to the legends, the shadow devil had transformed into the head of Taoism's 4 imperials, the heaven-reigning Purple Tenuity Polaris Emperor, the demon race's great sage of the ocean overturning, the dragon demon king, the Buddhism's Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, and even the 9 underworld's first-generation devil of fire. We cultivate the Tao to comprehend the creation of the heavens and earth, as well as the laws of nature. Yan Zhaoge explained, "While we comprehend the heavens and earth, we're also influencing the heavens and earth, and the laws of the heavens and earth would be reciprocated to us." The Shadow Devil's uniqueness lies in the fact that he could come into contact with the laws of the heavens and earth, and form the miraculous laws of the heavens and earth. However, a shadow is still a shadow. Although he could transform into various supreme martial arts, he couldn't truly transform them into his own. Naturally, he couldn't pass them down. Most people think that he couldn't transform into an existence older than him, or an expert that surpassed the heavenly immortal realm. Yan Zhaoge spread his palms apart. Even so, he's still very tyrannical. After all, as the first generation with Devil, he's already very ancient. There are only a few who are older than him and possess a higher cultivation. Of course, the Shadow Devil's transformation into a real shadow might be countered. At the very least, history had proven that he couldn't transform into the heaven and earth exquisite yellow chi, the head of the Grand Clear, later Heaven 5 Ultimates. As for the Jade Clear's first scripture, the Peerless Heavenly Scripture, and the Prime Clear's last scripture, the Chaos Extinguishing Origin Scripture, the Shadow Devil wouldn't be able to transform into any of them either. Recently, Sua Mingzhang had proven that the Heaven-Severing Scripture could stop the Shadow Devil's transformation. If not, the Shadow Devil wouldn't have retreated so decisively. These are all problems that the Wood Devil would face when facing other bigwig experts of the same level. Now, Meng Wan looked at Feng Yunsheng with a worried expression. Feng Yunsheng smiled. It can't be helped. Fortunately, the 9 underworld's evil devils are hated by everyone. Even the Wood Devil can't be too reckless. After chatting for a while, Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng bade farewell to those of the Red Lotus Cliff. They exited this space and returned to the eastern, vast heaven territory. Now that the eastern, vast heaven territory was unfolded, the Broad Creed Mountains operations gradually resumed, and the Broad Creed sect's disciples woke up one after another. While consuming pills and medicinal qi to cultivate, they were also adjusting themselves to the current unstable situation. Most of the Broad Creed Mountains disciples were calm. As the witnesses of a legend's birth, they were more confident in Yan Zhaoge than anyone else. The bigwigs of the new Kunlun 9 luminaries of the past truly brightened an era. Who imitated Yan Zhaoge's actions and touched his chin. However, they all had their own ideas. In the end, the earthly sovereign ended up alone. None of the 9 luminaries of the past were of the same mind as him. Xiao Ai sat in a lotus position and placed her hands on her knees. She held her chin and snorted. He deserved it. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Strictly speaking, only the exalted solar luminary and the exalted lunar luminary are on the same side. Of course, there's also the non-existent, exalted, concealed luminary. Although the exalted Wood luminary is also inclined towards the southern extremity longevity emperor, he also has his own ideas. Our ancestor, the exalted gold luminary, seems to be in a similar situation. Moreover, it's still uncertain if the Gao and the Ling luminary would always be on the same side. Even if they were on the same path, it didn't mean that their methods, principles, and methods were the same. There might still be differences. Chapter 1324. Although they were enemies, if Yan Zhaoge were to put himself in Jiang Xin's shoes, it would be quite tiring to put himself in Jiang Xin's shoes. Not to mention the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. In the past, he was Jiang Xin's biggest enemy. The exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, was famous for being arbitrary and doing things her own way. Who knew when she would cause a huge commotion? The exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, didn't reveal herself all year round. She seemed to be much more stable than Gao Han and Jian Shanhua. However, rumors had it that she was also someone with her own ideas. Although she would advance and retreat together with Gao Han wouldn't dare to say that he could control all of her actions. The exalted fire, Sua Mingzhang had a loner personality. However, in comparison, his personality was more passive and he was more interested in cultivating. Jiang Xin didn't have to worry about him having his own ideas. However, correspondingly, no one could command Sua Mingzhang. The only exception might be the exalted wood, Xiao Junhuang. However, Xiao Junhuang and Jiang Xin had different opinions on the general direction. The exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong, was like a sword. He would rather break than bend. Sometimes he was even more of a headache for Jiang Xin than Gao Han and Xiao Junhuang. The exalted water, Chen Xuanzong could be said to be the calmest person among the new Kunlu 9 luminaries. However, due to his calmness, he didn't care about anything big or small. He didn't have a clear stance. He cared about the revival of orthodox Taoism. Only he wasn't biased towards the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. However, he was close friends with the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong. In the past, he joined the World Beyond Worlds establishment because of Yan Xintong, just like how Xiao Junhuang might influence Sua Mingzhang. Yan Xintong would influence Chen Xuanzong's decisions when he was still alive. It was only after Yan Xintong's death that Chen Xuanzong's stance became neutral once again. When Jiang Xin asked for his help, Chen Xuanzong would usually lend a helping hand if he was able to. However, it was extremely difficult to expect him to go all out and risk his life for Jiang Xin. As for the exalted concealed luminary, Yang So, there was no need to mention him. Yan Zhaoge felt that Jiang Shen would feel depressed whenever he thought of the concealed sovereign. The new Kunlu 9 luminaries of the past had all been outstanding geniuses who had illuminated the post-Great Calamity era together, becoming the first radiance of Taoism once more. However, it was unknown whether it was true that the more talented they were, the more individualistic they were. None of them were easy to deal with, so in the end they parted ways. At the same time, it made people sigh, but it also seemed inevitable. Someone like the exalted earth luminary might often reflect on his actions, but it's impossible for him to be shaken so easily. Yan Zhaoge waved his hands. While we are enemies, I have to admit that those who have weathered so many trials and tribulations have wills that surpass the imagination of ordinary people. The more isolated and helpless they are, the more tenacious they may instead be. Hearing this, Ahu gave a silly smile. Having been tricked by the exalted solar luminary like this, would he become overly suspicious and no longer trust anyone other than himself? Yan Zhaoge shrugged. That would be very hard to say. After chatting for a while, Ahu and Xiao AI also continued to sit cross-legged, absorbing the essence of the core qi and cultivating. Yan Zhaoge and Feng Yunsheng were strolling in the forest. Although I've gone to the Buddhism's blessed lands cosmos with you and went to the world called the Obscured Way world, if not for this trip to the 9 underworlds, I wouldn't have known that the immortal court existed in this world. As Feng Yunxing walked, she sighed and said, There's also that immeasurable heavenly lord. It's truly unimaginable. Yan Zhaoge squinted his eyes. There might be many reasons behind this. Only the clues we have on hand are limited. No matter how much we try to guess, it's like a blind man trying to feel an elephant. He said softly, during the Great Calamity, there were many things that we aren't clear about. After a slight pause, Yan Zhaoge added, Actually, there are many things that we aren't sure about. We can only guess. The white deer demon, whose strength is equivalent to our Taoism's heavenly monarch, appeared and searched for the pill hall. Not only did the white-faced fox race be involved, the jade-faced fox race and the bull demon were also brought along. This faintly indicates that the white deer demon might not have come out alone. Instead, it was the demon race that had been keeping a low profile after the journey to the West Era. After recuperating, they wanted to make a move. The immortal court, the blessed lands, and now, the demon race has reappeared. The situation is very chaotic. Yan Zhaoge said, Even if the 9 underworlds is hated by everyone most of the time, there might be a temporary cooperation between them. No one had neglected the existence of the 9 underworlds. Even the southern extremity Longevity Emperor and the North Star Emperor didn't forget about the 9 underworlds during the difficult era after the Great Calamity. Otherwise, the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shanhua, wouldn't have made her move. Only, Yan Zhaoge couldn't be sure if she had been targeting the doomsday heavenly devil from the start, or if Jian Shanhua had suddenly changed her original plan halfway through their journey. Feng Yunsheng nodded silently. Speaking of the 9 underworlds, when the heretics cultivate, they would borrow the treasured lights and Buddha lights. Not only would they improve quickly, she stopped and turned around to look at Yan Zhaoge. Moreover, they might even reach a height that they couldn't reach with their cultivation. Yan Zhaoge also stopped and nodded. That's right. The situation differs from person to person. The more ordinary a person is, the better the effects would be. It wasn't only because of Sua Mingzhang, Chen Xuanzong, Yu Jinbei, and the others' explanation. In order to search for Sua Mingzhang, Yan Zhaoge had kept a low profile and traversed through many worlds of the immortal court. When he first arrived at the blessed lands of Buddhism, in order to search for the path back to the Tao universe, other than the obscured way world, he had also traversed many worlds of the blessed lands. Yan Zhaoge had personally interacted with many heretic martial art practitioners. Their cultivations were either high or low. In the same scriptures, he had recorded the situation of the Buddhism martial art practitioners that existed before the Great Calamity. He was already very familiar with this aspect. For those who could only reach the 10th level of the martial saint realm, they might be able to push open the immortal door if they joined the heretics. For those who could only reach the 10th level of the martial grandmaster realm, they might be able to reach the martial saint realm or even higher if they joined the heretics. Of course, it wouldn't be much higher. Only if one's foundation wasn't strong, the increase in their upper limit might be higher. In the past, when I was in the 8 extremities world, the chaos caused by the decimating Abyss organization was still fresh in my memory. Feng Yunsheng recalled and said many senior experts had also fallen into the devil's Tao, and their chastity couldn't be guaranteed. They were enticed by the 9 underworlds decimating Abyss, and the reason why devilish intent was born was because their lifespan was almost up, and they had no hope of improving. In order to escape from the arrival of their lifespan, they entered the devil's Tao and took a risk to break through their current cultivation realm, which would increase their lifespan. Feng Yunsheng frowned slightly, say, "Do you think that there would be people willing to join the heretics and be enlightened?" Chapter 13:25. As you said, the 4 heavenly immortals of the immortal court who perished in the hands of Senior Suo were once famous legendary figures of our Taoism before the Great Calamity. However, they are all very ancient existences. Feng Yunxing said, "If a virtual immortal does not have the protection of a stronger expert, he will perish during the change of the epoch. However, even if he manages to avoid the change of the epoch, the lifespan of a virtual immortal is limited to 1 yuan. Those 4 existences became famous during the investiture of the gods era. The number of 1 yuan was 129,600 years. However, it was not possible to reach this lifespan just by using the 5 Qis unification. One needed to have the 2 flowers, converged crown on one's head. Only then could one's lifespan reach the limit of 1 yuan. In this way, as long as he didn't suffer any serious injuries, he would be able to enjoy a lifespan of 129,600 years. However, this was also the limit of virtual immortals. If they didn't suffer a calamity of slaughter, if they didn't experience the changes of eras, they would at most live this lifespan. It was impossible for them to break through this limit. The only exception was Lord Longevity God, who was in charge of the lifespan of the human world. It was in accordance with the principle of the heavenly Tao and the 49 years of Dian that Tai did not use. However, he was the only exception. Other than Lord Longevity God, no one, regardless of whether they were human or demon, regardless of what mystical art they cultivated, regardless of what miraculous medicine they consumed, would break through the limit of 1 yuan of lifespan. The 4 grand heavenly immortals of the immortal court who perished in Sua Mingzhang's hands were all heavenly monarchs of the Taoism before they joined the heretics. However, whether it was Zhao Jiang, heavenly lord of Zhao, Chao Bao, Black Killing Star Lord Gao Jinan, or Main Smallpox Emerald Cloud progenitor Yu Huolong, they were all heavenly lords who had attained Tao in the apatheicized era. Although the heavenly court's divine palace and the investiture of the gods had allowed them to safely survive 2 changes of eras, time was always ruthless. When those 4 were on the divine sealed decree, their situation was a bit special. Yan Zhaoge answered, "Unable to cultivate, unable to improve in strength, the flow of one's lifespan has also slowed down greatly." However, after they left the divine sealed decree, everything returned to normal. It's just that they suffered a calamity in the past, and their origin energy was greatly damaged. This will definitely affect their remaining lifespans. Yan Zhaoge smiled. However, if one hopes to increase one's longevity through the treasured light imbued with the power of faith, that would be very difficult. Of course, it's not a problem to improve my strength, although it's still far from being able to cultivate on my own. Oh. Feng Yunsheng was a little surprised. Yan Zhaoge said, "You weren't able to share the exalted Rahu luminary's memories, so your understanding of the immortal court is limited. When we returned from the blessed lands, we didn't talk much about this. Actually, I only need to say one thing and you'll understand. The reason why we call the immortal court and the blessed lands the outer Tao, in a certain sense, is precisely because the essence of their cultivation is outside and not inside. Feng Yunxing's current strength and knowledge couldn't be compared to before. It was just that her understanding of the immortal court heretics was limited. After hearing Yan Zhaoge's words, she immediately understood. As one's cultivation increases, so does one's lifespan. This is because we martial artists cultivate the Tao and practice martial arts, and our control over our bodies becomes more and more exquisite. We constantly improve and polish our bodies, eliminate our flaws, and repair the wear and tear accumulated over the years. At the same time, our bodies become more and more refined, but also more and more powerful, and we can resist the corrosion of time for a longer period of time. Feng Yunsheng came to a sudden realization. Heretic martial artists can't do what we do at the same realm, so it's naturally impossible for them to reach the same lifespan as us. Even after pushing open the immortal door and ceasing to be a human, the immortal qi would cleanse their bodies and allow them to be reborn. However, they would only forcefully change their bodies. The subsequent polishing, maintenance, and detailed control would be similar to their understanding of the Tao of heaven and earth. Compared to their current realm, they would only have a smattering of knowledge. Without any differences in the martial arts, cultivated medicinal herbs and treasures consumed, the heretic martial artist's lifespan is generally lower than our 3 clear lineage martial artists. In fact, it's much shorter. Yan Zhaoge shrugged. Even if their cultivation is higher, their lifespan might not be as long as ours. The blessed lands are slightly stronger. However, that's because Buddhism's martial arts are sturdy and indestructible, and the true meaning of the impermanence of life and death. The dim, radiant emperor had once said this to the heretic true immortal emperor. When mentioning Yin Tianxia, Yan Zhaoge let out a sigh. His original words were, "Although you've pushed open the immortal door, the one who pushed open the immortal door isn't you." It might sound contradictory, but it had already explained a lot of things. Feng Yunxing nodded. Although you've ascended to the immortal realm and stepped into the immortal door, being brought in by others would naturally cause you to lose out on many things. However, it's not completely without benefits. Yan Zhaoge said calmly, for example, Heavenly Monarch Zhao and the other 3 had successfully passed through the origin, heavenly tribulation. Although they aren't as undying and unrestrained as our orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortals, their strength has definitely improved. Of course, this isn't the main point. After all, their strength can't compare to our orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortals. The main point is that after their three flowers converged crown transformed their immortal essence into immortal splendor, the immortal essence of a grand virtual immortal wouldn't be able to harm them. A grand heavenly immortal wouldn't be able to harm a virtual immortal. This was also the reason why Zhao Jiang, Gao Jining, and the others were so confident when they besieged Sua Mingzhang when he was still a virtual immortal. If the situation required it, they could even block Sua Mingzhang's attack with their own bodies in hopes of intercepting and killing him. Compared to when they were still virtual immortals, the situation was naturally different. From another perspective, although their natural lifespan didn't change, the possibility of encountering fatal tribulations was greatly reduced. From a certain perspective, it could be considered as a huge increase in their lifespan. For immortal realm experts of different realms, every stage was like a heavenly chasm. As such, even if one's lifespan reaches its limit, it doesn't mean that there are no benefits to it. Yan Zhaoge stroked his chin, although a grand heavenly immortal heretic wouldn't truly be undying and unrestrained. If a virtual immortal was nurtured by a heretic's lineage after passing through the origin heavenly tribulation, their lifespan would still increase. After all, they didn't have enough lifespan to begin with. Feng Yunsheng pondered for a while and said if they were gravely injured in the past, causing their vitality to be greatly damaged, causing their lifespan to be reduced to a normal person's. If they joined the heretics and improved their cultivation, there might be hope for them to recover their lost lifespan. That's right. Furthermore, Yan Zhaoge smiled. Only those who have a certain level of understanding towards the heretics would be able to understand these things. If they don't have much contact with those who don't know their limits, it's hard to say if they wouldn't be tricked into joining the heretics. If they want to come back down after going up, they'll be dreaming. As for the natives of the immortal court cosmos, they had always been taught by the heretics. Although I personally don't acknowledge the heretics, there's still hope for them to improve their cultivation speed and break through their bottlenecks. As such, there's always a trade-off. I'm not surprised that a situation like Heavenly Monarch Zhao and the others appeared. The smile on Yan Zhaoge's face disappeared. Only I have some doubts. Let's not talk about the Maitreya Buddha for now. The immeasurable Heavenly Lord used this method to attain the grand heavenly immortal realm, said Yan Zhaoge softly. However, if he wanted to improve further, what should he do? Chapter 1326. Advance further? Feng Yunxing muttered to herself and repeated Yan Zhaoge's words. Which bigwig expert would be willing to remain stagnant and not yearn for a better view? Not only the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, although the immortal court has lost 4 grand heavenly immortals, there are still some of them. They seem to have received immense benefits from the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and passed through the origin heavenly tribulation. However, what should they do if they continue advancing forward? What about the Buddhist experts in the blessed lands that are equivalent to our Taoism's grand heavenly immortal realm? Yan Zhaoge's gaze was deep and distant. They aren't like our orthodox Taoism's grand heavenly immortals, or the Buddhas of orthodox Buddhism when the mystical mountain's Gautama Buddha was still around. They're just like our 3 clear lineages, heavenly monarchs. Their lifespans are limited as well. Feng Yunsheng pondered for a while and said, many guesses can't be verified until it actually happens. Even if you tell the heretics about it, they won't be shaken. No matter if it's our own hard work or external luck, said Yan Zhaoge. If we want to win, there are 2 ways to do so. Either we weaken our opponents, or we improve ourselves. Now, that Senior Sua has given us a great chance to develop. The heretic strength is out of balance, and an intense war will erupt soon. They won't have the time to make things difficult for us. This is the chance for us to work hard and improve ourselves. Feng Yunxing nodded, naturally. To Yan Zhaoge and the others, time waits for no man, and time was extremely precious. If they were given enough time, they would definitely achieve greatness in the future. However, the problem was that they might not have enough time. Their opponents wouldn't let them grow. Encirclement and suppression were inevitable. As such, Yan Zhaoge and the others had to plan carefully and make use of the opportunity to increase their chances of winning. Seeing Feng Yunxing sitting in a lotus position within the pill hall's cosmos void, Yan Zhaoge immediately started meditating. After nourishing himself, Yan Zhaoge also sat opposite of her. However, Yan Zhaoge didn't immediately enter meditation. His gaze drifted a little. He looked around and scanned the vast cosmos within the hall. The Heavenly Court's divine palace's pill hall was now under his control. However, when he first obtained the pill hall, his encounter with the hall's spirit, awakened sky, flashed across Yan Zhaoge's mind once again, causing him to recall his experiences before the great calamity. Memories from the Heavenly Court's divine palace's library. When he saw the North Star Upper Palace's Heavenly Emperor, Heavenly Lord Zhao, and the others, he was even more moved. Unfortunately, he couldn't talk to these people face to face, so he could only continue to bury the doubts in his heart. Heavenly Monarch Zhao, the main smallpox emerald cloud progenitor, and the others were fine, but Emperor Gaochen was one of the few top-notch bigwigs in the Heavenly Court's divine palace. Many of Yan Zhaoge's questions might be answered from him. Similar to him was the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Compared to the North Star Emperor, he was an even more ancient existence. He was a true personal disciple of the Jade, Clear, Primordial Heavenly Lord. He was also one of the few bigwigs of the Jade, Clear lineage who had entered the Heavenly Court's divine palace. After experiencing the investitures of the Gods era, the journey to the West era, and even the current era, the information he possessed might be even more abundant than the North Star Emperor. Who? Yan Zhaoge let out a long sigh. He sorted out his messy thoughts, and his state of mind gradually calmed down. He retracted his gaze and stopped looking at the void. He started meditating as well. Walking on the path of cultivating the 3 clear lineages at the same time was unprecedented. Every step forward required him to continuously explore and summarize. Up until now, the biggest hurdle in his cultivation was slowly becoming clearer in front of his eyes. Pushing open the immortal door was already a hurdle even if he walked the normal path, let alone a brand new path like this. As such, even with Yan Zhaoge's capabilities, he had to be extremely careful with this step. Otherwise, not mentioning the dangers of the immortal mortal tribulation, he couldn't be impatient in order to build a good foundation for his future ascension. Now that Sua Mingzhang had damaged the immortal court's strength and the conflict between Buddhism and Taoism was about to erupt once again, Yan Zhaoge finally had some time to cultivate in peace. During these days, he had been staying in the pill hall and gradually gained new inspirations. Now he had to polish his inspirations and turn them into practical plans. Yan Zhaoge gently closed his eyes and slowly entered the lawless, thoughtless tranquility state. It was the most beneficial state for cultivation. When Yan Zhaoge manipulated the pill hall to sweep away many worlds, leaving the Tao universe and drifting within the boundless void, others were also traversing through the boundless void's outskirts. The bright and cold moonlight flashed across the dark space and time. After traversing through the layers of folded space, the bright moonlight suddenly stopped. A cold, full moon quietly hung within the darkness, illuminating the surrounding void. Where the brilliance passed, a silhouette gradually appeared. It was a white-clothed youth. The youth's skin was pale, and no color of blood could be seen. It was even whiter than the clothes he was wearing. Even his spirit seemed a little sluggish. Only his gaze was peaceful, and no signs of defeat could be seen. He was the exalted solar luminary, Gao Han. Currently, the cold full moon's moonlight was gradually dimming, as if it was being devoured by the darkness. Although the moonlight was dim, a woman walking out from the moonlight made the world seem a little more radiant. I made a mistake. I didn't succeed. Gao Han looked at the exalted lunar luminary, Ling Qing, who was walking towards him, and shook his head regretfully. Ling Qing's expression didn't change. She answered calmly I didn't succeed. Jian Shenhua failed. Instead, the little girl that she resurrected obtained the great devil's authority. She looked at Gao Han, not the devil of aged metal, but the Doomsday Heavenly Devil. Doomsday Heavenly Devil. Gao Han raised his head slightly, as if he was thinking about something. Ling Qing wasn't surprised by this. She didn't continue asking about it, nor did she rush him. Seeing that Gao Han had returned to his senses, she didn't continue asking about the exalted Rahu luminary, Jian Shenhua. It was as if she had already tossed this matter to the back of her mind. How's your injury? A flower was sliced off from my head, and I lost half of my life. Gao Han thought for a while and said, I lost more than half of my life. Ling Qing said calmly, if Taoist Suo didn't show mercy, you would have lost your life. Gao Han smiled. Just like what Taoist Suo said, how could I not pay a price to borrow his blade to kill someone? Unfortunately, in the end, we paid the price, but the plan didn't succeed. We failed at the last step. If we didn't succeed this time, the North Star Emperor would be on guard against us. It would be harder for us to succeed in the future, said Ling Qing. It's fine. I'll look for an opportunity in the future. Gao Han said leisurely, while waiting for you to return, I contacted the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor and heard about something that I didn't know about in the past. It resolved many of my doubts. Source: Chapter 13:27. A single matter resolved many doubts. Ling Qing looked at Gao Han. Gao Han smiled. The things that I do not know are as vast as the sea. Isn't it normal for me to have many doubts in my heart? Ling Qing glanced at him and shook her head. She didn't say anything else. Although she seemed a little surprised, she didn't seem to be interested. Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Do you plan on contacting Yan Zhaoge, Daoist Chen, and the others? She asked. Yan Zhaoge and the others' views towards the heretics were clearly different from the North Star Emperor and the exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshan. Yan Zhaoge's grandfather, Yan Xintong, and his mother, Xue Chuqing's grandmaster, Shao Junhuang, were both people who sided with the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. For the external Daos, especially for the Immortal Court, Yan Zhaoge was also someone they wanted to get rid of. Although Gao Han and Ling Qing had just fought against Yan Zhaoge and the others in the Tao universe regarding the world beyond worlds issue, it was a conflict where everyone had their own plans, and each of them took what they needed. To a certain extent, it was a battle of interests. In terms of the general direction of the road, there was no conflict between the two sides. In that battle just now, Yan Zhaoge and the others had been the final victors, not having suffered any losses. Therefore, they would most likely not be too calculative about it. Comparatively speaking, Gao Han's doppelganger Yang Su had schemed against Chen Xuanzong, leaving an obvious crack in their relationship. We'll wait for them to appear again, Gao Han said with a smile. Drifting in the endless void outside the domain, the clues are limited. It's too hard to find them. Ling Qing said, Let's not talk about Taoist Suo and Taoist Chen's evaluation of you. I'm afraid they don't have a good impression of you after this incident. Your existence might even cause them to doubt you. Gao Han acted as if nothing had happened. What about me? You should ask Taoist Jiang about this. Ling Qing answered indifferently. Taoist Chen should be able to give you an answer as well. Gao Han's expression did not change. As for Taoist Chen's side, the progress of the matter has indeed exceeded my expectations. Therefore, after the matter occurred, I put in effort to search for little friend Chu and little friend Xia to see if there were any gains. He lowered his head and chuckled. Furthermore, that fallen deity from the Yen clan is very slippery. Between me and him, it's hard to say who's the one asking for the skin of a tiger. Ling Qing declined to comment and lowered her head to look at Gao Han. Look at you. I'll send you to recuperate first. She said calmly, Taoist Suo has caused such a huge ruckus this time. Even if the fake Buddha wants to restart the war and attack the Immortal Court, they will probably delay it so that the fake Tao has some time to chase after you. Taoist Suo is so spirited. No matter which side it is, I believe that neither of the two heretic sects would be happy to see someone like him. While the immeasurable Heavenly Lord is busy chasing after Taoist Suo, the other immortal court heretics would also attempt to search for Yan Zhaoge and the Pill Hall. Ling Qing said, "You and I have always been the target of their search." Compared with Suo Mingzhang, who had been quietly looking for Shao Junhuang's whereabouts and had made a big noise recently, she and Gao Han had been wanted by the immortal court and the Pure Land for thousands of years. Although Buddha Maitreya will specially give the immeasurable Heavenly Lord a little more time, there is still a limit to how much time he has. Gao Han stood up with some difficulty. Very soon, a new round of attacks between the heretics will begin. Ling Qing waved her hand, and rays of clear radiances shone down, enveloping Gao Han within. Then, she brought him along and continued traveling within the boundless void. The battle between the heretics is a good opportunity for us to act. However, we also have to be wary of others taking advantage of the situation. She said as she walked, the demon race and orthodox Buddhism that were previously keeping a low profile and recuperating are starting to make a move. The immortal court's fake Tao was injured this time, and the fake Buddha is taking the chance to attack. With that, the fake Buddha would definitely ask for reinforcements. Gao Han smiled and said, "The demon race is already restless. They would make use of this opportunity to re-enter the world and officially interfere with the situation. As for the Western Pure Lands, they might not want to join the fray so soon. However, they have no other choice." He looked at Ling Qing. "I'll need a long time to recuperate from this injury. I'll have to trouble you in the future." Ling Qing immediately answered, "I don't have the time to recuperate for a long time. Then, I can only join the battle while being injured." Gao Han didn't mind. He pretended to sigh. "But now, help me pass this item to someone." Ling Qing turned around and received the item. After sweeping her gaze across it, she nodded. "All right." Within the Tao universe, within the chaotic void flow far away from the world beyond worlds, there existed a foreign space. The scenery within the space was beautiful and majestic. It looked somewhat similar to the world beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountain, as if someone had shifted the scenery of the Kunlun Mountain to this place. At the center of this place, there was a towering mountain peak. If anyone who was familiar with the scenery of the world beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountain, saw this mountain peak, they would be able to recognize that this was a famous, sacred ground within the world beyond worlds. Qianhua Peak. The cave manor of the world beyond worlds, 10 exalts. The upper exalt Qianhua. The true Qianhua Peak was still within the world beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountain. The mountain peak here was merely an imitation. Currently, the imitation was standing awkwardly in front of a purple-clothed youth. "Big brother." The purple-clothed youth's expression was lazy. However, his tone was slightly irritated. "You should know that I hate repeating similar things." Without him making a move, the mountain peak that resembled the Qianhua Peak had already disappeared from this foreign space. Not even a speck of dust was left behind. Chen Kuinhua had a helpless expression. He didn't have Chen Qianhua's weird fetishes. Instead, he felt that the world beyond worlds, Qianhua Peak, was comfortable, and the scenery was pleasing to his eyes. Hence, he imitated it. Chen Qianhua had never come here before. Hence, no problems had happened. Yet his big brother had come today. After seeing the scenery here, there was no need to say anything else. The mountain peak had disappeared, and only the dense forest remained. The vast foreign space seemed empty. However, Chen Qianhua didn't feel uncomfortable at all. He resumed his lazy appearance as if he didn't care about anything. He moved a huge wooden armchair within the forest and sat on the armchair. Chen Kuinhua tried asking, "Big brother, did you come here for something?" "There's something I want to give you." Chen Qianhua said lazily, "Right? How confident are you in attaining the human exalt realm?" Chen Kuinhua was taken aback. I don't feel that my accumulations are enough. Although breaking through to the human exalt realm isn't as dangerous as facing the immortal door, I still want to polish myself a little more. You'll have to handle your own matters. Chen Qianhua said nonchalantly as he waved his hand and threw something out. You'll have to reach the 10th level of the martial saint realm before you'll be able to control some of its power. It was an ancient bronze ruler. After being thrown out, it didn't land on the ground as it floated quietly in midair. Chen Qianhua looked at that ancient ruler in a daze. He was momentarily dazed. When he regained his senses, his breathing instantly became hurried. That was the immortal artifact, the Heavenly Heart Ruler. Source: please remember this book's domain name. U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1328. Although it looked like an ordinary ancient ruler at the moment, it was not as earth-shattering as when Chen Qianhua fought with the others earlier. However, it was still a leakless, immortal artifact. Not just Chen Qianhua. Any martial saint would be tempted by this treasure. Moreover, Chen Qianhua had always been looking forward to this treasure. He looked at Chen Qianhua. Big brother, you've ascended to the true immortal realm. Now that the Heavenly Heart Ruler is in your hands, it's fine. Without waiting for him to finish, Chen Qianhua waved his hand lazily. Take it. Even if you can't control it for now, you can slowly nourish it. With that, the ancient bronze ruler landed in Chen Qianhua's hand. Feeling the weight in his hand, Chen Qianhua didn't say anything. He quickly closed his eyes and calmed his mind, calming his turbulent emotions. After a long time, he opened his eyes. His mind was no longer turbulent, but he still had mixed feelings. After calming everything down, Chen Qianhua said to the purple-clothed youth who was leaning on the armchair with a bored look, "Thank you, big brother." Although they were blood-related brothers, such a treasure was still too precious. It wasn't lent to him temporarily. Instead, the Heavenly Heart Ruler belonged to Chen Qianhua from now on. The personal imprint that Chen Qianhua had left on the Heavenly Heart Ruler after refining it was long gone. "Big brother, what's going on?" The exalted fire who had left the world beyond worlds long ago actually returned. He even broke through the origin heavenly tribulation and ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm. Even the legendary North Star Emperor appeared. Chen Qianhua couldn't help but ask as he relaxed his mind. Chen Qianhua's expression was still lazy, but his eyes lit up. "Do you really want to know?" Although he was curious, Chen Qianhua immediately said decisively when he saw his brother's expression, "No." Chen Qianhua didn't take it too far. He smiled lazily and didn't say anything else. Chen Qianhua said, "However, big brother, you made a wise choice this time. You didn't get involved. There's no need for me to do anything." Chen Qianhua said indifferently, "At the beginning, I felt that the difference between them was too great. There was no suspense to the outcome. Naturally, I wasn't interested. In the end, things took a turn for the better and gave me an unprecedented surprise." As Chen Qianhua spoke, his eyes lit up with excitement. "Just watching from the sidelines is a feast for my eyes. It's too much for my eyes to take in. This show is really exciting, too exciting." He laughed loudly as if he had gone mad. Chen Qianhua looked up at the sky and let out a long sigh. He smiled bitterly and said, "Big brother, I won't say anything else. I just want to say one thing. Even if you want to have fun, you should try to remain neutral. Please think twice before you do anything in the future." Chen Qianhua stopped laughing. He raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. Chen Qianhua braced himself and continued, "Big brother, even though I don't know the exact situation, even an important person like the North Star Emperor has appeared. This matter is definitely not small. I know you like the uncertainty and excitement between life and death. But something like certain death without a second possibility is boring and not fun at all, isn't it? Ha 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 ha." Chen Qianhua laughed again. "I'm really not interested in things that have already been decided. Even though I know you're worried that I'll implicate you, I'm more willing to think that you're finally starting to experience some of the joys of life. Chan Kuan-hua could only continue to smile bitterly. It's a pity that it's destined to be peaceful for a period of time. Chan Qianhua regained his lazy look and said with slight dissatisfaction, I've eaten a few sumptuous meals in a row. How am I going to live the dull days after this? He stood up and shook his head. Then he took a step forward and left the foreign dimension. In the Astro Mountain's starry sea, the demon race rested and lived in seclusion in the universe. Now, in the vast starry sea, demonic winds would occasionally fly past. They came and went in an endless stream, showing a different restlessness from before. In the void, a grand world appeared. Rays of light intertwined with clouds, making this place look like a fairyland. Even the demonic winds became more peaceful after entering this fairyland. They weren't as bloody and evil as before. In the fairyland, a few figures were sitting in a circle in a cave abode on a celestial mountain. Taoist 100 Eyes hasn't arrived yet? One of the figures lying on his side asked as he grabbed the bloody food on the table in front of him and threw it into his mouth. As he chewed, crunching sounds could be heard. Blood chi and spiritual chi were abundant, as vast as the ocean. Opposite him sat a middle-aged Taoist. His expression was peaceful, and no demonic chi could be seen. He was the owner of this cave abode. When he heard the question, he said calmly, Taoist 100 Eyes is busy concocting his cauldron of immortal pills. He's still a few years away from succeeding. Another great demon beside him smiled. He can only concoct poisonous pills. How can he concoct any immortal pills? The cave abode's owner smiled. The great demon lying on his side chewed on the bloody meat in his mouth as he pondered. Speaking of immortal pills, I heard that the Heavenly Court's divine palace's pill hall wasn't destroyed during the Great Calamity. It was preserved until now, and it even reappeared recently. It's in the hands of a junior of the Jade, clear lineage. Now, it's hidden within the void's outskirts. It's hard to find it, said the cave abode's owner. The demon's presence sighed. What a pity, what a pity. A great demon asked, Is there no way to find it? It'll be hard if it doesn't come out on its own. The cave abode's owner said, Moreover, we don't have the time to pay attention to this matter. An extraordinary figure has appeared in the Jade, clear lineage, and the changes in the situation are much greater than expected. We should also adapt to the situation. The manpower we dispatched previously is clearly insufficient. A great demon praised. Who would have thought that a mixed-blood child from the fire dragon world would ascend to the grand heavenly realm in just a few thousand years? Moreover, his strength is so outstanding. The person beside him shook his head. Everyone has their own fate. If he stayed here, he might not be able to achieve what he has today. That's right. So, we should just focus on our own matters. The cave abode's owner said, After finishing this meal, it's time for everyone to depart according to His Majesty's orders. The great demon lying on his side snorted, I've been suppressing my anger for so many years. It's time for me to vent it out. It's a pity that I can't take care of those baldies from the blessed lands of Saha as well. The cave abode's owner smiled plainly. It's fine if it's the immortal court heretics. However, if you encounter someone from the Western Pure Lands, don't be so careless. Don't get captured and become their mount. Pft, pft, pft. Shut your crow's mouth. The great demon lying on his side immediately sat up and glared at the cave abode's owner. The cave abode's owner didn't look at him anymore. Instead, he looked at the other great demons present. We've been dormant for so many years. Now, we finally have the chance to see the light of day again. Fellow Taoists, this is only the beginning. I wish everyone success. As he spoke, he raised the wine cup in front of him and gulped down the dark red wine. The other great demons also raised their cups. The great demon snorted and poured the wine into his mouth. Then he threw the wine cup on the ground and stood up, saying fiercely, Let's go. Let's kill to our heart's content. Source: Please remember this book's domain name, U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1329. After the other great demons left, the Cave Manor's owner sat within the Cave Manor and started pondering. A moment later, he summoned a servant boy in front of him and instructed, "Go to Taoist Hyakum's cave abode and tell the disciple on duty that after he finishes refining immortal pills and comes out of seclusion, he can come to my cave abode to reminisce about old times and have a drink." The child bowed and left. The Cave Manor's owner looked up at the sky and was lost in his thoughts. Pill Hall, sigh, just like what many had predicted. A huge war unavoidably erupted. Although Sua Mingzhang didn't show himself, the news spread out that he didn't perish in the hands of the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. The future Buddha had given the immortal court quite a lot of time. However, he wouldn't wait forever. For bigwig experts of their level, 10,000 years was like a moment. However, a moment was sufficient for many things to be done, far beyond the imagination of mortals. Very quickly, the immortal court's territory was being pressured by the enemy's army. Although the immeasurable Heavenly Lord gave up on pursuing them and returned to the immortal court, the future Buddha was still there to restrain him. Outside of the battle formation of the two leaders, the direction of the war was quickly determined. Compared to the past, where the victor was slightly higher and the loser, the overall situation was still considered as an equal. However, the war that erupted this time was in an unbalanced state right from the start. The immortal court's strength was already greatly damaged. Now, they could only retract their forces and focus on defense. However, they were still forced to retreat. Unlike the past, the situation was clearly unbalanced. Other than the two warring parties, other forces finally surfaced and joined the war. The immortal court had already contacted for reinforcements. However, the enemy had also requested for reinforcements. The war that implicated a lot of people was becoming more and more intense. In the past, the war between the heretics would usually last for several years or even decades. It was the same now. It would only end when one side achieved a decisive victory, or when both sides had no intentions to continue fighting. No matter if it was the Tao universe or Yen Zhaoga and the others who were by the void's outskirts, such a situation was a rare opportunity for development. Within the Pill Hall's universe, as time passed, the Pill Chi became lesser and lesser. Every world's boundaries and space-time laws became more stable and perfect. Although the entire universe was still unstable, the people living in the various worlds were getting more and more comfortable. Everything seemed to have returned to how it was in the Tao universe. In the following days, Yen Zhaoga focused on cultivating while refining the Pill Hall to stabilize the cosmos formed by the Pill Hall. However, it wasn't completely cut off from the outside world. Yen Zhaoga was still paying close attention to the progress of this great battle. After all, even though they were hiding in the Outer Realm right now, the changes in the situation were still closely related to them. Whether it was Yen Zhaoga, the Sword Sovereign, the Earthly Sovereign, or even Feng Yunsheng and the others, all of them were now on the other side's radar. Once he showed himself, he would definitely be closely watched, and it might even be possible to squeeze out some people to hunt him down. Still, Yen Zhaoga and the others could contact the roving Jade Heavens and obtain the latest news regarding the current situation there. While both the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens might be under surveillance, as the war grew more and more intense, the attention of the heretics would ultimately be placed on the war itself. Therefore, this gave Yen Zhaoga and the others a chance. However, the information that was sent back was rather surprising. Western Pure Lands. Yen Zhaoga muttered to himself. The Brocade Emperor Fu Yunqi, who had been entrusted by Yen Zhaoga to make a trip to the roving Jade Heavens, nodded slowly. That's right, the Western Pure Lands. The others also looked at each other. Once upon a time, the Western Pure Lands had shaken the heavens, and its reputation was even higher than the central blessed lands of Whirling. The Lord of the Western Pure Lands was one of the oldest bigwig experts in the world. Amitabha. After the journey to the West era, the name of the Western Pure Lands gradually faded, and the central blessed lands of Whirling overtook them. The mystical mountains, great, thunderclap monastery became the symbol of the Western paradise. After the journey to the West era, the mystical mountains Gautama Buddha transcended, and the Maitreya Buddha was reborn in the central blessed lands of Whirling, becoming the new lord of the blessed lands of Whirling. Buddhism's cultivation gradually changed, and the Buddhist disciples of the world only heard of the future Buddha's name. They often chanted, "Namo shall come and reborn the Maitreya Buddha," and the name of the Pure Lands of Whirling disappeared. Most people believed that the Buddhas of the Pure Lands had also entered the blessed lands of Whirling. As for the Amitabha Buddha, no one could guess the specific situation of such a top-notch existence. Some said that the Amitabha Buddha transcended before the Gautama Buddha. Some said that the Amitabha Buddha had already passed away, and some said that the Amitabha Buddha had sealed the pure lands of Whirling and always sat in nothingness. He never left the world, and no one could find him. Other than that, there were many other rumors, and it was hard to distinguish the truth from the falsehood. The whereabouts of the few top-notch bigwigs in the world were mostly mysteries, and legends were everywhere. Other than the 3 clear Grand Masters and the mystical mountains Gautama Buddha and the creation Heavenly Devil, it was hard to say where the others were. Due to various schemes, they might even purposely create illusions to deceive those who weren't on the same level as them. Some of the people who created the legends were even themselves. The future Buddha reorganized the teachings of the blessed lands of Whirling, allowing Buddhism to flourish in the human world. As time passed, its position became more and more stable, no matter before or after the Great Calamity. However, today, the experts of the Pure Lands of Whirling reappeared in the human world, which caused a huge commotion. Are they all newcomers, or are there any Buddhism bigwigs that I'm familiar with? The Astro Sovereign. Chen Xuanzong looked at Fu Yunqi and asked slowly. He had been sealed within the land of tranquil streams for thousands of years. Naturally, his intelligence wasn't as good as Gao Han, Ling Qing, Jiang Xin, and the others. Yes. Fu Yunqi nodded and said in a deep voice, "There's the White Bear Venerable." Yan Zhaoga's gaze turned serious. The Dipankara Buddha's disciple. He was once a Buddhism expert of the central blessed lands of Whirling. Fu Yunqi said, "That's right. We can only confirm his identity. He's a Buddhist Bani that existed in the previous era. Other than that, there might be even more powerful existences." It wasn't easy for the roving Jade Heavens to gather information. They couldn't get close to the core area where the 2 sides were fighting. "There are 2 things that I'm most interested in," Yan Zhaoga said. "Firstly, Amitabha. What's the situation now?" Amitabha. During the investiture of the Gods era, Buddhism's predecessor, the Western sect's great sect master, also known as the welcoming Taoist. Before the ancient era split open the heavens, he had already transformed into the faceless heavenly devil and occupied the position of the ancestral devil. He was one of the most ancient and strongest existences. He had once fought against the Taoism's 3 clear Grand Masters. After the investiture of the Gods era, he and the Pure Lands of Whirling Jade Heavens gradually lost their fame. After the journey to the West era, they were even more silent. They were one of the most famous mysteries in the world. When the Pure Lands of Whirling Jade Heavens reappeared, Yan Zhaoga and the others didn't feel shocked. Instead, they felt curious and relieved. Only, it hadn't completely landed. The Amitabha Buddha's presence and absence were 2 completely different concepts. Source: please remember this book's domain name. U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1330. The Amitabha Buddha resided in a peaceful place. Since he didn't fight, he wouldn't be defeated. It wasn't that he didn't make a move, but it was rare. However, if this existence truly left the Pure Lands and descended into the world, even the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha would lose their momentum. If the Amitabha Buddha was still around, even if he didn't leave the Pure Lands, he wouldn't take the initiative to attack. As long as he existed, no one would dare to offend him. The primordial Heaven Devil was an example. Even if he was suppressed throughout the ages, no one would underestimate him. It was fine if they were outside the 9 underworlds. However, if they were to invade the 9 underworlds, they would have to consider if the primordial heaven devil would be able to break out of the seal. If the Amitabha Buddha was no longer around, regardless of whether he had transcended or perished, the reappearance of the Western Pure Lands in the world this time would be worth pondering over. The possibility of the Amitabha Buddha being still around is higher, right? Feng Yinxing frowned. Yan Zhaoga nodded lightly. That's right. Previously, he thought that the Pure Lands' disappearance was due to the merging of the central blessed lands of Saha. However, from the looks of it now, while the two sides had a close relationship during the journey to the West era, the possibility of it being the opposite was higher after the journey to the West era. After the mystical mountains Tathagata Buddha and the Gautama Buddha transcended, the future Maitreya Buddha was born and became the new owner of the central blessed lands of Saha. The mystical mountains, western heavens, great thunderclap, monasteries Buddhism began to change, slowly becoming what it was now. At that time, some of the mystical mountains Buddhist Bantis converted to the future Buddha, while some left the central blessed lands of Saha and joined the western Pure Lands. Although there was no way to confirm it, Paragon White Xiong's appearance and stance made people suspect it. If the ancient Dipankara Buddha, who once had many conflicts with the Taoism, hadn't perished, it was very likely that he had switched allegiance to the western Pure Lands. This Buddha was extremely ancient. He had already existed before the central blessed lands of Saha appeared, and he was even known as the past Buddha. According to the legends, he was a rather active bigwig expert. Of course, most of the legends were fake. Now that so many years had passed, it was hard to ascertain the exact situation. However, since there were experts from the central blessed lands of Saha who had defected to the western Pure Lands, and there might even be quite a number of them, it meant that the Amitabha Buddha was still alive in this world. Otherwise, it would be a miracle if the future Buddha ancestor didn't set his sights on enlightening the Buddhas of the Pure Land, let alone the experts of the Saha Buddhist school. It was hard to say whether or not there was any kinship between them, but even if there was, given the current direction of Buddhism, it was not the time to talk about kinship. Only existences above the grand heavenly realm could make the future Buddha feel wary. Even if Amitabha was no longer around, there would definitely be other existences above the grand heavenly realm presiding over the western Pure Lands. Otherwise, the Pure Land of Bliss experts wouldn't have participated in the war in such a high-profile manner. With their behavior, even if the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss was hidden and hard to find, it would still be easy for people to find clues after this battle. Since he dared to be so high-profile, he must have something to rely on. So, here comes the second question. Yan Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples. Since the demon race dared to enter the world and go against the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, where did they get their confidence from? The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, shook his head slowly. Existences above the grand heavenly realm are hard to fathom, and information about them is a mystery. However, since the heretic Buddhists lured them in as reinforcements and even went against the Pure Land of Ultimate Bliss, many things could be explained. That's right. I just don't know who's standing behind them. Yan Zhaoga smiled bitterly. At this moment, he had thought of many things. The Western Pure Lands had already gone silent during the previous era, which was the journey to the West era. After entering the current era, no matter if it was before or after the Great Calamity, they had reappeared in the world. Recently, the central blessed lands of Saha's Tathagata Buddha had transcended, and the Maitreya Buddha took over. After entering the new era, the blessed lands of Saha's teachings started changing. Some of the blessed lands of Saha's experts left and went into seclusion for the Western Pure Lands. Until now, the demon race gradually weakened during the journey to the West era. After entering the new era, most of them kept a low profile, as if they were recuperating. Now they had reappeared in the world before the Great Calamity. The immortal court didn't exist. After the Great Calamity, the immortal court appeared and stood against the blessed lands of Sa. The relationship between the four clans is quite interesting. Yen Zhaoge muttered to himself. After the demon race experienced the ancient era, and the investiture of the gods era, they were no longer as powerful as before. The human race was the dominant race. However, when the demon race completely weakened, it was still during the journey to the West era, the Middle Era. The Middle Era was also the time when Western Buddhism spread to the East and Buddhism began to flourish. To be precise, it was the central blessed lands of Saha that prospered. In the end, the demon race that was recuperating became the blessed lands of Saha's allies. Even when the future Buddha gradually evolved the blessed lands of Saha's teachings and was labeled as a fake Buddha by others, the demon race's attitude was still quite interesting. Meanwhile, the current orthodox blessed lands of Buddhism had allied themselves with the immortal court. Although they knew that it was impossible for them to ally with the blessed lands of Saha, the choice in front of them still made one's imagination run wild. Yen Zhaoge gradually organized his messy thoughts. After arranging them, some guesses appeared in his mind. However, he wasn't able to verify them. No matter if the past history was real or fake, there were always some people standing behind it. The situation is too chaotic and the waters are too muddled. If we can't catch the fish, we might even become the fish that gets caught by others. Yen Zhaoge smacked his lips before figuring out the situation. Let's be more cautious and focus on accumulating more information. Now that they're fighting against each other, it's beneficial for us to keep a low profile. Before he could finish his sentence, he saw Feng Yunsheng looking at him with a smile. The others smiled as well. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, and the Astro Sovereign. Chen Xuanzong nodded in approval. Seeing their expressions, Yen Zhaoge instantly guessed what they were thinking. He could not help but say helplessly, all right. I admit that I often stir up trouble, cause trouble, and like to take risks. However, if I could just eat and be lazy, I would also be very content. Everyone couldn't help but smile, just like what Yen Zhaoge said. Everyone peacefully cultivated and accumulated their strength. The great battle outside was like a raging fire, growing more and more intense by the second. The pill hall was like a paradise. However, Yen Zhaoge and the others didn't want to hide their eyes and ears. While keeping a low profile and recuperating, they were constantly gathering more information about the outside world. Some of the seemingly unintentional bits of information were very thought-provoking. For example, under the rule of the future Buddha, the Buddhist heretics still referred to themselves as the central blessed lands of Sa. The demon race also referred to them as such. As for the orthodox Buddhist experts of the blessed lands, they were used to calling the Buddhist heretics as the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Even the immortal court had changed the blessed lands evil to White Lotus evil. Source: please remember this book's domain name. U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1331. Everyone's previous prediction came true. The war between the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus was much more intense and prolonged than before. 20 years passed, and the war between the two sides had yet to end. Before the war even started, the immortal court was already damaged, allowing the blessed lands of the White Lotus to continuously gain the upper hand, forcing them to retreat step by step. By retreating through space, the immortal court slowed down their opponent's progress and bought time for themselves. Gradually, the immortal court regained its footing. Shrinking their defensive line was beneficial for them to concentrate their forces. The blessed lands of the White Lotus clearly didn't wish to give up on this rare opportunity. As such, they surged forward like a tidal wave and continuously pressed forward. The immortal court once belonged to the same universe's territory. Now they were locked in a stalemate with the blessed lands of the White Lotus. Both sides were constantly fighting against each other. During the war, countless heretic experts perished. Among them, there were plenty of immortal court experts who had attained the immortal physique, as well as blessed lands bandies who had attained the golden body. If it were in the past, most of the wars would have already calmed down, and the situation would have stabilized. However, this time, the blessed lands of the White Lotus obtained a bountiful harvest, occupying worlds that originally belonged to the immortal court. 20 years wasn't much to martial art practitioners with high cultivation. However, to mortals and martial art practitioners with low cultivation, it was sufficient for an entire generation to grow. Evidently, the blessed lands of the White Lotus wanted to completely occupy these worlds, turning them into their own territories and nurture faith power that was becoming more stable. As time passed, the faith power of these newly occupied worlds would replenish the blessed lands of the White Lotus's depleted war potential, allowing them to continue fighting for a longer period of time. On the other hand, the immortal court wouldn't let it go so easily. Their strength was already weakened to begin with. If they were to take a step back, they would continue to be slower. It would be even more difficult for them to make a comeback. As such, they were extremely unyielding and fought against the blessed lands of the White Lotus to the end, fighting for every inch of land. During such a crucial moment, they couldn't afford to give up. No matter how difficult it was, they had to grit their teeth and persevere. As such, after 20 years, not only did the war between the two sides not end, but it had also persisted. From the looks of it, it wouldn't be a problem for them to continue fighting for another 20 years. The blessed lands and astro mountain starry seas that were assisting the two sides were also opposing each other. According to Yen Zhaoga's latest intel, both sides had their own Taoism Heavenly Lord level experts fighting against each other, causing the heavens and earth to collapse. From the looks of it, the time is ripe for us to start planning our next steps. Within the Pale Hall's cosmos, Yen Zhaoga sat within the purple divine pavilion and looked around. The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, and the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, were both present. Yan Di and Nie Jingxin had already come out of seclusion. Feng Yunxing sat cross-legged with her jet-black long saber placed on her knees. The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, sat directly opposite Yen Zhaoga. Thanks to the profound sovereign's arrangements, I have successfully met her in person. According to her, the incongruence Divine Mother is likely to tacitly agree to it, neither supporting nor interfering. It couldn't be any better, Yen Zhaoga smiled as he rubbed his palms together. In the past, when Yen Zhaoga intended to leave the Tao universe, he already had such thoughts. Not only the world beyond worlds and the 8 extremities world, but even the roving jade heavens and the various lower realms under its rule were also brought away from the current Tao universe. Although it was not convenient for them to move around at the moment, they had to rely on the roving jade heavens to gather information. If the roving jade heavens were to leave the Tao universe, it would be much less convenient for them. However, in comparison, Yen Zhaoga was more inclined towards everyone leaving the Tao universe. For the profound sovereign and the others who had always been unyielding, they would have less to worry about, and they would be able to do whatever they wanted. It wasn't that Yen Zhaoga was overjoyed. Instead, a very realistic problem was placed right in front of them. The Pale Hall was currently drifting by the void's outskirts, and it was hard to locate them. If someone invaded the roving jade heavens in order to locate Yen Zhaoga and the others, should Yen Zhaoga and the others help them when the situation became dangerous? The other party didn't have to target the entire roving jade heavens. They only had to target the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's family. Although the incongruence Divine Mother was still around, she wasn't completely unrestrained. Not mentioning the immeasurable Heavenly Lord and the future Buddha, the demon race and the orthodox Buddhism had reappeared. The news had already been confirmed, and both sides had grand heavenly immortal realm experts. The Buddhas of the Pure Lands and the demon race's great sages were existences that were completely different from the heretic heavenly immortals. Although both sides were currently fighting against each other, it wasn't like the blessed lands of the White Lotus and the immortal court's bloodbath. No matter if it was the Pure Lands or the Astro Mountain Starry Seas, they still had sufficient strength to react. They were keeping an eye on the 9 underworlds, as well as Sua Mingzhang, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the others. The Pure Lands and the Astro Mountain Starry Seas that had been hiding from the world finally decided to make a move. They even teamed up with the Immortal Court and the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus. Yan Zhaoge couldn't help but think of the worst-case scenario. As such, he was determined to bring the roving Jade Heavens along with him. Theoretically speaking, as long as the Profound Sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage left the roving Jade Heavens, their enemies wouldn't intentionally target the roving Jade Heavens just to search for Yan Zhaoge and the Pill Hull. However, if they were to leave, why not bring along the roving Jade Heavens' massive amount of resources and population? The Profound Sovereign's lineage had an extremely strong control over the roving Jade Heavens. With their cooperation, everything would be much smoother. Even the Cloud Conquest Emperor and the others wouldn't object. Their hostility towards the world beyond worlds had more to do with the ideals of the world beyond worlds, ruled by the earthly sovereign. If there was a problem, it would be the grudge between the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, and the roving Jade Heavens. However, just like how they were separated into the roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds in the Tao universe, the situation would be the same after entering the Pill Hull's cosmos. Although the prime clear lineage was related to the Sword Sovereign, if there was a new environment where they could get rid of the heretic's threat, it would naturally be the best choice. To Yan Zhaoge, this was also a chance to resolve the conflict between the two sides. He didn't want the Profound Sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's lineage to be stuck in the middle. Although the Pill Chi within the cosmos formed by the Pill Hull had yet to dissipate, and the boundaries had yet to stabilize, the situation had already changed greatly. Yan Zhaoge said to everyone, now there's already room for more roving Jade Heavens to gather the various lower realms. Previously, the Pill Hull's cosmos was unstable. It was already difficult for it to accommodate the various lower realms like the world beyond worlds and the 8 extremities world. However, after 20 years of development, under Yan Zhaoge's tireless refinement, it was no longer comparable to the past. In reality, all these years, Yan Zhaoge had combined the refinement of the Pill Hull with his own cultivation. As the Pill Hull's cosmos stabilized, not only did he gain more control over the Pill Hull, he could also clearly feel that the moment for him to take the final step in his current realm was approaching. The time to sweep the roving Jade Heavens away was finally ripe. If that's the case, my main body shall remain in the Pill Hull, and my clone shall head to the roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoge looked at everyone and said slowly, Source, please remember this book's domain name. U8's official website. Chapter 1332. Others might be fine, but householder Ziting. The Astro Sovereign, Chen Xuanzong, slightly frowned. Householder Ziting was the old ancestor of the roving Jade Heavens, the Vine Sovereign. In terms of seniority, she was the highest person in the roving Jade Heavens. The roving Jade's 7 sons who had established the roving Jade Heavens in the past were all people born after the Great Calamity, rising experts of Taoism. Only the Vine Sovereign was like the earthly sovereign, Jiangxin, the exalted solar luminary, Gaohan, and the others. She was a senior expert who had lived before the Great Calamity. However, when the roving Jade Heavens was established, she was injured, so she did not participate. Unlike the time when Jiang Xin guided Xiao Junhuang and the others, they were considered half-master and half-friend. More than half of the roving Jade 7 were the Vine Sovereign's personal disciples. Although the Vine Sovereign had been in seclusion all year round to recuperate, her influence in the roving Jade Heavens was still considerable. Regarding the world beyond worlds, especially regarding the descendants of the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong, the Profound Sovereign had many disagreements with her master. Correspondingly, the Profound Sovereign would mostly follow the Vine Sovereign's opinion on other matters. Only, the thing that the Vine Sovereign was brooding over the most was the world beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountains, Jade, Capital Crag, apart from the revival of Taoism and the grudges with the heretics. The Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei's expression turned serious when he heard that. He turned around and looked at Yan Zhaoga. Senior apprentice Uncle Yu. Senior Qin, there's no need to worry. Yan Zhaoga smiled. No matter what happens, the Vine Sovereign won't be able to do anything to me. Currently, the battle between the heretics is as intense as a raging fire. According to past experiences, because they are restraining each other, Senior Suo, the Incongruence Divine Mother, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, the North Star Emperor, and the others have more freedom to move around. With this, although the pure lands of bliss and the demon race might still pay attention to us, it'll undoubtedly be more convenient for us to move around. We might even receive the Incongruence Divine Mother and the others' protection. When the battle between the heretics had calmed down, their attention would most likely shift towards Yan Zhaoga. It was even possible to send a large number of people to search the outer realms. Therefore, this was a good opportunity. Still, we cannot let down our guard. The more it is at a time like this, the better the chance for us to move about. Those who intend to find us are often also waiting for us to show ourselves, Yan Di said now. Yan Zhaoga nodded. That's right, it is precisely so. He looked at the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, the roving Jade Heavens, as well as the vicinity of the remaining world beyond worlds, have many spies keeping an eye on us. They are waiting for us to contact them and attempt to follow them to find the whereabouts of the Pill Hall. If it weren't for our meticulous planning and the roving Jade Heavens' profound sovereign's arrangements, I'm afraid we would have been discovered long ago. Fu Yunqi agreed. He was always alone, which was also very conspicuous. Apart from Fu Yunqi, there were also others who took turns to travel and communicate with the outside world. As Yan Zhaoga refined the Pill Hall deeper and deeper, he was able to control it more and more freely. He was also able to conceal the fact that his family members were coming and going. However, the other party had never lost their patience. More than one group of people were watching in the dark. This Pill Hall has given us a temporary safe and comfortable environment. However, there are two sides to every coin. Yan Zhaoga looked at the purple divine pavilion that he was currently in. A man's wealth is his own ruin. Because of the Pill Hall, many people are targeting us. When I return to the Tao universe and attempt to sweep away the roving Jade Heavens, the commotion will definitely be huge. Yan Zhaoga stroked his chin and said, It's better to create a diversion and sneak in. First, he would create some commotion and divert the other party's attention. Then he would end the battle quickly. After sweeping away the roving Jade Heavens, he would leave the Tao universe and hide within the void's boundless outskirts. Even if he couldn't divert all of the other party's attention, as long as a portion of it was diverted, the possibility of success would increase by a lot. Yu Jinbei said slowly, I'll go. This would save them from awkwardness when the Pill Hall absorbs the roving Jade Heavens. Jinbei, your goal is too obvious. If you try to cover it up, it'll only make others suspicious. Chen Xuanzong shook his head and said, Let me go. During these years, he would occasionally go out alone. His main purpose was to search for Jiamingkong and Chu Lily. Old Qin, your situation is similar to Yunqing's. You might even be more worried. Yu Jinbei said, The 9 underworlds is also keeping an eye on you. Chen Xuanzong shook his head. It's fine. I know what I'm doing. Yu Jinbei didn't say anything else. Thank you, Senior Qin. Yan Zhaoga cupped his hands towards Chen Xuanzong. Then he said to the others, My North Ocean clone will enter the roving Jade Heavens. If everything goes smoothly, I'll need some time to prepare. There might be a battle at that time. Let's cultivate quietly and wait for the right time. It's better to be prepared. Feng Yinsheng, Yan Di, and Nie Jingxin nodded calmly. Their expressions didn't change at all. Yan Zhaoga's sighed, shook slightly, and a tall figure appeared. It was the North Ocean clone. The North Ocean clone bowed towards the Brocade Emperor. Fu Yunqi, Brocade Emperor, I'll have to trouble you to follow me to the roving Jade Heavens again. There's no need to be so polite. If the fallen deity is done with his preparations, let's go, said Fu Yinqi. As such, Yan Zhaoge's North Ocean clone left the Purple Divine Pavilion together with the Brocade Emperor. Then they left the cosmos formed by the Pill Hall. The two didn't return to the Tao universe. Instead, they stayed by the void's boundless outskirts. According to their previous agreement, someone would come and fetch them. Then they would be brought back to the Tao universe. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Yunqi concealed their figures and waited patiently. After an unknown period of time, a sword light suddenly came from afar. When Yan Zhaoge and Fu Yunqi saw the sword light, they remained calm and gave a hidden hint. The sword light didn't slow down. Instead, it swept Yan Zhaoge and Fu Yunqi along as it passed by them. Then, it continued flying away with lightning speed. Within the void's outskirts, the changes of space were complicated. It was hard to determine the direction. The sword light didn't even change its direction. It just continued flying around within the void. Along the way, it didn't stop for long. It even took some rare ores that could only be found in the void's outskirts. In the end, it returned to the Tao universe with a satisfied look. After entering the Tao universe, the sword light didn't stop. It continued moving forward and finally landed in the roving Jade Heavens. The sword light danced and landed in a cave manor within the mountains. Only then did the sword light stop. After the radiance dissipated, an old Taoist with untidy hair was revealed. It was the Cloud Conquest Emperor whom Yan Zhaoge had met once before. This place wasn't the Cloud Emperor's cave manor, the Ashen Spirit Valley. There were other people in the cave manor, other than Gao Xuebois and Long Xueji, whom Yan Zhaoge was extremely familiar with. There was also a handsome man who looked to be in his 30s or 40s. Although it was the first time they met, Yan Zhaoge had seen his portrait too many times. The Jade Clear Lineage's lineage, the Exalted Gold Luminary, Yan Xintong's junior apprentice brother, the Dragon Spring Emperor who had been residing in the roving Jade Heavens. Long Xingquan. Source: please remember this book's domain name. U8 official website mobile version. Chapter 1333. Senior Apprentice Uncle Long. I've never had the chance to meet you. Today I finally meet you. However, I came with my clone. Please forgive me for my lack of manners. Yan Zhaoge smiled as he looked at Long Xingquan. Seeing Yan Zhaoge's appearance, Long Xingquan retracted his casual expression and smiled as well. It's fine. We'll meet again one day. He looked at Yan Zhaoge and said emotionally, You and your father are so outstanding. If senior apprentice brother and junior apprentice sister D knew about it, they'd be very happy. He sighed softly, and his gaze was filled with melancholy. Gao Xuebois and Long Xueji stood by the side and remained silent. A complex expression also surfaced within the Cloud Conquest Emperor's gaze. His impression of the sword god, Yan Xintong, who suppressed the entire roving Jade Heavens in the past, was naturally very complex. As for the sword emperor, Di Qinglian, although they weren't from the same sect, he still felt that it was a pity. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Dragon Spring Emperor in front of him. This was the first time he saw him in person. Speaking of which, he could be considered a legendary figure. In the eyes of some people in the world beyond worlds, the Dragon Spring Emperor had a bad impression of him. As someone of the Jade Clear lineage, he chose to join the Prime Clear lineage's roving Jade Heavens. In the words of some people, he was basically a son-in-law. Regarding the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's relationship, the female was stronger than the male. However, those who truly understood the situation would scoff at such words. It was true that the Dragon Spring Emperor was defeated by the profound sovereign sword. However, the problem was, how many people like the profound sovereign were there? Most of the juniors who had risen later on remembered that the Dragon Spring Emperor had been defeated by the profound sovereign. However, few of them remembered that before the duel with the profound sovereign, Long Xingquan had defeated all the other sword cultivators in the roving Jade Heavens. In terms of sword arts, he had won 9 battles and 9 victories, including the Cloud Conquest Emperor who was beside him and the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, who had yet to leave the roving Jade Heavens. They were all defeated by the Dragon Spring Emperor. In the same realm, even the new Kunlu 9 luminaries wouldn't dare to say that they could defeat the Dragon Spring Emperor. Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, can I meet the profound sovereign now? After greeting Long Xingquan, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, Long Xueji and Gao Xuebua, Yan Zhaoge asked, Qingxian is currently in the Vine Sovereign's cave residence, said the Dragon Spring Emperor. Emperor Yun did not say anything, but Gao Xuebua frowned slightly. Long Xueji did not conceal anything as he straightforwardly said, there is some resistance from the old patriarch. Mother is currently trying to persuade him. Zhaoge and fellow Taoist Fu, please follow me. The Dragon Spring Emperor walked out of the cave dwelling. As he walked, he waved his hand. Qingxian and the Vine Sovereign already knew that you were coming. They said that after you arrived at the roving Jade Heavens, you can directly go to their side. Yan Zhaoge and Fu Yunqi both nodded. The guest follows the host's wishes. The group traversed through the green Duckweed Mountain and soon arrived at the foot of the main peak. This was one of the 2 sovereigns of the roving Jade Heavens, the Vine Sovereign Li Ying's Dao Arena and cave residence. The boy guarding the entrance had clearly received orders beforehand. Upon seeing Yan Zhaoge, Long Xingquan, and the others' arrival, he immediately opened the door and welcomed them inside. In the green Duckweed Mountain, spiritual energy flowed, showing off its sharpness. The formless spiritual energy was like a tangible sharp sword, constantly cutting and piercing. And at the main peak it was even more obvious. After entering the cave dwelling, 2 ladies turned their heads and looked towards Yan Zhaoge and the others. On the main seat sat an old lady in her 60s. However, her appearance was still as elegant as before. Every single strand of her silver hair was combed neatly, and faint silver radiances flickered within. Every time the radiances on her hair flickered, it was as if lightning streaked across the sky, and a treasured sword was unsheathed. Her gaze was even sharper. Wherever her gaze passed by, time and space would be sliced apart. Vine Sovereign Li Ying, said Yan Zhaoge in his heart. Fu Yunqi, who was by the side, was no stranger to this famed prime, clear long-time elder. She was a prime clear lineage expert who was born before the great calamity. Due to her grief, she didn't participate in the establishment of the roving Jade Heavens. However, her reputation within the roving Jade Heavens was still unrivaled. Although the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian had surpassed her, the Vine Sovereign was still one of the 2 profound immortal sovereigns of the roving Jade Heavens. No one dared to look down on her. Due to her old trauma, she had been stuck in the profound immortal realm for thousands of years. She couldn't break through the profound origin tribulation and achieve the 5 Qis unification realm. Moreover, within these 1,000 years, she had been in seclusion for at least 800 years. Even so, she was still a veteran expert who cultivated qi into aura with 4 qis augmented within her body. However, if Yan Zhaoge were to say it, he would feel that the greatest ability of this old lady before him was in teaching disciples. In other words, she had great foresight when accepting disciples. In the past, one of the new Kunlu 9 luminaries, the exalted Earth luminary, who was later known as the Earthly Sovereign, Jiangshin, was known for not having any sectarian bias. He was known for his willingness to guide the younger martial art practitioners. To be fair, most of the top-notch experts that rose after the establishment of the world beyond worlds had received Jiangshin's guidance. This included Xiao Junhuang and the others who were younger than him among the new Kunlu 9 luminaries. However, perhaps Jiangshin's luck wasn't good, or perhaps he wasn't focused on his Qilin Cliff. Instead, he focused his attention on the entire world beyond worlds. Among his personal disciples, there was only a limited number of them. There was only the Earth Exalt, Wang Zhengcheng. Of course, although Wang Zhengcheng wasn't able to push open the immortal door, it was because of his old injuries. Otherwise, he would have already stepped into the immortal realm. However, compared to the Vine Sovereign's disciples, the earthly sovereign's disciples seemed rather weak. In fact, compared to the Vine Sovereign's disciples, the others seemed rather weak. In the world beyond worlds, the exalted gold luminary, Yan Xintong's disciples included the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, the exalted water luminary. Chen Xuanzong's disciples included Jie Mingkong and Chu Lili, and the exalted wood luminary. Xiao Juanhuang's disciples included the bright connection emperor, Hu Yuexin. However, all of them combined couldn't compare to the Vine Sovereign's disciples. In the past, among the roving Jade Seven, 4 of them were the Vine Sovereign's personal disciples. Other than the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian and the lofty sovereign Zhang Buxiu, there was also the Tai Sovereign. He was the second strongest among the roving Jade Seven, only inferior to the profound sovereign. Unfortunately, he died at a young age during the battle against the heretics. Another person had the cultivation of a true immortal, and he died even earlier. He perished not long after the roving Jade Heavens was established. Other than the roving Jade Seven Sons, there was also the Sword Emperor Di Qinglian, whose reputation wasn't inferior in the slightest. She had dominated the entire roving Jade Heavens with a single sword, and was the #1 expert in sword arts amongst the new post-Great Calamity era experts. After Di Qinglian, the Vine Sovereign had another personal disciple, Emperor Hung Kong Qingshi. He perished in the hands of Yu Jinbei, who was still a true immortal at that time. He had also ascended to the immortal realm and pushed open the immortal door. The Vine Sovereign, Li Ying, could be proud of having 3 sovereigns and 3 emperors. Whether it was due to luck or ability, Yan Zhaoge felt that this old Grand Master of the roving Jade Heavens was truly a legendary figure. Unfortunately, this legendary figure had never gotten along well with his family's bloodline. Currently, the Vine Sovereign didn't reveal any special emotions. She was only staring at Yan Zhaoge, Yan Xintong's descendant. Source: please remember the domain name of this book. U8 official website for mobile version. Chapter 1334. Yan Zhaoge didn't evade the Vine Sovereign's gaze. He calmly nodded. Greetings, Vine Sovereign. My ancestor is the exalted gold luminary. The descendant of a famed clan surpasses his ancestors. The Vine Sovereign didn't continue talking about Yan Zhaoge's origins. She just appraised Yan Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone, a clone already at the 9th level of the Martial Saint realm. Your main body should already not be far from ascending into the immortal realm now, right? Or has he already taken the final step? Yan Zhaoge answered candidly, I still lack the final step. Still, I have the confidence to take that step within a few days. You came here for the matter of the roving Jade Heavens, moving away from the Tao universe. This means that your control over refining the pill hall has become stronger, and the universe formed by the pill hall has become more stable. The Vine Sovereign looked at Yan Zhaoge and said, Are you planning to use the pill hall to officially establish a new world, and at the same time take the final step? The Vine Sovereign's eyes are truly sharp. Yan Zhaoge smiled. That's exactly what I'm planning to do. Such an opportunity did not come by often. If not for the help of the pill hall, Yan Zhaoge wouldn't have been able to do it in his current realm. This fortuitous encounter was extremely beneficial to his cultivation of the heaven-opening scripture. At the same time, it would be of great help to his progress in cultivating the 3 pure Taos. The path he was walking on was more difficult to cultivate than others. When it came to breaking through the barrier between immortal and mortal, it was even more difficult. Now that he had this opportunity, it was undoubtedly a blessing from the heavens. As long as he used it properly, it would save him a lot of time and energy. Shortcuts were not easy to take. Either it was not that one could not obtain it, or it was that there were hidden dangers. However, this time, Yan Zhaoga had encountered a shortcut that was not only harmless, instead being beneficial to his long-term cultivation. Such an opportunity was hard to come by in 1,000 years, or even in 10,000 years. Back then, he had taken a huge risk to get rid of the pill hall's hall spirit. Now, the fruits of his harvest were finally ripening one after another. Hearing Yan Zhaoga admit this matter, while everyone here had already vaguely guessed it, they still felt complex emotions within their hearts at this moment, even feeling slightly shocked. The Cloud Conquest Emperor had experienced thousands of years of trials and tribulations. He already knew how extraordinary Yan Zhaoga was. However, he still couldn't help but sigh. He was one of the founders of the roving Jade Heavens that everyone was currently in. He had personally experienced the era of darkness and light. Now, another new world was about to appear. The younger generation will surpass us in time, as expected of the banished immortal. The Vine Sovereign nodded. Then she looked at Yan Zhaoga and said calmly, "I know that your intentions were good. For the roving Jade Heavens, if you could enter the Pill Hall and float within the void's boundless outskirts, the heretic demons wouldn't be able to locate you. However, just like when you left the Tao universe in the past, this isn't something that can be done in one go. At that time, it will definitely attract the attention of your enemies." The Vine Sovereign shook her head and said, "At that time, the enemy's attack will be disadvantageous to both you and the roving Jade Heavens." She stared at Yan Zhaoga. "Although there are some conflicts between us, we're still part of the three clear lineage. Since you've obtained the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall, you have to be more careful, lest you end up benefiting the evil sections. If I enter the Pill Hall, I might attract the attention and pursuit of more opponents." Yan Zhaoga said, "However, allow me to be frank. If the roving Jade Heavens were to remain within this cosmos, we would be targeted by our enemies. The relationship between my father, the profound sovereign, and senior apprentice Uncle Long isn't a secret to others. In order to find us and the Pill Hall, our enemies would naturally target the roving Jade Heavens. Everything happened because of me. I'm deeply sorry for implicating your sect. However, other than what I'm doing now, I can't think of any other way to remedy the situation." Yan Zhaoga cupped his hands towards the prime clear bigwigs and said with a solemn expression. The profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, slowly shook her head. "Such things are unavoidable. You don't have to blame yourself." Although she was sitting below the Vine Sovereign and didn't reveal any aura, this green-clothed woman's presence was still the strongest. When Yan Zhaoga entered the cave manor, she was the first person he noticed. The profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, was currently the #1 expert in the roving Jade Heavens. She could also be said to be the #1 prime, clear, lineage, martial art practitioner after the Great Calamity. There was no need to talk about her strength. Just her title alone was enough to explain everything. Ever since Sua Mingzhang's 5 Qis unifications and was no longer a profound immortal, Gao Qingxuan's title had changed from Whirlpool Sovereign to Profound Sovereign. This wasn't her own change. Instead, it was the consensus of the others. At the very least, most of them tacitly agreed to it. The more top-notch an expert was, the more arrogant they would be. Unless the disparity between the two parties was confirmed to be too huge, no matter how famous their opponents were, who would dare to say that they would definitely win or lose without personally fighting against them. As such, Gao Qingxuan's title of Profound Sovereign was even more dreadful than Yu Jinbei's title of Sword Sovereign. Profound Sovereign referred to the strongest profound immortal, a sovereign among sovereigns. However, ever since others started addressing her as Profound Sovereign, Gao Qingxuan's position remained unshakable. "Thank you for your understanding, Profound Sovereign. I'm ashamed." Yan Zhaoga nodded towards Gao Qingxian. In the past, the Profound Sovereign, Gao Qingxian, was the closest to his grandmother, Di Qinglian, in the entire roving Jade Heavens. Di Qinglian's demise had left Gao Qingxian heartbroken. However, She didn't vent her anger on Yan Xintong's lineage like the Vine sovereign did. Instead, she mediated between the two sides. Part of it was because of the Dragon Spring Emperor, but it was also because she missed her junior apprentice sister, Di Qinglian. According to Gao Qingxuan's knowledge, although her junior apprentice sister had died young, the thing she was most proud of wasn't dominating the universe with her sword. Instead, it was having a harmonious relationship with her husband, Yan Xintong. If that's the case, the deceased was already gone. Leaving the living with regrets wasn't something the deceased wished to see. Although the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei's relationship with the roving Jade Heavens was extremely bad, he still respected the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian. Yan Zhaoge naturally remembered the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor's friendships. His immortal trapping sword manual was given to him by the profound sovereign's family. Currently, the two heretics, the demon race and the Orthodox Buddhism, are fighting against each other. To us, the environment is relatively relaxed. It's the perfect time to act. Yan Zhaoge said, "Currently our enemies are only monitoring the Tao universe, the roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds. However, it's hard to say when they would make a move." He turned around and looked towards the Vine Sovereign. Although our enemies wouldn't completely annihilate our orthodox Taoism unless it's absolutely necessary, they would only target a few people. Most likely, they wouldn't have any qualms as long as they can hold back the incongruence, Divine Mother. The Pure Lands and the demon race had resurfaced. Even the incongruence, Divine Mother, had to be wary of the experts hidden within. Currently, there were already grand, heavenly, immortal level bigwigs participating in the war. No one could guarantee that there wouldn't be other experts of the same level. Chapter 1335. 3 Clear Grandmasters. Please forgive disciple Yan Zhaoge's rudeness. Yan Zhaoge said slowly, "Vine Sovereign, you've personally experienced the great calamity. There's something I'd like to verify with you." The Vine Sovereign's expression was calm. Based on Yan Zhaoge's previous words, she seemed to have guessed what Yan Zhaoge wanted to ask. Yan Zhaoge didn't avoid it and looked straight at the Vine Sovereign who lived before the great calamity. "Is the Elder Lord still alive?" With just a short sentence, the entire room became silent. Everyone's breathing seemed to have paused for a moment. The two words, Elder Lord, seemed random. However, as members of the 3 Clear lineage, everyone knew what Yan Zhaoge was referring to. The Elder Lord was referring to the Supreme Elder Lord, the Grand Clear Lord of Tao and virtue of the 3 Clear Grand Masters. "You're asking if the Elder Lord appeared during the great calamity." The Vine Sovereign's face was expressionless, and her tone was faintly discernible. Yan Zhaoge answered honestly, yes. When the great calamity had just arrived, as a part of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace, he had lost his consciousness along with the destruction of the Divine Palace's martial repository. After that, many years had passed since he reawakened in the 8 Extremities world. Yan Zhaoge didn't have any relevant memories regarding the great calamity. Back then, the Vine Sovereign's cultivation wasn't high, and her knowledge was limited. However, the current Vine Sovereign had a special identity. Moreover, she had interacted with the incongruence Divine Mother more than once. Perhaps she already had some understanding of the past. In fact, she might even have a deeper understanding of the past compared to Gao Qingxian, Sua Mingzhang, and Qin Xuanzong. Yan Zhaoge looked at the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi. "Brocade Emperor, the origins of your lineage can be traced back to a very long time ago. The founding Grand Master had once listened to the Elder Lord's teachings in the Tishita Palace for a period of time. However, he had left the Tishita Palace for too long. As such, he wasn't clear about the Tishita Palace's situation, as well as the Elder Lord's situation during the Great Calamity. After the Great Calamity, all the past Grand Masters had tried to find a path to return to the Tishita Palace, but to no avail. Fu Yunqi shook his head. The Vine Sovereign looked at Yan Zhaoge and Fu Yunqi quietly. After a long while, she said, back then my cultivation was still shallow. It was all thanks to the Divine Mother's protection that I managed to escape. As such, I naturally wouldn't know about the situation outside. Still, after the great calamity, I once heard the Divine Mother mention that the Elder Lord had not acted during the great calamity. She said word by word, however, according to the goddess, the Grand Supreme Elder is still alive. Yen Zhaoga nodded, looking thoughtful. The Divine Sovereign said slowly, however, no one can figure out the Elder Lord's thoughts. We can't figure it out, and neither can the heretical cultivators. Yen Zhaoga said softly, if the Lord of Tao and virtue had truly transcended, he might be able to understand. Tao, Tian Tian Tao Sovereign. Tao Sovereign's Yang. Yang Yang Tao's Lord. Li's Yang Yang's Yang. Who? Tao Hu, Qin and On God. Tian and On, Shen Yang Yang Yen Qin on Tian, on Tao and God. On, Yen Yang. There was essentially no difference between doing nothing and doing everything. If he was willing to be impartial, then the three clear lineage would be no different from the Buddhist sect and the outer Taoists to him. But no one could tell what he was thinking. What was even harder to judge was whether he would suddenly change his mind. Compared to this big shot, Qin Qianhua's so-called unpredictable thoughts were just child's play. But if he has really transcended, why is he still in this world? I don't see Heavenly Lord of Primordial Beginning or Heavenly Lord of Numinous Treasure either. A long time ago, Yen Zhaoga had found something strange. After the great calamity, the orthodox Taoism had many things to do. On the other hand, the heretics, be it the immortal court or the blessed lands of the White Lotus, were in their prime. Under such circumstances, it was still fine for the earthly sovereign of the world beyond worlds to act in a moderate manner. But why hadn't the heretics made up their mind to eradicate the roving jade heavens, which had always been radical? After knowing that Taoism's grand heavenly immortals like the North Star Emperor, the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor, and the Incongruence Divine Mother were still alive, he thought that he had found the answer. After all, the existence of at least 3 Taoism, grand heavenly immortals, might threaten the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus rule. Once they succeeded, they would be able to cause a devastating massacre to the heretic, martial artists, and even the people beneath the future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord. Even if the future Buddha and the immeasurable Heavenly Lord took revenge, their losses would be hard to recover. If one side suffered a huge loss, it would naturally give the other side an opportunity to take advantage of. After all, they were mortal enemies to begin with. Suo Mingzhang's ascension to the grand heavenly immortal realm 20 years ago and the ongoing war had proven this point. As such, unless it was absolutely necessary, the heretics wouldn't go all out against the Tao universe. Weakening the orthodox Taoism's control within a certain range was the best choice, similar to rearing sheep and shearing sheep. That should be the case, however, after knowing that not only did the demon race hide and recuperate, but the Western Pure Lands also existed, Yen Zhaoga felt that something was amiss. Although the demon race and orthodox Buddhism had never entered the world, they were merely waiting for the right time to strike. With them secretly restraining the heretics, the Incongruence Divine Mother, and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperors, threat towards the heretics was greatly weakened. Suo Mingzhang's origin, heavenly tribulation, and ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm was a rather unexpected event, which resulted in its influence lasting until now. If that's the case, how did the Tao universe remain so stable before Suo Mingzhang ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm? Yen Zhaoga had been thinking about these questions. Then he thought about his experiences in the heavenly court's divine palace before the great calamity. The great calamity had always been engraved in his heart. Other than that, there were a few other things. These rumors weren't considered secrets before the great calamity. They were considered as some of the more famous unsolved mysteries. Everyone was curious about it, but no one knew the true answer. Perhaps some of the top-notch existences within the universe knew part of the truth. Many mysteries were created by their own hands for various reasons. Other things aside, there was one thing that caught Yen Zhaoga's attention. After all, it was related to the Great Calamity and the decline of Orthodox Taoism. Was the Supreme Elder Lord still in existence? This question seemed very baffling at first. Everyone knew that the three clear lineages transcended as one. With the three clear Grand Masters' transcendence, the ancient investitures of the gods' era ended, and the universe era changed, entering the middle journey to the West era. However, there was something that puzzled many people. After the Jade Clear Primordial Heavenly Lord and the Prime Clear Numinous Treasure Heavenly Lord had transcended during the ancient investitures of the gods' era, they didn't appear in the world. However, the Grand Clear Tao and Virtue Heavenly Lord, who was also the Supreme Elder Lord, had appeared in front of everyone during the middle journey to the West era. Chapter 1336. Why did the Grand Clear Heavenly Lord of Tao and Virtue, who had already transcended, still exist in this world? Such a contradictory matter naturally caused many people to be suspicious. This was one of the greatest mysteries in the history of this world. It was so strange that people could not help but wonder if Taishang Laojun, who had appeared during the journey to the West era and resided in the Tishita Palace of Lihan Heaven, was the real Lord of Tao and Virtue? Towards such a great figure, everyone's doubts were naturally buried in the bottom of their hearts, and they did not dare to voice it out. However, after the journey to the West era and entering the new era, the Grand Supreme Elder no longer appeared in the world, and there was little news about him. Therefore, everyone became even more uncertain. Yen Zhaoga had received news from the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace before the Great Calamity. There had once been a bigwig expert who went to the Tishita Palace to meet the Elder Lord, which proved that the Elder Lord was still alive before the Great Calamity. However, after the Great Calamity, the Orthodox Taoism had withered away. More and more people questioned whether the Grand Supreme Elder was still alive. Yen Zhaoga had once doubted it as well, leaning more towards disbelief. Many things in the history and legends of this world were specious and difficult to verify. If anyone believed everything without a doubt, they would only be digging their own grave. Thus, Yen Zhaoga often reminded himself that many of the myths and legends in his past memories could at most be used as a reference. He definitely could not forcibly apply them to this world and use them as reliable intelligence. Otherwise, his empiricism would really bring him harm. For a period of time, Yen Zhaoga had suspected that the Elder Lord of the journey to the West era actually didn't exist, and that someone was impersonating him. However, a figure like the Grand Supreme Elder was probably not someone that could be measured by ordinary logic. Comparing the actions of the Immortal Court, the Blessed Lands of the White Lotus, the Blessed Lands of the Pure Lands, and the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, one could vaguely tell that if they did not have any special intentions, they would be wary of completely annihilating the Orthodox Taoism lineage. However, no matter how Yen Zhaoga thought about it, there was only one existence that could cause them to feel apprehensive. The Grand Pure Heavenly Lord of Virtue and Virtue, Old Lord Taishang. The internal strife of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in the past might not be that simple. Yen Zhaoga thought darkly. The Grand Supreme Elder's thoughts were hard to fathom. Most of the time he was a neutral bystander. However, if others had forcefully suppressed the Orthodox Tao sects that had yet to decline at that time, perhaps the Grand Supreme Elder would have changed his attitude? However, if there was internal strife in the Tao sect, the possibility of the Grand Supreme Elder caring would be much lower. However, it was unknown why the situation had escalated to the point where the universe had shattered. As Yen Zhaoga sorted through the clues on hand, many thoughts flashed through his mind as many guesses arose. However, he suppressed his guesses and calmly faced the Divine Sovereign. It's hard for us to understand the Elder Lord's thoughts. Now that the Western Pure Lands and the demon race have reappeared, we don't know if Amitabha is still around. We also don't know which supreme expert in the demon race is presiding over the situation. We still need to be cautious. The Divine Sovereign's gaze was calm and calm. Naturally, She could tell that the word cautious from Yen Zhaoga's words were completely different from the world beyond worlds exalted earth luminary. Jiang Xin's mature and prudent mindset, Jiang Xinxin, thought about it. The situation was not unchanging. He had to endure it for the time being and wait for the opportunity. The main reason was actually the Grand Supreme Elder. This was the foundation and pillar of his gentle and forbearing attitude. Some people's attitudes were more proactive and radical. That was because the Grand Supreme Elder's attitude was difficult to fathom. During the Great Calamity, the Elder Lord didn't interfere, which made it hard for others to be confident. If the Elder Lord treated the three clear lineage, Buddhism, heretics, demon race, and even the 9 underworlds, evil devils with a transcendent attitude, it would be a nightmare for the orthodox Taoism successors to a certain extent, even if the Elder Lord's attitude might change at any moment. However, what was his current attitude? Under what circumstances would his attitude change? If his attitude changed, what would it become? All of these were unpredictable. Yen Zhaoga suspected that it wasn't just them. The immeasurable heavenly Lord, the future Buddha, and the others were also trying to fathom the Elder Lord's current strength and attitude. Under such circumstances, they had to be cautious. They firmly believed that the Elder Lord would make a move, which was why they had been enduring it. No matter if it was right or wrong, they had to think twice before acting. No one knows if the Elder Lord has a bottom line or where his bottom line is. Yen Zhaoga considered his words and slowly said, "However, from past experiences, the enemy wouldn't have any qualms if one or a few of us perished." The Vine Sovereign's gaze swept through everyone within the cave manor. Gao Qingxian, Long Xingquan, Gao Xuebua, and Long Xueji all had a calm expression on their faces. The Cloud Conquest Emperor's expression was slightly serious. However, his gaze was still as calm as water as he welcomed the Vine Sovereign's gaze. He was good friends with the Hung Emperor, Kong Qingxi, who perished under Yu Jinbei's sword. As such, he had always been at odds with the Sword Sovereign, Yu Jinbei, and had a tense relationship with the entire world beyond worlds. However, the Cloud Emperor also supported the roving Jade Heavens being transferred to the Pill Hall's cosmos. After all, it would reduce many hidden dangers for the roving Jade Heavens as a whole. To the Sword Sovereign, they would only return to their hostile state of being separated by 2 different worlds. There wouldn't be any changes. Just like in the past, when facing the heretics, the 3 clear lineage would temporarily let bygones be bygones. The Vine Sovereign looked around, and her expression didn't change. Her gaze returned to Yen Zhaoga. This is a good thing for the entire roving Jade Heavens. It's beneficial in the long run. "I have no objections," said the Vine Sovereign slowly. When the Prime Clear experts heard it, they all let out a sigh of relief. However, the Vine Sovereign continued, "Qingxian, you don't have to worry about me. Just do whatever you want." When everyone heard this, they felt that something was amiss. They were all shocked. "Master," worry appeared in the profound Sovereign's eyes, and she looked at her master. The Vine Sovereign nodded. "Just follow the fallen deity to the Pill Hall. I won't be going. You don't have to worry about me either. After the roving Jade Heavens left this Tao universe, I won't stay here. I'll head to the Void's outskirts by myself." The Cloud Conquest Emperor advised, "Vine Sovereign, to us the heretics are evil. They will always be our common enemy." "You're right. Hence, I won't object to you going. In fact, I'll support you." The Vine Sovereign said calmly, "However, I won't accept any benefits from Yen Xintong's lineage." After saying that, she stood up. "Go and prepare yourselves. Don't worry about me." Looking at the Vine Sovereign's back as she walked towards the Cave Manor's back hall, the Profound Sovereign, Cloud Emperor, and the other Prime, Clear experts, looked at each other. Helplessness appeared on their faces. Although the Vine Sovereign's tone was calm, it didn't allow for any doubts. It was evident that she had already made up her mind, and she wouldn't waver. Yen Zhaoga felt the same as well, As such, he didn't say anything else. In the past, the Vine Sovereign's closed-door disciple, Kong Qingxi, insulted the deceased Yan Xintong, which infuriated Yu Jinbei. The two fought to the death, and in the end, Kong Qingxi perished under Yu Jinbei's sword. This caused the Vine Sovereign and the Jade Capital Crag, who were already extremely upset over Di Qingyan's death, to have no room for reconciliation. However, without a doubt, Yan Zhaoge would stand on his senior apprentice uncle's side. Although the Vine Sovereign still couldn't let go of her grievances, she relented on the roving Jade Heavens migration. With that, Gao Qingxian and the others wouldn't be in a difficult situation. Yan Zhaoge could also do whatever he wanted. Chapter 1337. After the Vine Sovereign left, the profound Sovereign remained silent. To the people of the world, the achievements of the Vine Sovereign's disciples were legendary, not to mention the fact that there were none after the Great Calamity. Even during the prosperous era of martial arts before the Great Calamity, they were extremely rare. It was just that this glory made people sigh when they thought about it. To the Vine Sovereign, out of the 6 disciples, only 2 were left. One of them had already left the roving Jade Heavens and went their separate ways. The only thing left was that he wasn't close to him when it came to their common enemy, the Jade Capital Crag. Yan Zhaoge asked himself if he was in the Vine Sovereign's shoes. He wouldn't feel happy either. Other than that, the Vine Sovereign was born before the Great Calamity. She was from the same generation as the world beyond worlds exalted Earth luminary, Jiangshan. Her age was similar as well. If she didn't pass the profound origin tribulation and achieve the virtual immortal realm through the 5 Qis unification, she would have entered her twilight years. Moreover, the Vine Sovereign's old injuries had damaged her foundation, which would affect her lifespan to a certain extent. Of course, a profound immortal with the 4 Qis fused aura would have a lifespan of more than 10,000 years. Even if the Vine Sovereign's lifespan was nearing its end, it wouldn't happen within the next 100 years. However, due to her injuries, the Vine Sovereign couldn't see any hope of safely passing through the profound origin tribulation. Yan Zhaoge looked towards the profound Sovereign, Gao Qingxian, only to see her remaining silent. He sighed in his heart and didn't say anything else. The Vine Sovereign's situation was unique. Her injuries were hard to heal. However, his control over the pill hall was getting better and better, and his refinement was getting deeper and deeper. Some methods were worth trying. Only, looking at the Vine Sovereign's expression, she wouldn't accept it. Later, I'll talk to my master. The profound Sovereign wasn't an ordinary person. After a brief moment of silence, she retracted her emotions and focused on the migration of the roving Jade Heavens. Zhaoge, what do you plan to do? Even the Vine Sovereign had to admit that this was a huge matter that would decide the entire roving Jade Heavens' future. Like what we've discussed before, I'll make some preparations in the roving Jade Heavens. Yan Zhaoge said, while this is only a clone, the preparations I have made are sufficient to complete. It is just that I will still require the assistance of the profound Sovereign and the various seniors of the prime clear lineage. Only then would it be completed within a relatively short period of time. When the roving Jade Heavens is ready, Astro Sovereign and the others will make some noise in other places to divert the enemy's attention. Hearing his words, the people of the prime clear lineage nodded in agreement. Those who couldn't locate the pill hall were currently staring at the world beyond worlds, the roving Jade Heavens and the Tao universe, hoping to locate Yan Zhaoge and the others. Something like the relocation of the roving Jade Heavens was bound to cause a huge commotion. There was no need to hide it from others. Therefore, he had to first find a way to attract the attention of the people watching him, and then seize the short opportunity to strive for success. We don't need to lure everyone away. As long as we can lure some of them away, our chances of success will increase greatly. Yan Zhaoge explained, at that time I'll control the pill hall to return to the Tao universe and coordinate with the roving Jade Heavens. After everything is done, I'll immediately leave and hide within the boundless void's outskirts. The profound sovereign said, "Go ahead and do it. I will order people to cooperate with you. Before the matter is completed, don't make it public lest the news leak out." Yan Zhaoga nodded. "Of course. That's why I invited the Brocade Emperor over." The Brocade Emperor. Fu Yunqi's expression didn't change. Before coming here, he already had a plan. He came here to act as a cover for Yan Zhaoga. "Xuebua, you and Little Yi will take turns to bring Zhaoga and the others around." The profound sovereign looked at her eldest son. Gao Xuebua nodded. "Yes, Xuebua understands." The profound sovereign looked at Yan Zhaoga again. "After discussing with my master, I'll have to enter seclusion again. If nothing goes wrong, just act according to the plan. You don't have to worry about me." Profound sovereign, are you trying to pass the profound origin tribulation? Yan Zhaoga's heart moved slightly. With the help of the Pill Hall's Pill Qi, the sword sovereign, Yu Jinbei had successfully refined the fourth type of aura into his immortal aura. With the four Qis fused aura, Yu Jinbei was already at the pinnacle of the profound immortal realm. Just like the lofty sovereign, Zhang Buxu, the astro sovereign, Qin Xuanzong, and the concealed sovereign Yang Su. The astro sovereign, Qin Xuanzong, also received good news. As long as he planned properly and ensured that the water devil wouldn't mess things up during the tribulation, he was confident of passing through the profound origin tribulation within 100 years and officially stepping into the five Qis unification's domain. From the looks of it now, the profound sovereign Gao Qingxian also had the confidence of taking that step. She might even be faster than Qin Xuanzong. Yan Zhaoga recalled the battle 20 years ago. He had contacted the roving Jade Heavens. Unfortunately, the message he received was that Gao Qingxian had been in seclusion for many years and was still lacking the final bit of clarity. She wasn't confident of making a breakthrough and becoming a grand virtual immortal. Today, 20 years later, the time was finally ripe. Yan Zhaoga felt happy for her. Gao Han, Jiang Xin, and Ling Qing had all started cultivating before the Great Calamity. Among the three clear lineages successors that appeared after the Great Calamity, Gao Qingxian might be the second person after Sua Mingzhan to achieve the five Qis unification and become a grand virtual immortal. Considering that sword cultivators had always had a harder time improving compared to other martial art practitioners, especially ascending to the immortal realm, it was truly worth celebrating that Gao Qingxian had the confidence to reach the next level. In the end, it's still a little too late. Gao Qingxian didn't deny it. However, she wasn't complacent either. She calmly nodded and confirmed Yan Zhaoga's guess. Other than the Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xueji, the Gao brothers, the Cloud Conquest Emperor, and the Brocade Emperor were also a little surprised. Then, they congratulated Gao Qingxian. Then, Senior Apprentice Uncle Long, Yan Zhaoga, looked towards the Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xingquan, and the Cloud Conquest Emperor. Long Xingquan smiled and said, "Taoist Cloud Conquest and I are nurturing our swords. You don't have to care about us. Just do whatever you want to do." The Cloud Conquest Emperor smiled as well. Yan Zhaoga nodded. The profound sovereign Gao Qingxian added, "I'll suppress the green duckweed sword mark. Just do what you need to do. There's no need to worry." "That's for the best," said Yan Zhaoga. Now he knew that the roving Jade Seven relied on the incongruence Divine Mother's support to establish the roving Jade Heavens in the past. Just like how the world beyond worlds relied on the primordial Heavenly Lord's treasure, the Triratna Scepter, the roving Jade Heavens also relied on a treasure left behind by the Lord of Prime, clear, numinous treasure. It was the Lord of Numinous Treasure's sword, the green duckweed sword. After the Lord of Numinous Treasure transcended, the incongruence Divine Mother wielded this sword until now. In the past, when Yan Zhaoga arrived at the roving Jade Heavens for the first time and felt the green duckweed mountain's spirit chi pulsa sharpness, he vaguely guessed something. Now his guesses had been verified. Gao Qingxuan's gaze towards Yan Zhaoga turned gentler, Now that we're in a troubled state, I'll have a chat with you and your father after things have settled down." Not only Long Xingchuan, but she also wanted to meet her junior apprentice sister's descendant. Chapter 1338. After hearing the profound sovereign Gao Qingxuan's words, Yan Zhaoga's North Ocean clone bowed. "Profound sovereign, you're being too polite. My father, and I hope to meet you and senior apprentice Uncle Long." Gao Qingxian nodded, and Yan Zhaoga and the others bid farewell and left the cave manor. They knew that Gao Qingxian and the Vine Sovereign still had to talk. However, Yan Zhaoga didn't think that the profound sovereign could change the Vine Sovereign's mind. After exiting the cave manor, Yan Zhaoga didn't stay for long. He immediately bade farewell to Long Xingchuan, Long Xueji, and the Cloud Conquest Emperor. Then he left together with Gao Xuebua. Since they had already made up their minds, they didn't delay any further and immediately took action. From the outside, Gao Xuebua was only bringing the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, around the roving jade heavens, as if he was enjoying the scenery here. Although the Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, had left the world beyond worlds with Yan Zhaoga and the others, he was still of the Grand Clear lineage and was more independent. As such, traveling around the roving jade heavens under Gao Xuebua's lead wasn't that eye-catching. No one could tell if Fu Yunqi had the intention of joining the roving jade heavens. As for Yan Zhaoga, he remained hidden in the shadows. Just like how he did in the world beyond worlds, he methodically made his arrangements. His figure was hidden within Gao Xuebua's sleeves, and he was writing radiant talismans. Then the talismans turned transparent and formless within the void. They floated out and landed on the roving jade heavens, mountains, and rivers, as well as the land spanning billions of miles. How intricate! As expected, it's extraordinary after witnessing it personally. While Gao Xuebua was conversing with Fu Yunqi as if nothing had happened, he was also observing Yan Zhaoga's actions. After seeing it, he was filled with admiration. He was also a sword cultivator. However, he wasn't as focused on cultivating the sword as his brother Long Xueji. Gao Xuebua had also dabbled in other martial arts, formations, pills, and other miscellaneous arts. Moreover, his attainments in these arts weren't shallow. However, as he observed Yan Zhaoga writing the various talismans, he felt overwhelmed. He could barely tell that Yan Zhaoga's talismans were rather profound, and he didn't fully understand them. "Senior apprentice Uncle Gao, you flatter me." Yan Zhaoga laughed softly. "Right. I haven't congratulated you for successfully pushing open the immortal door, passing the immortal mortal tribulation, and becoming a leakless true immortal." Gao Xuebua smiled faintly. "I'm getting old, so I have no choice but to do it. I'm not happy about it. It's more like I've made a fool out of myself." The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, could also hear the sound transmission between them. He immediately said, "What are you talking about, Taoist Gao? You've successfully nurtured your sword, shocking the world with a single brilliant feat. I'm afraid that you're even closer to the tranquil, profound, immortal realm than I am. Your words really make me feel ashamed." Several years ago, the roving jade heavens finally gained another true immortal emperor. He was the eldest son of the profound sovereign, Gao Qingxian, and the Dragon Spring Emperor, Long Xingchuan, Gao Xuebua. It had been more than 1,000 years since he became an utmost exalt. In terms of age, even if he wasn't as old as Wang Zhengcheng or Yu Jinbei, he was still much older than Fu Yunqi. Compared to his younger brother, Long Xueji, he was much older. The reason why he had remained in the human exalt realm was because he had been cultivating in the prime, clear lineages, sheath edge, and nurture sword art. 1,000 years was like a day. While this technique allowed the prime clear sword cultivators to remain in their current realm, it allowed them to continuously accumulate and polish their sharpness. When their divine swords were unsealed and revealed to the world once more, they would have a greater chance of breaking through the bottleneck of their current realm. Moreover, such a positive effect could more or less be carried over to the next realm, allowing them to charge towards the next realm. Therefore, under the circumstances where conditions allowed, some prime, clear experts would cultivate in this technique. Even the dragon's spring emperor of the jade, clear lineage was included. However, this technique was hard to cultivate. There were only a few who could cultivate it successfully. Most of them might even be harmed by it. Basically, it could be said that those who could safely cultivate in the sheath edge and nurture sword art had the potential and strength to push open the immortal door. One reason why they cultivated in the sheath edge and nurture sword art was because of the consideration of actual combat. When they unsealed their sword, the shocking sword would most likely exceed their enemies' expectations. It could become their trump card in a life-and-death battle. The other reason was so that they would have a greater advantage when they charged towards a higher realm. Since the conditions were so harsh, the number of people who cultivated in this technique was also extremely low. Gao Shuebo was one of the people who had succeeded in cultivating it. Theoretically, those who cultivated in the sheath edge and nurture sword art could continue cultivating it indefinitely. However, there was a very real problem that they had to consider: the length of their lifespan. The reason why Gao Shuebo finally unsealed his sword a few years ago and took that final step was because his natural lifespan had already reached its end. At the same time, the appearance of the Western Pure Lands and the demon race made the roving Jade Heavens and Gao Shuebo feel that the situation was becoming more and more unpredictable. After careful consideration, Gao Shuebo finally decided to stop nurturing his sword. Instead, he unsealed his sword and took the final step to push open the immortal door. Gao Shuebo ascended to the true immortal realm. On one hand, he would strengthen the roving Jade Heaven's strength. On the other hand, he would help his mother, the Vine Sovereign, his father, and the others share the burden. Compared to an exalt martial saint, it was naturally more convenient for a true immortal to handle matters. With that, the profound sovereign and the others could be more relaxed and spend more time on their own cultivation. "You're too humble, Taoist brother." Fu Yinqi smiled. Due to the accumulation of the sheath edge and nurture sword art, Gao Shuebo was currently much closer to the profound immortal realm than the Brocade Emperor. The accumulated time wouldn't go to waste. However, Fu Yinqi didn't mind it. He was very confident of his current situation. For the past 20 years, he had been continuously researching the art of severing emotions and parasitizing after receiving Yan Zhaoga's reminder. Although he hadn't succeeded yet, he had already made some progress. Only when he was exchanging information with Yan Zhaoga, he didn't know whether to laugh or cry. This young man's understanding of the grand clear lineages, various secret arts, seemed to be even more thorough than him. A grand clear lineage that had been cultivating for thousands of years. Even if the other party was cultivating the 3 clear lineages, he was still astonished. Although Yan Zhaoga was currently hidden within Gao Shuebo's sleeve, and Fu Yinqi couldn't see his figure, he was still immersed in his thoughts. The group walked and stopped, continuously leaving behind shapeless traces on the roving Jade Heaven's 9 regions. Within the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, the stars in the skies were floating, and countless worlds were densely covered by the stars. Suddenly, a clump of yellow cloud flew out from one of the worlds. The yellow cloud was thin and long like a snake. It meandered through the vast Astro Mountain Starry Sea. The yellow cloud flew through layers of space and finally arrived at the central core of the Astro Mountain Starry Sea. There was a majestic world that was as beautiful as the immortal realm. When the yellow cloud landed in this world, the cloud chi dispersed, and a man dressed up as a Taoist was revealed. A group of disciples and children followed behind him. The Taoist brought his disciples to traverse through the immortal mountains and finally stopped at the entrance of a cave manor. As soon as he stood firmly, the voice of the cave manor's owner resounded. "Taoist 100 Eyes, congratulations on successfully refining the divine pill." "Well said, well said." After the Taoist entered the cave manor, a child led him to the owner. "May I know why you invited me here?" Chapter 1339. After the cave manor's owner welcomed the Taoist, he didn't bother with pleasantries and directly said, "I did invite Taoist 100 Eyes here to discuss something." "What do you want to talk about, Taoist?" The middle-aged Taoist lifted the wine cup on the table and brought it to his mouth. The cave manor's owner wasn't in a hurry to speak. Instead, he asked, "Taoist 100 Eyes, you've been busy refining pills. How much do you know about the changes in the world?" The Taoist said, "Frankly, I've met others after coming out of seclusion. I've also heard about some important matters. We can finally walk out of here. We don't have to hide in the Astro Mountain starry seas anymore." This was naturally something worth paying attention to for the demon race living in the Astro Mountain starry seas, especially the top-notch demon race bigwigs. "I heard that before the great calamity, the heavenly court's divine palaces, Pill Hall, had reappeared." As the Taoist spoke, his gaze was filled with greed. "Right? It seems like there's a new grand heavenly immortal in the 3 clear lineage?" As the Taoist spoke, his gaze was filled with envy. The cave manor's owner nodded. "That's right. That's right." The Taoist returned to his senses and looked at the cave manor's owner. "Why did you invite me here, Taoist? Haven't you always wanted to cause trouble for the incongruence Divine Mother's disciples?" The cave manor's owner said, "Now you have the chance." The Taoist showed a doubtful expression. "I didn't hear about the incongruence Divine Mother perishing." "The incongruence Divine Mother has indeed yet to perish. However, the chance has come." The cave manor's owner waved his hand. "The 9-headed great sage has just come out of seclusion. The 9-headed great sage has no conflict with the incongruence Divine Mother." The Taoist glanced at him, and his doubtful expression became even thicker. The cave manor's owner sneered. However, the 9-headed great sage had suffered a huge loss in the hands of the jade clear lineage. As he said that, the Taoist's gaze moved. The doubtful expression on his face disappeared, and he gradually revealed a contemplative expression. "You're saying you might know that the person who caused the 9-headed great sage to suffer a loss was the personal disciple of the jade clear primordial heavenly lord, the jade cauldron cultivated deity's disciple." The cave manor's owner said, "What you don't know is that there's also a lineage of the jade cauldron amongst the jade clear successors." The Taoist priest's interest was piqued. He looked at the owner of the cave, waiting for him to continue. "After the great calamity, a very outstanding junior emerged from the jade clear lineage. His name was Yen Shintong, and he was a direct disciple of the jade cauldron lineage." The owner of the cave manor did not disappoint him as he continued. "Still, while Yen Shintong himself has already perished, he left behind descendants. If the information I've received isn't wrong, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall that has reappeared is currently in the hands of Yen Shintong's descendant, Yen Zhaoga." As he said this, he looked at that Taoist. As for that Yen Shintong, he married a prime, clear martial practitioner in the past. She was also an outstanding figure of the prime, clear lineage after the great calamity. In other words, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's Pill Hall has fallen into the hands of the descendants of Reverend Yu Ding, an incongruence Divine Mother. The owner of the cave said with a smile, "How do you think the 9-headed great sage will react when he finds out?" Currently, the Pill Hall is hidden and hard to locate. However, those prime clear descendants are still within the Tao universe. I've heard that their relationship isn't bad, and they seem to be in contact with each other for the past few years. Only they're being very careful, and we wouldn't be able to catch them. "That's great." The Taoist stroked his beard and smiled. "We'll use those incongruence Divine Mother's descendants to locate the Pill Hall." However, he quickly retracted his smile. "Wait, this Yen Shintong, Yen Zhaoga, and the others are only the Jade Cauldron lineage like the one at the Guan River's entrance. They aren't that person's descendants. The 9-headed great sage wouldn't vent his anger on them, right?" The owner of the cave manor smiled and said, "Let's not talk about whether they know where that person is. They have the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace's pill hall in their hands. Even the 9-headed great sage would be tempted. It's perfect. He glanced at the Taoist. Regarding the pill hall, we shouldn't be greedy. It'd be best if we could get some benefits from it. Even if there aren't any benefits, Taoist 100 Eyes, can't you take the chance to vent your anger on the incongruence Divine Mother's descendants? However, the one who killed your disciples seems to be no longer in this world. What's left are only her disciples and grand disciples. Taoist 100 Eyes, you don't have to stoop down to their level. The Taoist snorted, that bitch killed my disciple. Her death isn't worthy of pity. Now that her retribution is on her disciples and grand disciples, they deserve this fate. If someone could restrain the incongruence Divine Mother, he would have less to worry about. Wait, didn't the jade, clear lineage have a new grand heavenly immortal? Other than that, there's also the North Star Emperor and the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. The Taoist suddenly recalled something. The Cave Manor's owner nodded. That's right. Although they might not have the chance to make a move like the incongruence Divine Mother, it's not impossible. However, don't worry. Although we're currently fighting against the Western Buddhist lands and the Immortal Court heretics, other than the 9-headed great sage, there are still other great sages who have yet to make a move. The Taoist nodded. If that's the case, let's go meet the 9-headed great sage now. Don't be impatient. There's no need to rush. The Cave Manor's owner stopped him. Other than the few heavenly lords, the strength of the other Taoisms, 3 clear lineage, shouldn't be underestimated. The roving Jade Heavens has been managed by the prime, clear lineage for many years. Don't underestimate it. Let's look for some helpers. Only then will we have a higher chance of success. The Cave Manor's owner looked outside. They should be arriving soon. The Taoist's eyes flickered as he started calculating. As expected, not long later, a boy let another person in. The newcomer was enveloped by a layer of moonlight. As the moonlight dispersed, the figure of a woman was revealed. Greetings, Taoist brother. May I know why you've invited me here? After greeting the Cave Manor's owner, the woman looked at the Taoist with slight surprise. Isn't this Taoist 100 Eyes? The Taoist nodded. Greetings, fairy. You're even more elegant than before. The Cave Manor's owner said, I've invited you here because I have something to discuss with you. He explained the matter. The woman frowned. The awakened Sky Hall. This is the only way to find him. However, currently we're fighting against the Western Buddhist lands and the Immortal Court. Although we still have some strength left, it's still possible for the Taoism's heavenly lords to take action. Wouldn't it ruin His Majesty's plan if we cause trouble now? She asked hesitantly. Also, there's a problem. The woman glanced at the Taoist. After some hesitation, she said, Is it really a good idea to involve the prime clear lineage? We have a great sage who attended the prime clear lineage's teachings in the past. Although the 9-headed great sage might take action, we still have to consider this point, right? The Taoist's face sank. He seemed slightly displeased, but he didn't refute her. On the contrary, the Cave Manor's owner smiled. There's no need to worry. At the very least, it's not a big problem. Chapter 1340. Hearing what the master of the cave said, the expressions of the other two changed slightly. Oh, have you forgotten? After the investiture of the gods' era, many prime clear bigwig experts were actually quite dissatisfied with incongruence Divine Mother? The owner of the Cave Manor reminded. It's just that now that Taoism has withered, the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage became the prime clear orthodox lineage. However, those of us who are related to the prime clear lineage still dislike the incongruence Divine Mother. When the other two heard this, realization dawned on their faces. In addition, fellow Taoist, White Deer has been keeping an eye on that place for the past few years. The owner of the Cave Manor continued. The great sage of the pacifying heavens won't stand up for him. However, If he managed to convince the great sage of the pacifying heavens to be interested in the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall, wouldn't things be different? I heard that the earliest clue to the pill hall was found by that old white deer. It's a pity that he wanted to keep it all to himself. But he wasn't capable enough. In the end, it ended up benefiting others. The Taoist priest nodded repeatedly. However, if he can convince the great sage of the heaven leveling this time, it would be for the best. To a Taoist, it would naturally be best if he could get a share of the pill hall's benefits. Even if he couldn't get a share of it, if he wanted to lure Yen Zhaoga and the pill hall out, he would have to make a move on the roving jade heavens first. After all, he would be able to vent his anger first, and wouldn't have made a wasted trip. The woman instantly thought of many things. More and more great sages of the demon race were eyeing the pill hall. Even if they managed to obtain the pill hall in the end, they would lose a lot of opportunities. The majority of the benefits might fall into the hands of those great sages. However, since the nine-headed great sage and the other great demons had to withstand the pressure from the incongruence Divine Mother and the other Taoism heavenly venerables, it was inevitable. Otherwise, they might not be able to succeed on their own. At the very least, there would be risks. The best example was the white deer demon's attempt to monopolize everything, but he ended up kicking an iron plate. With the previous example, they naturally had to think about how to settle the matter before splitting the spoils with their own people. It was hard to say how much benefit she would get. However, she wasn't greedy. Her target was only the few spiritual medicines stored within the pill hall. If the pill hall were to fall into the hands of the demon clan, it wouldn't be difficult for them to obtain it. These few spiritual herbs were extremely important to her. They were hard to find elsewhere, so it was worth taking a gamble. In any case, even if the sky fell, the nine-headed great sage and the others would be there to support it. What was a disaster to her was nothing to a great saint of the monster clan. Since that's the case, I have no more questions. The woman said, back then I nagged about wanting a few spiritual herbs from the awakened sky hall. I didn't expect Tao Brother to still remember it and take care of me this time. I am truly grateful. The owner of the cave abode smiled and said, Fairy, what are you talking about? We're just taking care of each other. He said emotionally, we've waited for so many years, and now that we've finally been reborn, we still need to be careful and careful. In the past, the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall was a huge fortune. Naturally, we have to scheme against it. Fellow Taoist White Deer was too greedy back then, which resulted in him failing on the verge of success. Of course, we have to learn from it. The owner of the cave abode stood up as he spoke. Let's not waste any more time. Let's go meet the nine-headed great sage now. The three of them left the cave together, picked up a few disciples who were waiting for their orders, and flew out of this world together. After flying in the Astro Mountain Starry Sea for an unknown period of time, another world appeared in front of them. After passing through the dimensional barrier of time and space and entering that world, they were greeted by a vast and boundless blue sea. As the waves undulated, violent demonic chi permeated the surroundings. The three of them dived into the sea. After a while, they re-emerged from the sea and went far away. This journey was a long one. They left the Astro Mountain Starry Sea and entered the void's boundless outskirts. They traveled through the void's boundless outskirts, passing through the cracks caused by the folding of time and space. After traveling for an unknown period of time, the three of them finally stopped. The owner of the cave abode took out a talisman and lit it up. The green smoke formed from the talisman didn't dissipate for a long time in the void. Instead, it formed a circle. After a while, brilliance appeared in the circle and flickered a few times. Seeing this, the three great demons instantly knew what was going on. They immediately changed their path and flew towards another direction. After a long time, they saw a flash of light from afar. An old man came towards them. He was the heavenly court's divine palace's Lord Longevity God's Mount. After the great calamity, he escaped and joined the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, the white deer demon. Taoist Fu Luo, you're here. Forgive me for not welcoming you. The white deer demon cupped his hands. Taoist Hundred Eyes. Profound Frost Fairy, you're here too. Greetings. Fulua Zi and Profound Frost Fairy said, Taoist White Deer, you're too polite. The Hundred Eyes Taoist seemed a little perfunctory. When the white deer demon saw this, he felt a little angry. After the Heavenly Court's divine palaces, pill halls incident spread. He became the demon race's laughing stock. At the same time, many great demons were dissatisfied. The white deer demon could only try his best to salvage the situation. Previously, he was injured by Sua Mingzhang. Before his injuries had recovered, and he could barely move, he immediately rushed over to the Tao universe. Not only was he searching for them, but he was also waiting for them. He hoped to find the whereabouts of Yan Zhaoga and the Pill Hall. There were a few times when he almost intercepted the Pill Hall's connection with the roving Jade Heavens. Unfortunately, he still failed, now that he saw Fulua Zi and the others, and was even treated coldly by the Hundred Eyes Taoist. The white deer demon's mood wouldn't be good. He's just a wild man. The old white deer was furious, but he didn't show it. He only said, Taoist Ru Yi and Taoist Huanshan aren't far away. Please follow me. After we meet up, we'll discuss our plans. Taoist Ru Yi? The gazes of Fulua Zi and the others flickered. The great sage who pacifies heaven's younger brother? The three demons looked at each other and nodded secretly. At the same time, they became even more cautious. The great sage who pacifies heavens, the Bull Demon King, was undoubtedly one of the most important bigwigs in the Astro Mountain Starry Seas demon race universe. From the looks of it, even if the old white deer didn't persuade the great sage who pacifies heavens to take action, the great sage who pacifies heavens was already involved in this matter. It wasn't impossible for him to take action personally. The more important figures there were, the higher the chances of success. However, correspondingly, if they succeeded, the benefits they would get would be lesser. There were many variables involved. Who would get more benefits would depend on the development of the situation. The three of them followed the white deer demon and walked towards the distance. After a while, they saw a bundle of auspicious clouds floating in the void. Within the auspicious clouds, the will of prestige was surging, causing one's heart to palpitate. One couldn't help but want to worship it, as if it was a king. That was the dragon's might. A middle-aged man was sitting within the auspicious clouds. Although he was in human form, one could still recognize that he was a true dragon. Beside the middle-aged man, there was a person who was also dressed like a Taoist. This person had a pair of phoenix eyes and vertical eyebrows. He had a ferocious appearance and wore a crown of stars on his head. He wore a golden robe, and his beard was fluttering like fire. Around the auspicious clouds, a few demons were gathered. They were also waiting for orders. Chapter 1341. The Strongest Senior Brother in History, 1341. The curtains were pulled open, and the drums sounded. Fulua Zi and the others approached together with a white deer demon. You're updating so fast. The two people on the auspicious cloud stood up and cupped their hands. You're here. Taoist Ru Yi, Taoist Huanshan. Sorry to keep you waiting. Fulua Zi and the others greeted them as well. The middle-aged man who ruled over the auspicious cloud was a true dragon. His name was Ao Huanshan, also known as Dragon King Huanshan. The dragon race was once at its peak during the ancient era. It was one of the strongest races among the 10,000 ancient races. However, after entering the ancient investiture of the gods' era, the dragon race gradually declined. Although there were many demon immortal experts, they lacked top-notch bigwigs. During the middle journey to the West era, the dragon race's rise was relatively limited. However, after entering the new era, the dragon race went into hiding and recuperated. Now, it was showing signs of revival. It was naturally incomparable to the ancient era's peak. However, in the current Astro Mountain Starry Sea, it was considered to have a place. Ao Huanchen's age was younger than the great demon's present. Hence, he was rather low-key and didn't speak much. He quietly listened to the conversation between the white deer demon, Fuloazi, and the others. However, the other golden-robed Taoist was different. He was the younger brother of the great sage who pacifies heavens, the bull demon king. He was also a great demon that ruled over a region during the journey to the West era. In some historical legends, his name was written as True Immortal Ru-Yi. In this world history, he had changed his title to Great Immortal Ru-Yi when he had just pushed open the immortal door and became a demon immortal. Sometimes he was also known as Taoist Ru-Yi. He looked at Fuloazi and the others and said expressionlessly, "Fellow Taoists, are you here to have a share? I wonder if the great sage who pacifies heavens will make a move." Taoist Hundred Eyes stared back at him and asked. Taoist Ru-Yi snorted. "My elder brother has his own plans." Then he pondered. "I wonder which great sage ordered the three of you to come here? Taoist Brother Fuloa, I remember that your father was the leader of the battle against the Western Buddhist lands this time, so he shouldn't have the time to take care of things here. Could it be that he has already returned? The war has yet to end, so it's only natural that my father hasn't returned." Fuloazi smiled. However, the nine-headed great sage will take action this time. Taoist Ru-Yi frowned slightly. The nine-headed great sage has come out of seclusion? Fuloazi nodded, yes. The white deer demon and Dragon King Huanchen looked at each other. Their gazes were a little complicated. There was joy and worry. Now that the nine-headed great sage has come out of seclusion, our chances of success have increased by a lot. Taoist Ru-Yi's furrowed brows quickly relaxed as he calmly said. Fuloazi said, "Of course, with the current situation, the few Taoist heavenly venerables are more relaxed. Who knows, one of them might make a move. With more great sages on our side, our chances of success will naturally be higher. Although we don't want to act recklessly, the longer the pill hull ends up in someone else's hands, the worse it will be for us. Not to mention the fact that the other party's control over the pill hull is getting deeper and deeper. Even the treasured spiritual medicines and spiritual pills stored within the pill hull are about to be consumed. We have no choice but to be anxious." Fuloazi sighed. "According to the time in the Taoist cosmos, about 20 years have passed, right? It's been a long time. The longer we drag this out, the lower our rewards will be." The profound Frost Fairy said, "Indeed, a long night is fraught with dreams. It's better to act sooner rather than later. Although the heretics are currently fighting against each other and have dragged us and the Western Pure Lands into it, the two heretics will definitely not be able to take care of this side. Our competitors will also be reduced by 2, and the situation won't be as chaotic." She solemnly said, "In comparison, don't forget about the Western Buddhist lands. They are the same as us, and still have some strength to spare. Fairy is right. We don't intend to start another war against the Western Buddhist lands here." Fuloazi said, "This is the reason why we are here." Taoist Ru-Yi asked, "What do you plan to do, Taoist Fuloa?" The white deer demon said, "Previously, Taoist Fuloa mentioned to me that within the Taoist cosmos roving jade heavens, one of the prime clear lineages is related to the jade clear lineage's Yen Zhaoga, who controls the pill hull." Taoist Ru-Yi and Dragon King Huanchen instantly understood. They want to attack the roving jade heavens and lure Yen Zhaoga and the pill hull out. That's right. Fuloazi explained, "Don't target the entire roving jade heavens. Just target a few people who are related to the jade clear lineage's descendants. If the incongruence Divine Mother is alerted because of this, the nine-headed great sage and the great sage who pacifies heavens will deal with it." Taoist Ru-Yi quickly started calculating in his heart. At this moment, Dragon King Huanchen said slowly, "If we want to use this chance to lure the pill hull out from the void's outskirts, we'll have to give them some time to travel. If we drag this out for too long, the Western Buddhist lands will react to it and send more manpower over. Fulua Zi chuckled and turned to look at Taoist Hundred Eyes. As such, we shouldn't show our faces for now, especially Taoist White Deer and Taoist Rui. Taoist White Eyes will be the vanguard. Taoist Huanshan, you'll hold the fort in the name of helping your friend. Dragon King Huanshan looked at Taoist Hundred Eyes with a surprised expression. Although his strength was outstanding, he was a wild demon in the past. Later on, he was subdued by someone and became a guard. After he escaped, he occupied the mountain and became a king. He rarely interacted with the dragon race like this. Dragon King Huanshan was more familiar with Fulua Zi, the white deer demon, and the profound frost fairy. He wasn't even familiar with Taoist Rui, let alone Taoist Hundred Eyes. Taoist Hundred Eyes also turned a blind eye to his gaze. Before the great calamity, before Taoist Hundred Eyes entered the Astro Mountain Starry Sea, a disciple that you liked died in the hands of a prime, clear successor. Fulua Zi smiled and said, that person was a direct disciple of the incongruence Divine Mother's lineage. Yes, within the Tao universe, the person with the highest seniority in the roving jade heavens seems to be called Practitioner's Eating. He seems to be the grand disciple of Taoist Hundred Eyes' enemy. Fulua Zi said, Taoist Hundred Eyes is here to seek justice for his disciple. The Western Buddhist lands might think that the Pill Hall might be lured here. By then, they would send reinforcements over. We'll just have to think of a way to slow them down. After pausing for a moment, he added, I have some ideas. We might be able to give it a try when the time comes. The demons looked at each other and nodded. If that's the case, let's take action now. As they were speaking, a few rays of brilliance flashed past from afar. When they arrived in front of everyone, a few mighty and majestic armored men appeared. The one in the lead was the same as Dragon King Huanshan. His entire body was overflowing with dragon might. He was a true dragon. After he arrived, he didn't greet the white deer demon and the others. Instead, he reported to Dragon King Huanshan, Father, there's a commotion. We've discovered the whereabouts of the jade, clear successor, Chen Xuanzong. Chapter 1342. Stand up and reply, said Dragon King Huanshan, Chen Xuanzong. Fulua Zi said, Jade Clear's Chen Xuanzong is indeed of the Jade Clear lineage. Although he's inferior to Sua Mingzhang, who ascended to the grand heavenly immortal realm, he's still one of the top figures amongst the 3 clear lineages after the great calamity. Previously, when Yan Zhaoga and the others entered the void's outskirts, I heard that this person left the Tao universe together with them. After thinking for a while, he continued, tracing back to his lineage, he should be from amidst clouds' lineage. The white deer demon said, it can't be wrong. This person must be related to the Pill Hall. Traces of him had appeared before, and he contacted the prime, clear lineage. Unfortunately, we couldn't stop him. Dragon King Huanshan looked at his son and asked, where is this person now? The man in armor bowed and answered, Father, he's currently in the universe where the heavenly court's divine palaces, Pill Hall, first appeared. Oh, the group of great demons looked at each other and muttered in their hearts, this is interesting. The Pill Hall was already in their hands. Why would they return? Could it be that the heavenly court's divine palaces, Pill Hall, still has something special about it? In order to completely refine and control it, those Taoists encountered some obstacles. That's why they returned to the old place to search for clues and methods? Said Dragon King Huanshan hesitantly. Great Immortal Ru looked at the white deer demon. This is possible, right? After all, the Pill Hall's original hall spirit actually developed its own intelligence. This is unprecedented. After the hall spirit perished, it fell into the hands of the 3 clear lineages. Something might have happened during that time. The white deer demon pondered for a while and said, I'm not sure. However, Taoist Ru Yi's words aren't unreasonable. Great Immortal Ru Yi said, if that's the case, you're saying that the entire Pill Hall might have moved to that universe to hide, and send people out to search for clues. The group of demons said in unison, "It's possible, but we can't be sure either. How about this? Let's send one Taoist to take a look. As for the others, let's proceed according to our original plan." Fleury said, "Of course, we have to inform the nine-headed great sage and the others. This idea isn't bad. If we really discover traces of the pill hall, we'll quickly contact them. We'll abandon this place and rush over together." The demons looked at each other. However, who's going? Fuluazi was the first to speak. "I won't be going there or over there. I'll be waiting for the monks from the Western Pure Lands. If they send reinforcements from afar, I might be able to obstruct them with my little tricks. This way, it'll be more convenient for you. Taoist Brother Fo is of noble character and unquestionable integrity. We admire you." The demons nodded in unison. "Taoist Hundred Eyes and Taoist Huanshan will definitely stay here and attack the roving Jade Heavens." Fuluazi explained, "As long as the two of you make a move, the other party will only think of it as a personal grudge and not the pill hall." The White Deer Demon had participated in the fight for the pill hall back then. Since the bull spirit had entered the pill hall with him back then, Great Immortal Ru, he couldn't reveal himself for the time being. Otherwise, others would immediately think of him, especially when Great Immortal Ru revealed himself so early. It would be easy for others to think of the great sage who pacifies heavens behind him. They would subconsciously be on guard and alert. The profound Frost Fairy was also from the Heavenly Court's divine palace before the great calamity. Once she revealed her background, others would also easily think of the pill hall. Excluding Fuluazi, only the 100-eyed Demon Lord and Dragon King Huanshan were suitable to reveal themselves and seek trouble with the roving Jade Heavens. "It's better for Taoist Ru to stay behind as well," said Fu. He looked towards the White Deer Demon Lord and the profound Frost Fairy. "Fellow Taoists who will have to make a trip?" The White Deer Demon and the profound Frost Fairy knew that Great Immortal Ru had to stay behind in the Tao universe. Otherwise, if the conflict between the Taoism escalated and caused the incongruence Divine Mother, or even more Taoism, heavenly lords to appear, other than the nine-headed Great Sage, the Great Sage who pacifies heavens would have to make a move. Although they weren't sure if the Great Sage who pacifies heavens would come. This old man has been roaming around that area for a long time. Let this old man make this trip. The White Deer Demon took the initiative and said, "I'll have to trouble the Taoists here." If they discovered anything, they would inform everyone to come over. If they didn't discover anything, they would just return home. On the other hand, a real battle was about to break out. If the incongruence Divine Mother and Sua Mingzhang, the killing god, were to appear, it would be hard to predict the outcome of the battle. Among all the demon race experts, it was hard to say who had the deepest understanding of the incongruence Divine Mother's strength. However, if one were to ask who understood Sua Mingzhang's strength the most, the old white deer would definitely do it. Hence, even though he was unwilling to leave after guarding this place for so many years, the old white deer still took up another task and temporarily left this place. It wasn't that he wanted to avoid the battle, but he wanted to split up. If there were any benefits after the battle, he wouldn't be lacking much. "Then, I'll have to trouble you," said the profound Frost Fairy with a smile. The others also said, "Thank you, Taoist White Deer." The White Deer Demon immediately turned around and left, disappearing into the endless void. "Let's do it too," said Fuluazi. "Even if Taoist White Deer sends back news that there's a problem, many of us are here to hold the line. It won't be hard for us to leave quickly." The 100-eyed Demon Lord immediately said, "Taoist Fulua, you're right. I'll go now." He turned around and looked at Dragon King Huanshan. Although both of them were slightly incompatible, he still said, "I'll have to trouble you to hold the line." "You're too polite." "Please," said Dragon King Huanshan, simply as he nodded. The 100-eyed Demon Lord immediately took the lead and entered the Tao universe. Dragon King Huanshan swept the auspicious cloud beside him, and the dragon son and the soldiers followed closely behind. They hid in the cloud and entered the Tao universe. The group of great demons traversed the universe, and their demonic aura soared into the sky. They passed through layers of space and arrived near the roving jade heavens. Under the invasion of the powerful aura, the roving jade heavens instantly showed signs of unrest. The sharp aura that leaked out from the green duckweed mountain became sharper and sharper. The entire roving jade heavens' spatial boundaries seemed to have turned into the edge of a sword, and it continuously shot towards the universe outside. Taoist Chuan, his disciples and grand disciples, come out. The 100-eyed demon lord ignored them, and his gaze was filled with disdain. Taoist Chuan, you killed my disciple in the past. Today, your retribution shall be on your disciples and grand disciples. His voice directly transformed into a yellow-colored visible halo, which pressed towards the roving jade heavens, suppressing the dense sword chi that was produced by the roving jade heavens boundary. Within the roving jade heavens' green duckweed mountain, the vine sovereign had already exited her cave manor. Under her feet, the grand formation expanded. With the green duckweed mountain's radius of billions of miles as the center, it spread outwards, covering the entire roving jade heaven's 9 regions. A pillar of chi rose from the green duckweed mountain's main peak. As if it was a heavenly pillar and a sharp sword, it pierced through the clouds. The sword chi produced by the roving jade heaven's spatial boundaries instantly became stronger, and it defended against the external enemies. The vine sovereign's expression was solemn. Her opponent was merely speaking the truth and activating the sonorous voice of the great Tao. He hadn't even made a move yet. Yen Zhaoga's North Ocean clone had already returned to the green duckweed mountain. He frowned and looked towards the sky. The demon race? Remember the mobile website. M. Chapter 1343. Although they were isolated from the roving jade heavens, those whose cultivation reached a certain level could roughly feel the rumbling, demonic chi. The vine sovereign formed a sword seal with one hand and swiped the void with her other hand, causing a projection to appear. Only those on the green duckweed mountain's main peak, Mount Yiyu, could see the projection. The sound was also limited to the mountain peak. Taoist Chuan, his disciples come out. Looking over, Yen Zhaoga saw that the old man was dressed up as he wore a bright red crown, a black robe, a pair of green cloud shoes, and a yellow ribbon tied around his waist. His face was like a melon, and his eyes were like bright stars. He looked like someone who had attained enlightenment. However, his demonic aura made one's heart palpitate. This outfit. Yen Zhaoga felt that he looked familiar. However, he couldn't recall who he was just by looking at his appearance. He turned around and looked at Gao Xuebua and the others beside him. What he said, Gao Xuebua's expression turned solemn as he looked towards the sky. Feeling Yen Zhaoga's gaze, he didn't turn his head around. Instead, he explained, Grandmaster Chuan, he was one of our sect's grandmasters before the great calamity. He had already passed away a long time ago. From the looks of it, an old enemy has come knocking on our door. The vine sovereign. Li Ying pondered for a moment, and her expression turned even more solemn. She looked at the Taoist in the projection and asked, Could you be the 100-eyed demon lord of the past? Yen Zhaoga instantly came to a realization. However, after coming to a realization, his brows furrowed even more. So it's this old demon. Yen Zhaoga had naturally heard of the 100-eyed demon lord before. Only it had been too long, and he had never interacted with him, which was why he couldn't recall it. This demon had already attained enlightenment during the middle journey to the West era. He was one of the top experts among the rogue great demons of the same cultivation realm, and he was extremely strong. Later on, he was subdued and became someone's guard. However, he managed to escape by accident and became a king once again. Compared to the old white deer, the 100-eyed demon lord was an even more terrifying and powerful demonic immortal. He had cultivated a special demonic technique. Even those with higher cultivation than him might not be able to do anything to him. Daoist Chuan, he was the Grand Master of the Vine Sovereign, Liang. In the past, he had killed the 100-eyed demon, Lord's disciple. Due to the incongruence Divine Mother, the 100-eyed demon, Lord, couldn't take revenge and could only suppress his anger. After that, the 100-eyed demon, Lord, entered the Astro Mountain Starry Seas and disappeared from the great 1,000 worlds. Later on, Daoist Chuanha himself passed away, but his disciples still knew about this grudge. Back then, no one had paid much attention to it, but after the great calamity, everything had changed. The Tao sect had suffered a calamity, and everything had to be rebuilt. The enemies that seemed to be insignificant in the past now had to be careful. When the Vine Sovereign saw the other party's appearance, she could roughly guess the 100-eyed demon Lord's origin. Demon King 1000, with Sect King Saint. The 100-eyed demon Lord said unhurriedly, Daoist Chuan, he owes my disciple a life. Now that he is dead, you will pay for his life. As the yellow light, the Emperor, Tian, dragon demon of sea, the dragon and demon, the god, became Yen, sovereign of Yen Jiaoga, and the others looked behind him and saw a boundless golden sea of clouds that spanned across the cosmos void. Dragon roars resounded from within the sea of clouds. Dragon silhouettes rose and fell within the sea of clouds, faintly discernible. The dragon's might was so strong that one could even feel it through the roving jade heavens' spatial boundaries. Within the clouds, other than the silhouettes of true dragons, one could also see majestic banners that fluttered without wind. They were filled with majesty. Drum beats resounded from within the clouds. The drum beats were dense, causing one's blood vessels to expand. However, it didn't suppress the 100-eyed demon lord's voice. Instead, it served as a contrast, making the 100-eyed demon lord's words even more oppressive. Yen Jiaoga and the others felt their hearts sinking. The world of chaos and troubled times had truly arrived. The situation in this world had truly begun to undergo earth-shattering changes. In the past, there were heretics who threatened them. However, with the immortal court and the blessed lands of the White Lotus restraining each other, the Tao universe was still able to deal with them. However, from 20 years ago, the peaceful Tao universe was no longer as peaceful as before. More and more calamities came knocking on their doors. They wouldn't perish, but the environment would undoubtedly become much worse. If they couldn't adapt to this and deal with it appropriately, they would inevitably be impacted by the changing world situation. Is that the dragon race? The Brocade Emperor, Fu Yunqi, raised his brows slightly. Although his tone was filled with doubt, his gaze was filled with certainty. Yen Jiaoga looked at the 100-eyed demon lord, and then looked at the dragon's might. Are they here to assist the 100-eyed demon lord? Are they here purely for revenge? Or are they here for the pill hall? Are they planning to attack the roving jade heavens to lure me and the pill hall out? Yen Jiaoga's thoughts instantly flashed across his mind. The 100-eyed demon lord was extremely strong. However, if the incongruence Divine Mother were to descend, he would most likely be in trouble. Since he dared to appear today, it meant that he had something to rely on. At least, he didn't have to worry about the incongruence Divine Mother taking action. However, if he wasn't here purely for revenge, but for the pill hall, there might be more than one great sage expert behind this demon race small saint. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so confident. The latter meant that the enemy had already arrived at the border with a huge army. They had already set up a trap and were waiting for Yen Jiaoga and the pill hall to enter. Yen Jiaoga didn't say anything else. He silently observed the situation. The 100-eyed demon lord didn't seem to be in a hurry. He kept increasing his strength, pressuring the roving jade heavens and the vine sovereign. It seemed like a cat toying with a mouse. However, it seemed like he was waiting for something. Behind the 100-eyed demon lord, as the golden sea of clouds unfolded, numerous silhouettes appeared. The one leading the group had a human form. He looked like a dignified, middle-aged man. He was Dragon King Huanchin. Dragon King Huanchin didn't make any moves. He only sat quietly on the auspicious cloud. However, even so, no one dared to underestimate this dragon race small saint, who wanted to compete against the Taoism's grand, virtual, immortal, heavenly monarch. He was more than happy to sit by the side and watch the 100-eyed demon lord make his move. However, as he revealed his figure, the pressure and danger he brought to the roving jade heavens became more and more intense. Indeed, they seem like they're waiting for the pill hall and me to appear. Yan Zhaoga's eyes flickered. They're leaving enough time for the roving jade heavens to contact me, and for me to return from the void's outskirts. It seemed like they were only targeting the Vine Sovereign, and they didn't surround the roving jade heavens. Actually, they were also leaving an opening for the prime, clear martial art practitioners who wanted to contact Yan Zhaoga to leave safely. Arriving at the right time is better than arriving early. Yan Zhaoga muttered to himself. Fortunately, the roving jade heavens' basic preparations are more or less done. It wasn't that he didn't expect the enemy to come to the roving jade heavens and surround them. However, it was still out of Yan Zhaoga's expectations for them to suddenly make their move. Yan Zhaoga also had some surprises for the uninvited guests today. The pill hall that they were longing for wasn't within the void's outskirts. Instead, it was within the Tao universe. Chapter 1344. 20 years had passed, while Yan Zhaoga had yet to completely refine and control the pill hall. Yan Zhaoga was currently very clear about many of the changes that had occurred within the pill hall. Previously, the boundary of the pill hall was blurry. It kept expanding outwards, gradually forming a universe. Not long ago, the pill hall converged inwards once again and revealed its outer appearance once again. As for the worlds within the pill hall's internal cosmos, it was much more crowded between the overlapping space-time boundaries. However, it was still stable. The pill hall no longer had the scenery of the outerverse. The original appearance of the Divine Palace's main hall had been restored. Its whereabouts had become even more secretive. It was also convenient for him to enter the Tao universe. The wall between the two universes wouldn't be squeezing against each other, and it wouldn't alarm the white deer demon and the others who were monitoring this place. Currently, the pill hall had concealed its tracks and was floating within the Tao universe. It wasn't far away from the roving jade heavens. Yan Zhaoga had already made most of the preparations in the roving jade heavens. He had originally intended to make his move in the near future. Now that the enemy had unexpectedly sent a large number of troops to the border, the plan had more twists and turns, and the chances of success were undoubtedly much smaller. However, the 100-eyed demon lord and the other great demons also didn't know much about Yan Zhaoga's situation. This was the chance for Yan Zhaoga and the others. Senior Uncle Gao, Senior Uncle Long, notify Her Majesty, Senior Uncle Long, and the others. We'll make a move right away. Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone swiveled his head to look at Gao Shuebua, Long Shueji, and the others. The other party is likely not just seeking revenge. If it's not just a simple revenge, then it means that they must have other experts waiting in ambush. Gao Shuebua's expression was solemn. Apart from the 100-eyed demon lord and the Dragon King Huanchin, if there were other great demons of such a level waiting for them, the roving jade heavens might not be able to repel their enemies even if they persisted in their defense. Yan Zhaoga said, "That's right. Let's just make a move now," catching the other party off guard. Go inform your grandparents, as well as the Cloud Emperor and the others." Gao Shuebua nodded and said to Yu Yi, "Yes, uncle." Yu Yi, who was watching the Vine Sovereign's attack, regained her senses. After answering, she transformed into a swordlight and flew away. Yan Zhaoga's Northern Ocean clone roared, "Rise!" He stomped on the ground, and with the mountain under his feet as the center, lines of runes appeared and began to spread in all directions. In the roving jade heavens, the mountains and rivers of the 9 prefectures and the billions of miles of the world, all lit up at the same time. One after another, great arrays rose from the ground and floated above the roving jade heavens. Then they resonated with each other and gradually formed a great array that seemed to envelop the entire roving jade heavens. Just like the migration of the world beyond worlds in the past, streams of light soared into the sky and exited the roving jade heavens. They intertwined with each other and traversed through the Tao universe. Under the Vine Sovereign's control, the roving jade heavens' dense, sword chi wasn't affected at all. Both sides seemed to be unaffected and went their own ways. In the void of the universe beyond the roving jade heavens, a brilliance lit up. Endless purple mist suddenly appeared and filled the universe. At the center of the purple cloud sea, a white jade palace that was flickering with thousands of golden lights appeared beside the roving jade heavens of the Tao universe. When the 100-eyed demon lord, who was slowly suppressing the roving jade heavens, and Dragon King Huanshan, who was helping to hold the line, saw this, they were instantly shocked. The 100-eyed demon lord subconsciously turned to look at Dragon King Huanshan. Could this be the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall? Dragon King Huanshan stared at the white jade palace and murmured, "It should be right. It was inevitable for a veteran to think too much." After the two great demons recovered from their initial shock, their first thought was to suspect if there was a trap laid here, waiting for them to jump into it. Were the few Taoism's grand, heavenly immortals already waiting here? However, after thinking for a while, they didn't think so. The orthodox Taoism was currently recuperating. If it wasn't necessary, they wouldn't take the initiative to set up a trap. However, the pill hall that they had been searching for was actually hidden right under their noses. When they saw it, the 100-eyed demon lord and the other great demons couldn't help but feel that it was unimaginable and filled with doubts. However, when they saw the light pillars connecting the roving jade heavens and the pill hall, they were shocked. This world being taken away as well? Immediately informed Floisy and the others. On the golden, auspicious cloud, Dragon King Huanshan, who had been sitting on it, suddenly stood up and ordered a scarlet flood dragon to inform the others. The scarlet flood dragon quickly rushed out of the Tao universe. Fulua Zi, great immortal Ru-Yi, profound Frost Fairy, and the other demon race bigwigs were also shocked by the connection between the pill hall and the roving jade heavens. However, they didn't know what was going on. They sent someone to investigate and coincidentally met the scarlet flood dragon along the way. They quickly brought it back. After hearing the scarlet flood dragon's report, the three demons were shocked. That was close. They almost escaped. Great immortal Ru-Yi said furiously, "Let's quickly go and help Taoist 100-eyed and Taoist Huanshan. Be careful of the others who are monitoring this place," said Fulwazi. A group of great demons outside of the Tao universe, who were located in the boundless void, rushed towards the Tao universe. On the other side, the other forces that were monitoring the Tao universe also gradually noticed the commotion. They were bewildered and rushed towards the Tao universe to investigate. For a moment, a storm was brewing here again. It was just like the gathering of heroes 20 years ago. The entire Tao universe's space-time started trembling. At this moment, near the roving jade heavens, the flames of war immediately escalated. Trying to escape? It won't be that easy. The 100-eyed demon lord's expression was as cold as steel. He suddenly increased his strength and attacked towards the roving jade heavens. Dragon King Huanshan ordered someone to report to the pill hall. Then he immediately jumped off the auspicious cloud and walked towards the pill hall. Above the pill hall, layers of golden light flew out. Dragon King Huanshan snorted. His fingers formed into a claw and grabbed onto the golden light. At the same time, he said, "Xian Song-er, cut off the connection between the pill hall and the other world." Next to him, his first son answered, "We obey father's orders." Prince Xian Song, who was wearing heavy armor, led a group of demons out from the golden, auspicious cloud. They executed various techniques and slashed towards the streams of light connecting the roving jade heavens and the pill hull. At this moment, within the roving jade heavens, countless sword lights shone at the same time. The sword chi that was added onto the roving jade heavens space-time barrier suddenly became extremely vigorous. The 100-eyed demon lord raised his eyebrows. He immediately noticed that the opponent in front of him was no longer the Vine Sovereign. At this moment, within the roving jade heavens green duckweed mountain, a green-clothed woman took over the Vine Sovereign's position on the roving jade heavens main peak. Sword chi surged around her. Other than the Vine Sovereign, Long Xingchuan and Taoist Cloud Conquest were standing beside the green-clothed woman. Long Xingchuan's expression was still as carefree as usual. He didn't seem to care about anything. However, a sheathed long sword appeared in his hand. While the roving jade heavens sword chi was temporarily obstructing the 100-eyed demon lord, his figure flashed and arrived outside of the roving jade heavens. P.S. My eyes are blurry, so I can't see the computer screen clearly. I'll make up for the second update tomorrow. There won't be any less updates. Don't worry, everyone. Chapter 1345. Long Xingchuan transformed into a swordlight and flashed out of the roving jade heavens, arriving within the Tao universe's void. In front of him was Prince Xiansong leading a group of demons. They were attacking the streams of light connecting the roving jade heavens and the pill hull. Long Xingchuan held onto the sword sheath with one hand and the sword hilt with the other. He slowly unsheathed the sword. As he unsheathed the sword, his entire aura changed. His expression was still lazy and unchanging, but a terrifying aura that caused people's hearts to palpitate was suddenly released. Prince Xiansong, who was slashing at the streams of light, was startled. His gaze turned cold as he turned around to look at Long Xingchuan. Long Xingchuan slowly unsheathed the sword. Although his movements seemed slow, the demons were terrified. Tranquil, profound, immortal. A tranquil, level immortal sword? Prince Xiansong pondered. The sword's name was Rushing Abyss. It wasn't Long Xingchuan's personal sword. His young dragon spring was a leakless, level immortal artifact. Due to the limited time, he didn't have enough time to gather the materials to forge a tranquil, level immortal sword. The Rushing Abyss sword in his hand was the sword of his wife, profound sovereign Gao Qingxian, after she ascended to the profound immortal realm. Long Xingchuan and his wife had interacted a lot with sword arts and martial arts. Now that the sword was in his hands, it was as if it had entered a second owner's hands. He didn't even need to nourish it. As Long Xingchuan unsheathed the sword, brilliant sword lights erupted from the sword sheath. The sword chi that seemed even sharper and stronger than the roving jade heavens sword world filled the entire Tao universe. When Long Xingchuan unsheathed the sword, everyone felt as if they were hallucinating. The world in front of them seemed to have returned to the primordial chaos before the heavens were split open. As Long Xingchuan unsheathed his sword, the first ray of light appeared and broke through the darkness. It was as if a primordial scene had been created, and the world was stabilized. A world of creation had finally appeared in the world. Although Prince Xiansong felt that Long Xingchuan's aura was extraordinary, he was still filled with confidence. Although he was Huanchen's son, he was gradually surpassing his father. Within the dragon race, he was viewed as a rising star with even more potential than his father. Currently, Prince Xiansong was already equivalent to a human profound immortal sovereign with 4 chis. He was only a step away from becoming a human, virtual immortal demon race, small saint. Other than his father, Dragon King Huanchen, and the other small saints of the demon race, Prince Xiansong was the undisputed #1 expert among all the demon race experts present today. When he saw Long Xingchuan draw his sword, his first reaction was to attack. Even Crown Prince Xiansong did not dare to underestimate Long Xingchuan's sword. However, Long Xingchuan had yet to cross the river. He wanted to make the first move while Long Xingchuan was accumulating power. He wanted to destroy Long Xingquan's seemingly astonishing sword attack. No matter how strong the attack was, it would only be effective if it could hit the opponent. Prince Xianzong thrust his spear at Long Xingquan. He was confident that he was faster than Long Xingquan. Dragon King Huanchen, who was originally dealing with the pill hall, turned his head around in shock. Upon seeing this scene, his expression changed drastically. Xianzong, retreat! Dragon King Huanchen hurriedly let go of the pill hall's radiance. He turned around and pounced towards Long Xingquan and Prince Xianzong. He cultivates in the prime clear, sheath-edge nurturing sword art. This is the first sword after unsheathing its edge. Prince Xianzong's heart skipped a beat when he heard this. He was a top-notch expert who had ascended to the demon immortal realm for thousands of years. He had experienced hundreds of battles. He naturally knew that after a prime clear martial art practitioner nurtured their sword, the first sword after unsheathing its edge would far surpass the normal standard. It was already too late to retreat. Prince Xianzong could only strengthen his will and unleash his full strength. He didn't care about anything else. However, although Long Xingquan's speed of drawing his sword seemed slow, the speeding abyss sword in his hand had already been unsheathed when his enemy's attack was about to reach him. The concept of time and the definition of fast and slow were all blurred at this moment. There was only an absolute sword standing proudly in the sky. A sword light that seemed like it could split the heavens flashed across the void. The spear in Prince Xianzong's hand broke apart. In an instant, his vision was filled with white. He was completely occupied by the resplendent sword light, and he couldn't see anything else. In the cosmos, Dragon King Huanchen arrived at this crucial moment. He clawed at the void, and rays of golden light condensed into the shape of a dragon, blocking between the sword light and Prince Xianzong. The sonorous voice of the great Tao and the nine heavens dragon roar resounded at the same time, intimidating the surroundings. However, Long Xingquan's sword broke through all obstructions. It surged forward with the momentum of splitting the heavens and earth. The resplendent sword light silently pierced through the golden dragon formed by Dragon King Huanchen's strength. The brilliance around the golden dragon that seemed to be spanning across the universe instantly dimmed, as if it had been slain. After the sword light slayed the dragon, its momentum didn't stop. It continued forward and slashed towards Prince Xianzong's body. Prince Xianzong let out a blood-curdling scream. As the flowing light transformed, he was forced back to his original form. A huge black dragon appeared in the void. Its head was like a mountain, and its body was like a river. However, it was already slashed apart at the waist, and only half of its body was left. Dragon King Huanchen finally arrived. He blocked in front of the black dragon and forcefully received Long Xingquan's sword. It was hard for profound immortals to injure the body of 5 Chi's unification. Even so, the sword light that had already fought 2 rounds consecutively and was almost at the end of its tether still caused Dragon King Huanchen's body to sway. He was both shocked and furious. He first turned around to look at the dying black dragon behind him. The other demons were all shocked. After regaining their senses, they temporarily ignored the flowing light connecting the roving jade heavens and the pill hall, and quickly surrounded Prince Xianzong. Dragon King Huanchen turned around and glared at the person in front of him. Long Xingquan pointed his sword at Dragon King Huanchen. With a sword in his hand, his expression was no longer casual and lazy. At this moment, his handsome face was filled with concentration, piety, and even fanaticism. Concentration towards the martial Tao, fanaticism towards the sword Tao. Dragon King Huanchen roared furiously. His figure shook, and he split into 9 golden dragons, which surrounded Long Xingquan. With the art of sheath edge and nurture sword, the first sword after unsheathing its edge was unstoppable. The sword intent that had been hidden for thousands of years was completely released. After that, it would return to its normal state. Currently, Long Xingchuan's body was circulating with strands of immortal qi. They transformed into immortal aura, which moved along with his sword and fought against the dragons. Righteous qi, transforming qi, clear qi, and bright qi. Currently, Long Xingchuan was clearly a 4 qis fused aura. After being stuck at the true immortal realm for several thousand years, one would shock the world with a single brilliant feat one day. If he took this step forward, he would be at the peak of the mysterious immortal realm. It wasn't as if Dragon King Huanchen had never fought against a profound immortal with 4 qis fused aura before. However, the Long Xingchuan before him had the speeding abyss sword in his hand. Sword light circulated, splitting and merging, intersecting with each other. Dragon King Huanchen's attack was actually repelled. This caused the furious Dragon King Huanchen's mind to clear up, allowing him to reevaluate his opponent before him. Even though Long Xingchuan had already unleashed the unparalleled sharpness of the first sword, he still couldn't be underestimated. The 9 golden dragons merged into one, and Dragon King Huanchen's face turned gloomy. He calmed his mind and attacked again. He didn't use any transformations, and his attacks were straightforward. He wanted to suppress Long Xingchuan with his cultivation level and force him to face him head-on. At the same time, in the roving Jade Heavens, the Vine Sovereign, Taoist Cloud Conquest, and the other experts flew out one after another and arrived at the cosmic void. Remember the mobile URL, M.